Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Figure dropped down, landing on the old woman's back. He reached out and grabbed her head. "I found you too." A spine-tingling crack sounded in that instant. Lu Ding held the monster's head and stomped down on its back, snapping it clean in half. Then he gave a yank. With a crisp pop, a round, rolling object was pulled into his hand. He raised it and tore off the outer skin, revealing a huge mange-ridden dog head. Sparse fur, red skin. Contained creature, red dog. Containment reward. Wing membrane flight technique. Wing membrane flight technique allows flight by spreading wing membranes from under the ribs, enabling arm-flapping flight. Pretty useless and ugly too. Lu Ding didn't even want to imagine how dumb he'd look flying around flapping his arms. No thanks. This kind of monster was actually recorded in Taiping, Guangxi. Zhang Sima of Dingzhou, in the summer of the 28th year of Kaiyuan, was sitting outdoors with his wife one night when he heard something flying overhead. It turned out to be an old dog, red and sparsely furred, very long in body, extremely short-legged, only 1 or 2 inches tall. Sima ordered it burned, fearing it to be a monster. Basically, one summer, Zhang Sima of Dingzhou was chilling in the yard with his wife. Suddenly heard something flying over. He sent people to chase it, and eventually found the thing looked like an old dog. Bright red, barely any fur, stubby legs, but super long body, just a deformed mess. Zhang Sima got spooked it might be something evil, so he had it burned. Lu Ding held up the red dog's head and looked toward Dong Wenrui in the outhouse. He took a step back. "This method's not bad, but too bad you had bad luck." Dong Wenrui looked up at Lu Ding, her face lighting up with surprise, memories swirling in her mind. "You're the one from last time that. Lu Ding nodded. "Yep, that was me, and this time too. Get up here. I'm going after the blind granny. You remember to stay safe at home." Lu Ding turned to leave. Dong Wenrui scrambled up in a hurry. A lot of things clicked in her head all at once. Her original plan had been to report the situation. She figured if Grandma really was a monster, well, she hadn't attacked her for days already, so she probably wouldn't act right away either. That should have bought enough time for 749 to show up. Who would have thought? But that wasn't even the key point. The key point was, she had clearly told Blind Granny to take Grandma with her. Yet now Grandma was here. Dead Granny. Is that Blind Granny? Doesn't matter what she was called before. After tonight, she'll be Dead Granny. Hearing that, Dong Wenrui seemed to get it. Her gaze turned sharp. So it was Blind Granny behind all of this. Lu Ding stepped out and flew toward the back of the village with Bai Heman, heading for Blind Granny's house. Dong Wenrui didn't linger either. She rushed back into the house, tore through drawers and cabinets, and dug out the blasting caps and flintlock left behind by her grandpa from his days guarding the mines. She grabbed the weapons and ran straight toward the end of the village. At the same time, old house at the village edge of Dongshan Village. This was Blind Granny's home. Inside the small room, coils of incense smoked from the ceiling. Talismans were plastered everywhere. Dozens of spirit tablets were neatly arranged. The one at the top was the memorial of Yi Chengfeng of Deheshan. Blind Granny approached holding a lit red stick of incense and placed it into the burner. She set down the tablet for Yi Li. "Old brother, it was all thanks to you that I escaped back then. Now you're gone, and I still don't have what it takes to avenge you. I've really let you down. I can't protect the others for you either. I can only use this method to bring back Xiao Li's fate. I hope you don't blame me. I read his fortune years ago. It said he'd survive a desperate situation. But now, I don't know what went wrong. By logic, he shouldn't have died." She muttered to herself, then changed topics. "This girl, I think she's a good match for Xiao Li. Their fates are pretty similar. I think the two of them suit each other. In a bit." She never finished her sentence. The earth wall exploded. A figure charged in and kicked her straight on. Blind Granny went flying and smashed into the offering table. Spirit tablets flew. Lu Ding grabbed two of them, one in each hand. They were Yi Chengfeng's and Yi Li's. He examined them, mimicking blind Granny's tone. "This dead old hag. I think you're a perfect match for this dead old man. I'll send you down to him soon. You two can be a pair. Both died by my hands. What fate, huh?" In the corner, blind Granny glared in rage. "You're Lu Ding." Lu Ding turned his head, that eerie grin back on his face. "Since you know who I am, and you still pulled this behind my back crap, so tell me, what kind of death are you looking for?" Blind Granny's heart sank. She didn't understand. Couldn't figure it out. How did Lu Ding find his way here? She raised a hand and pointed. Instantly, the scissors on the ground shot toward Lu Ding. Once rusted and dull, they gleamed razor-sharp midair. Lu Ding tilted his head. The tablet for Yi Chengfeng in his hand was instantly pierced in two. Lu Ding shook the two halves. "You stabbed at yourself, huh?" He crushed them into dust. Lu Ding. Lu Ding glanced her way. "Oh." Angry, he raised the other tablet for Yi Li. "Then how about this? Will this make you even angrier?" With a crack, Yi Li's memorial shattered into powder too. Lu Ding laughed. "Ha ha ha. Now that's the proper process. Dead people should stay dead and obedient." "I'll kill you," blind Granny roared, her fury uncontrollable as she leapt up. Lu Ding vanished like teleportation, raised his leg. One kick, boom! Blind Granny smashed through the wall, tumbling into the courtyard. Blood gushed from her mouth. "What power do you have to fight me? Now, I'll give you a chance to run. Remember, go that way." Lu Ding pointed. If not for wanting to steer her toward Changyan's old home, he wouldn't have even bothered talking. She'd be dead in 2 punches, easy. Hearing that, blind Granny clutched her bleeding chest, dragging herself backward with pitiful kicks. From the looks of it, it almost seemed like Lu Ding was the one bullying an old lady. Suddenly, she felt something behind her. Looked up. Bohemian stared down. "Don't know east from west?" He said that way. As he spoke, he kicked her flying in the direction Lu Ding had pointed. She tumbled midair and slammed into the ground. At this point, blind Granny finally realized these two were toying with her, like a cat with a mouse. But she had no other options now. She got up, glanced at the two, then turned and ran into the darkness. Lu Ding flew after her. Bohemian melted into the shadows. Before long, Dong Wenrui came running, flintlock in hand. Seeing the mess all over the place, she searched front and back, but couldn't find any sign of blind Granny or Lu Ding. Tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes. Dong Wenrui wiped them away with a rough sweep of her arm. She gathered up all the memorial tablets and random junk in the house and piled them together, then stuffed in a few blasting caps and lit them. Boom! Moments later, flames soared into the sky. In the forest outside the village, blind Granny staggered forward, weaving through the trees. Blood sprayed from her mouth from time to time. Her steps faltered. A slash came flying. Trees and rocks shattered, debris flying everywhere, forcing her to flee in a single direction. Voices echoed from all around. "Stay in a straight line. Don't go the wrong way. Keep running." Blind Granny glanced back, cursed silently. "Dimenu Lu Ding, a 749 investigator, acting like this?" It wasn't like she'd never dealt with 749 investigators before. The ones she'd seen in the past, weren't they all open and upright, facing enemies head-on? Only this Lu Ding, infamous far and wide, feared by all, and yet still sneak-attacked through a wall. Blind Granny understood one thing. If it came down to a real head-on fight, there was no way she'd beat Lu Ding. But that didn't mean she could accept him ambushing her like that. And on top of that, saying the kind of things he said earlier. Do those sound like things a 749 investigator should say? "You sound more like an evil cultivator than me." The thought of it made her emotions spike, tugging at her wounds and sending fresh waves of pain through her. In the darkness, her figure vanished far into the distance. She crossed hundreds of li, until she arrived at the entrance of Qingliao village. A silhouette stood in her path. Bohemian spoke. "This is the place." "Stop!" Blind Granny slammed to a halt. Staring at the village ahead, suspicion bloomed in her heart. She shouted, "What the hell are you trying to do?" As the words rang out, a sonic boom exploded through the night. Buzz! A terrifying aura was brewing. Even a mere wisp of it was enough to make the old hag tremble in fear. She instinctively turned to look. From the darkness, Lu Ding emerged, red, glowing lines crawling across his face and exposed skin, reaching all the way to his eyes. In the dim light, his irises were rimmed in red over whites, encasing pitch-black pupils. Wave after wave of pressure surged out, scattering fallen leaves and dust. Lu Ding held his phone, adjusting his angle according to the map. To blind Granny's questioning, the only reply was dead silence. In that moment, staring at Lu Ding's terrifying aura, panic began to rise in her heart. She took half a step back, but Bohemian had somehow appeared behind her. Both hands pressed down on her shoulders. I said, "Don't move." His calm voice carried overwhelming pressure. Blind Granny's stiff body twitched, and her eyes shifted ever so slightly. Darkness cloaked Bohemian's entire face, except for those slightly manic, cold, green glowing eyes. "This is the spot." Lu Ding's voice suddenly rang out. He raised his right hand. As the air trembled, dull boom sounds began to echo. Spiritual energy surged. Lu Ding's heart pumped rapidly, and along the dragon vein of his spine, acupoints opened one by one. Carnal chi spewed forth. Finally, the elbow and shoulder acupoints burst open, emitting black-red halos of light. Those inhuman eyes locked onto their target. "Say goodbye to this world, you dead old hag." Carnal chi burst from his elbow like a tail flame, propelling his arm. A punch roared out. Boom! Terrifying force infused with spiritual energy formed into a sin dragon. Under the moonlight, a ferocious shadow carved across the ground. Fierce winds tore through wild grass and trees. The earth crumbled in an instant. At the village entrance, there was no sign of blind Granny. Pulling the view back, there wasn't even a trace left that a village had ever stood there. Only shattered rocks and yellow mud covered the ground. Huge broken stones jutted up from the earth. Lu Ding's punch had crushed nearly a kilometer. A monstrous scar marred the land. This was his full power strike. His acupoints closed, the halos vanished, and the glowing marks on his face slowly faded. Bohemian watched silently, lost in thought. If that punch had been aimed at him, he wouldn't have been able to block it. Even Lu Ding hadn't expected that one blow could pack such insane power. Well then, now he instantly knew how to handle the 1,000 corpses honoring the King Formation in Min Mountain. Minshan City, located on the border of Yunmeng. It always had heavy rainfall. During the rainy season, water levels often surged to dangerous levels. This year, it straight up broke the embankment and flooded much of Minshan City. After surveying and studying the area, the higher-ups decided to cut an opening in the main river and build a dam. Divert flow for irrigation in droughts, drain floods in rainy seasons. They searched and searched, and the best spot ended up being the site of the Min clan funeral home. Minimal impact, too, because that area used to be a public burial ground. Almost no one lived nearby, so opening it up there was easiest. The authorities brought their permits and drafted contracts to the funeral home, offered 1 billion yuan in relocation subsidies. Even promised, "Since we're tearing it down, we'll build you a new one. The graves and tombs will be relocated. You'll still get to operate." The funeral home folks agreed. Everyone happily signed the contract. And then, when the demolition work started recently, they dug up 1,000 corpses honoring the King Formation, and accidentally woke up the big ghost housed in the funeral home's thatched hut. The funeral home people saw it and went, "Whoa, the ancestors left us 2 huge treasures. Price hike. Gotta raise the price." They jacked up the rates on the spot. As descendants of the funeral home, the big ghost wouldn't harm them, and only they could move it. Anyone else was useless. Minshan City wasn't even that big. It was about the same size as Kaoshan City under the Hessian. So, it only had one substation. With just one substation, there was no way they could handle the big ghost and the formation. "Funeral home. We can help move the big ghost, but we need some labor fees." "Yeah." "Minshan substation. If the substation can't handle it, Surely the Bureau can, right? They reported it up. The Bureau took one look. Oh, feng shui formation. Perfect for trainees at the advanced training facility. I'll report up too. And so, Lu Ding and Bai Heman arrived in Minshan. No red tape, no nonsense. Lu Ding sent just one message to the Minshan 749 substation director. Prepare for mechanical entry and forced demolition. The moment the Minshan substation director got that message, he was overjoyed. Oh, jacking up prices? Using our technical loopholes against us. Your karma's come due. Quick, Zhang, call the local department. Tell the construction team to prep for entry. Roll all the machinery straight to the funeral home. Elsewhere, near the front gate of the Min clan funeral home, Bai Heman asked, "What's your plan?" Lu Ding, what plan? Forced demolition. Gotta be. Contract signed, money's paid, paperwork solid. Since I joined 749, I've never seen paperwork this legit. Lu Ding's done plenty of missions with no permits at all. Now that he's got them, what's the point in holding back? As he said this, Lu Ding walked straight up to the funeral home's front gate. He raised a leg and kicked. Bang! The double wooden doors shattered and collapsed. Wood chips flew everywhere. Lu Ding's voice echoed through the funeral home. You've got 2 hours. Move what needs moving. Get out if you need to get out. This place is getting demolished. As soon as Lu Ding's words fell, along with the gate being smashed, the people inside were immediately alerted. One after another, they leapt out like fish. Their expressions were hostile as they stared at Lu Ding. From the crowd, a young man stepped forward. He looked at the broken chunks of the door. Jiao Yu looked up at Lu Ding, voice cold. Who are you? Lu Ding had zero goodwill toward the people from this funeral home. Squatters. How could he possibly have a good impression? But he was here to do business. Procedures were procedures, and they still had to be followed. Even the Ko family had to follow procedures. And this funeral home had even signed a contract. You can't just show up and start throwing punches, right? Besides, he was here for the big ghost in the thatched hut and the 1,000 corpses honoring the king formation. Not for the funeral home folks themselves. But if they didn't know their place, Lu Ding wouldn't mind roughing them up a bit too. He flashed his ID. 749 investigator, Lu Ding. Lu Ding. Jiao Yu thought for a second. Never heard of him. After all, Minshan City was just a small town. Even though he was a cultivator of qi, he was tucked away in a remote corner. How would he know anything about the internal affairs of 749? Sure, Lu Ding's name had been blowing up in Yunmeng recently, but that was mostly among prominent family circles. It hadn't even been a few days. News hadn't made it out this far yet. And Jiao Yu, this rogue cultivator, didn't even qualify to hear about Lu Ding's name. And because of that, Jiao Yu's tone turned unfriendly. Never heard of you in Minshan 749. As he said it, he actually reached out and tried to grab Lu Ding's ID. Oh, my God. Lu Ding jerked back, avoiding him, and the look he gave couldn't have been more stunned. What did I just see? Lu Ding could hardly believe his eyes. Someone actually dared to snatch a 749 ID. Didn't he know that a 749 ID and the law enforcement recorder were basically like a security officer's gun? Flashing the ID was the same as firing a warning shot. Grabbing it was like grabbing a loaded gun. Since when were people this ballsy? Lu Ding had figured it'd be hard to run into this kind of half-sweet idiot in real life. But today, he actually got one. Everyone he'd met before had minds that moved like lightning, either old foxes or young ones. Each one embodied the phrase, "A wise man submits to circumstances perfectly." Now, finally, he found a thick-headed rookie. Lu Ding really hadn't expected it. Seeing Lu Ding die, Jiao Yu got even more aggressive. What's your problem? Afraid to let me see? Look at that. He even dared to question Lu Ding? Lu Ding already didn't like this funeral home, signed a contract, and still had the nerve to hike the price. Now, this guy was trying to snatch his ID. Lu Ding's grin turned eerie. Jiao Yu was just about to ask what he was smiling at. Before the words even came out, Lu Ding suddenly reached out, grabbed him without a word, and slammed him hard onto the funeral home's stone floor. His cheek met the stone with intimate force, backed by terrifying strength. Jiao Yu's head split open on impact. Felt like his brain got turned to paste. Blood gushed from his nose and mouth. He passed out cold. Senior brother. Brother phone. Let go of my senior brother. The noise rang out around him. Lu Ding raised a finger to his lips. Shoo. Too noisy. Annoying to listen to. Now, thanks to him, you've only got an hour and a half to move your stuff. Anyone still here after that will be charged with obstruction of duty. You people are going too far. A woman's voice rang out. Lu Ding turned toward the sound. An old man in white and a woman in green robes approached. The one who'd spoken earlier was the woman. Hearing her words, Lu Ding found it kind of funny. Behind him, Heman stepped up a few paces to stand beside Lu Ding. This is how we do things, he said. Lu Ding spread his hands. What you just said goes for me too. If you're unhappy, feel free to attack me. If you've got complaints, feel free to report me. The contract's black and white right here. The money, you took it. The signature, you gave it. Now the land is ours. The building is ours. Giving you an hour and a half is already me being generous. You? The woman in green was about to speak again. The old man beside her stopped her. He had already seen that these two were acting with complete confidence. They must have come fully prepared. He chuckled as he spoke. Investigator, isn't an hour and a half a bit short? We might not be able to move everything. Can't move it all? Lu Ding repeated the words, then replied. What's it got to do with me? You signed the contract ages ago. What were you doing until now? And if you still got time to stand here and chat, but not enough to move, you're moving it today, whether you can or not. This whole delay tactic doesn't work on Lu Ding. You had plenty of time before. Now you want to tell me you can't make it? The old man's expression soured. Standing beside him, Nie Fei couldn't hold back any longer. You're going too far. Lu Ding frowned. Is this woman brain damaged? He's the one going too far? He didn't jack up the price. He didn't try to snatch anyone's ID. Where exactly is he going too far? All right, you price-hiking squatter, shut your mouth. Say one more word to me, and I guarantee you'll be lying on the ground just like him. Lu Ding pointed at the unconscious Jiaoyu. Nie Fei, at least, had a bit of sense. The old man's expression shifted a few times before speaking. Investigator, are you sure you want to handle things like this? Lu Ding looked up slightly. I'm sure. So what are you going to do? The old man didn't say anything more. All right then. We won't need an hour and a half. We'll leave right away. Old age brings caution and experience. Going head-to-head with 749 wasn't realistic. All they'd wanted was a price hike. But now that someone from 749 had shown up and made their stance clear, if they kept pushing, it'd just look like they were slapping 749 in the face. In the old man's mind, he didn't believe Lu Ding and Heman could really handle the big ghost in the thatched hut and the 1,000 corpses honoring the king formation. After all, even the director of Minshan City's 749 substation couldn't handle it. And these two young guys? Sometimes backing down wasn't a bad move. Let them try. If they succeed, they get their 10 billion. If they fail, the funeral home could keep jacking up the price. Either way, it's a win. The old man understood that, and he could keep his emotions in check. But Nie Fei, who went to help up Jiaoyu, apparently forgot what Lu Ding had just said. She helped Jiaoyu up. Seeing her junior brother in such a miserable state, Nie Fei's anger rose. She shot Lu Ding a glare and coldly snorted. This isn't over between us. You better handle this situation properly, or else. Hearing that, Lu Ding immediately turned around, his hand forming a claw, and grabbed Nie Fei in one swift motion. It happened so fast, no one could react. No one expected him to suddenly strike. The green-robed figure was lifted up, then slammed hard onto the ground. Boom! The floor tiles cracked apart. Seeing her passed out among shattered stone and rubble, Lu Ding looked down coldly. I already told you, if you said one more word, I'd make you just like him. Xiaofei, the old man shouted loudly. All his years of experience, all his composure and age, all gone in that instant. He only had this one granddaughter, and now, seeing her beaten in front of him, Nie Huasheng couldn't hold back any longer. His cultivation flared, pressure soared. Get out of my sight. The old man channeled his qi through both palms, green energy flowing, forming imagery of towering mountains, lush and verdant. He struck. Lu Ding raised his palm in response. Boom! Palm met palm. Visible shock waves rippled out. Lu Ding raised an eyebrow, surprised. This old guy's physical strength was impressive. Among all the cultivators of Qi he'd fought, this old man's physical body was the toughest. If Lu Ding hadn't obtained the heart pump carnal Qi method and had only relied on his original bare strength, he might have actually lost in a brawl. But now, assaulting a 749 investigator? Old man, you're finished. Lu Ding powered up a second time. Step forward. The old man was forced back step by step, the stone beneath his feet shattering, his face flushed red. What a pity. You're only in the Divine Palace realm. If you were at the Ximing realm, with that body of yours, maybe you'd actually make me take a fight seriously. yes. A suppressed breath was stuck in his chest. Nia Huaxing couldn't speak, afraid that exhaling would weaken the force holding his physical power together. But he wanted to yell, only Divine Palace realm? Aren't you also Divine Palace realm? Just now, in that brief clash, Nia Huaxing had already sensed it. Lu Ding was also in the Divine Palace realm. He was deeply shocked. His own cultivation method was highly specialized, meant to extend life. The longer he lived, the stronger he became. It didn't rely on natural lifespan. Instead, it grew physical power, talent, and cultivation over time. He'd started training at 30. Now he was 75. 45 years of cultivation to reach this strength, only to be dismissed in a single palm by a young man who looked no older than 20. Sure, the technique was slow by nature. It took time. But he'd endured 45 years and then got crushed by someone in their 20s. Nia Huaxing felt a surge of jealous rage. His eyes bloodshot. His aura shifted from balanced and life-filled to violent and corrupt, steeped in demonic intent. Seeing this, Lu Ding pulled his hand back, opened an acupoint along the dragon vein of his spine. Boom! Black-red halos flared. He drew back his fist, ready to strike. Nia Huaxing saw this, and without thinking, instantly retreated. Then, from the sky, a stone steel dropped. Boom! Massive characters engraved on it. Sure Gondang. The crushing force slammed Nia Huaxing flat to the ground, unable to move. The demonic look in his eyes faded. He looked up and, in utter disbelief, shouted, "Weren't you about to punch me? I can't cast spells while prepping a punch." Lu Ding shot back. Nia Huaxing froze. His face turned purple from the pressure. His sense of logic shattered. He thought Lu Ding was winding up for a blow. The pressure was overwhelming. He didn't dare take it head-on, so he tried to dodge. And then, that punch never came. Instead, a stone steel came crashing down. When did he even form a seal? Being defeated didn't bother Nia Huaxing. At his age, he'd been beaten plenty. But being defeated like this, he was about to explode from anger. Lost in confusion, he instinctively asked, "When did you form the hand seal?" Baiheman answered for Lu Ding. "Hand seal? He never forms them. If he's happy, he shouts it out and it comes. If he's not, he just thinks it and it shows up." Now, Nia Huaxing finally understood. He'd been played. "Ah, you brat, do you dare let me up?" As he yelled, blood vessels in his eyes burst red. He was about to descend into demonic transformation again. But just as that began, Lu Ding stepped up and stomped right on the exposed head under the steel. Crushed those red-streaked eyes right out. Demonic transformation. Stomp. Blackening. Stomp. Get up. Stomp. One word, one stomp. A few stomps later, the old man stopped shouting. He looked pitiful, sure, but his vitality was still strong. Lu Ding paused and looked down at the half-unconscious old man. There we go. Now it feels right. Just now, when the old guy started going into demon mode, Lu Ding was briefly surprised, but only for a moment. Then it hit him. They always say going white makes you weaker, blackening makes you 10 times stronger. But there's a condition. You need pre-cast time. If you need to charge up in front of Lu Ding, isn't that just asking for a beatdown? His spells had no charge time, instant cast. as Washing's blood seeped into the ground. The earth shook, and at the center of the funeral home, the thatched hut suddenly sprouted limbs and climbed out of the ground, leaving a pit behind. Dark energy spread. Raylarg, it let out a sky-shaking roar. Lu Ding turned to Bahiman. Let him watch. Bahiman stepped forward, crouched, and grabbed Washing by the hair, forcing him to look at the big ghost in the thatched hut that had just crawled up. This is the confidence you use to hike the price, huh? Facing Bahiman's words, Washing gave a miserable smile. Cough. Arrogant brat. You'll regret this. If only. Smack. Bahiman slapped him across the face. I asked if that was your source of confidence. Just answer yes or no. Why are you talking so much crap? Washing spat blood. So what if it is? Bahiman's face twisted into a wicked smile. Then watch how your confidence gets destroyed. He turned his head and saw Lu Ding's black-red halos blazing. As his acupoints opened, carnal chi erupted like smoke into the heavens. A deafening shockwave rolled out. Lu Ding pulled back his fist. The space around his body twisted like it was being pulled, drawing back the fist like a bow, releasing it like an arrow. He punched. Boom! In broad daylight. It was even clearer to see. Black-red carnal chi spiraled out, a sin dragon twisting through the sky. Gales howled across the land. The black-red glow washed out all other colors, flickering like a glitched screen. In a single flash, the building shattered, the ground cracked open. Chunks of stone and dirt, some meters wide, others tens of meters, burst forth, forming a nearly kilometer-long, 100-meter-wide scar where the sin dragon had barreled through. The big ghost in the thatched hut, which had just appeared and was roaring madly, was instantly obliterated by the sin dragon, shattered into dust, blown across the sky. Didn't even have time to scream. Gone. The old man stared in a daze. Lu Ding turned to look at him. Old man, half your confidence is gone. What does it mean to kill the body and crush the soul? This is exactly what that means. The big ghost in the thatched hut that the old man had pinned his hopes on, it popped out for a second and got obliterated. And it was a one-shot kill. That was a huge big ghost in the thatched hut. Washing really couldn't figure out. How could someone this young have that kind of power? And why would someone like that show up in a small place like Minshan City? There's nothing valuable here. Did he come just to deal with our clan's funeral home? You could have just said so. If I'd known someone like him was coming, why would I try to hike the price? That big ghost in the thatched hut would have been great for guarding the funeral home. No? Now it's just gone. Not even a scrap left. I got beat up, my disciple got beat up, and even my granddaughter got beat up. Was that really necessary? Using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. It's not like we were being uncooperative. At this moment, Huaqing was on the verge of tears. Off to the side, Lu Ding was checking the reward dropped by the big ghost in the thatched hut. Contained creature, big ghost in the thatched hut. Containment reward, corpse roasting execution. Corpse roasting execution. Set up bronze pillars in the hall of fire and perform the roasting punishment. Corpse roasting execution. Lu Ding looked at those 4 characters, feeling kind of weird inside. Why are all his techniques just so villain-coded? Then he looked again at the words big ghost in the thatched hut. Both Miscellaneous Tales of the Strange and Biopussy have recorded this type of creature. In particular, regarding the corpse roasting part. Near the end of the Shang dynasty, the people resented King Zhou, and the feudal lords rebelled against him. In his fury, King Zhou imposed severe punishments, including the corpse roasting execution. This punishment later spread to various small nations, adapted into new forms. In those lands, unable to afford grand halls, they erected thatched huts with a pillar inside. Those deemed guilty were tied to the pillar, thrown into coals, and burned alive. Fire ignited the hut, burning away the sin, the straw representing the person's worthlessness, with graven S. Basically, near the end of the Shang dynasty, people hated King Zhou, and the nobles revolted. King Zhou got mad, amped up the punishments, and came up with the corpse roasting execution. Huge iron pillars were heated red hot. If someone stirred up trouble, they got tied to one. Later, this method spread to a few barbaric little states. They copied it. But they couldn't afford fancy palaces, so they used thatched huts instead and stuck a pillar inside. They said people who committed crimes didn't deserve execution in a proper palace. From the moment they sinned, their status and lives were as worthless as straw. So they tied the person to the post in the straw hut and lit it up. The whole hut and the person burned together. Over time, the foundation of these charred huts was rebuilt again and again. Each time, another criminal was burned, usually high-status offenders. Ordinary people weren't even worthy of such punishment. Eventually, all the resentment and hatred soaked into these huts, and they turned into big ghosts in the thatched hut. Of course, there are other versions of the story, but they don't have anything to do with corpse roasting. Back to the present. Yeah, this doesn't sound like a good guy's technique, but it's not like Lu Ding said he didn't like it. This move, when used, must be seriously badass. He figured he'd test it on the Corpse King in the 1,000 corpses honoring the king formation. Suddenly, Nia Huaxing's voice broke Lu Ding's train of thought. Investigator, sir, I can help you break the 1,000 corpses honoring the king formation. We can— Shut him up. Lu Ding was annoyed just hearing him. Do I need your help? Who asked you? What a joke. If the formation's broken, where's Lu Ding gonna find a test subject for corpse roasting execution? You want me to try it out on your crusty old bones? Nia Huaxing got cut off and was pissed. Things had gotten to this point, and even an old man like him could tell. This 1,000 corpses honoring the king formation wasn't going to pose the slightest problem for the young man in front of him. That terrifying power could level the entire funeral home. 1,000 corpses formation? Probably just a one-punch thing. So Nia Huaxing was desperate to show his usefulness, to maybe earn some forgiveness. But Lu Ding didn't even listen. Bai Heman, that one-track-minded guy, heard Lu Ding's words and didn't think twice. He raised his hand, formed a blade from corpse chi, and chopped. One stroke, head flying. Lu Ding turned his head and looked. Bai Heman. Lu Ding's expression was helpless. Never mind. Whatever. He's dead. Nothing else to say. He deserved it anyway. He dared lay a hand on a 749 investigator. That's no minor offense. If Lu Ding had only been an ordinary station investigator, that palm strike earlier would have either crippled or killed him. Here, just as Lu Ding set his sights on the Corpse King. Over there, Yunmeng, the Yu family, a waterborne noble clan. Their ancestors used to fish, but one day stumbled upon a manual called Golden-Eyed Water Avoidance Technique. Coupled with their natural talent, the gears of fate began to turn. A new star among Yunming's cultivator of Qi clans began to rise. They grew and grew. Until today, the family boasts over 1,000 members. But in the current generation, only 4 direct descendants. 2 boys, 2 girls. The youngest, Yu Chun, is a well-known playboy in Yunmeng, though playboy sounds better than the word wastrel. Right now, Yu Chun was admiring flowers and teasing birds. A maid in a maid outfit came hurrying over. Before she even got close, his nose twitched. He deliberately took a deep breath, making a noise. Smells amazing. Gotta be Xiang. Come over here and let young master get a good sniff. Oh, come on. Young master, stop fooling around. There's news from the Min clan funeral home. Some 749 investigators showed up, demanding a forced demolition. Yuchen didn't react at first, so demolish it then. They signed a contract and took the money. It's supposed to be torn down, but the guy who went there injured Nia Qingfei and killed Nia Huaxing. At that, the smile disappeared from the young man's face. His aura shifted. Gone was the usual spoiled brat. His deep, magnetic voice asked, "He hurt the one I had my eye on?" Bold of him. He's not local, is he? No way local 749 could handle the big ghost or the 1,000 corpses formation. Must have come from the provincial level 749 bureau. Any idea who it is? Got a photo. Xiang saw how serious Yuchen looked. Her smile never left her face. This is the young master she liked best. The whole playboy image? Just a disguise. Xiang shook her head. No idea. The intel came from one of your spies at the funeral home, Lil Chi. I asked him those questions too, but he hasn't gotten back to me. Yu-Chin stood up and brushed the creases out of his robe. Well, in that case, I'm not going. What if this person's someone serious? Then his tone shifted, but he dared lay hands on someone I had my eye on. I gotta weigh him, see if he measures up. Go tell old Shui to take a trip to the Min clan funeral home and get an explanation. But remember, adjust the attitude based on who he's dealing with. If it's someone we can't mess with, play nice. Say some nice things and bring Fei back. If it's someone we can mess with, then teach him a lesson. However he hit him back the same way. Make sure we're in the right. Don't give anyone grounds for gossip, and whatever you do, don't kill the investigator. While Yu-Chan was giving instructions, back over at the Min clan funeral home, Lu Ding had changed spots. He was standing on someone holding a phone. He tapped the screen to unlock it, leaned down, and said, "Taking secret photos of me? Come on, unlock it. Let me see." Turns out, just a few moments ago, Lu Ding had been about to head toward the Thousand Corpses formation. Suddenly, a blinding white light flashed. In the crowd, a totally average-looking teenager was holding up his phone, sneakily snapping pics of him. If you want to take secret photos, fine. But why leave the flash on? Got yourself caught, huh? Lu Ding blinked over and, smack, pin on the spot. A flash of panic passed through the boy's eyes. He had just watched this guy. One move took out senior brother Jiao, another flipped senior sister Nya, and then he even suppressed their master. What he wanted to say was, "This is my phone. I have the right not to show you." But what came out instead was, Password is 9527. Lu Ding tapped the phone, swiped open the messaging app. As the chat history scrolled, the name, Yu-Chun, jumped into his view. The circle of cultivators of Qi isn't exactly small, but it's not huge either. This was Yunmeng. Lu Ding had always operated in Yunhai before. He'd never paid special attention to things here, so naturally he had no idea that this Yu-Chun was the famous rich brat of the Yu family in Yunmeng. But reading through the chat, Lu Ding got the gist. This Yu-Chun was a direct descendant of the Yu family, one of the only two male heirs. At a Yunmeng cultivators gathering, the still dizzy Nye Qingfei had apparently met Yu-Chun by chance. Maybe it was his looks, or something else, but Yu-Chun had been seriously taken with her. At least, that's what the chat log said. After that, Yu-Chun started dragging this Xiao Liuzi around to eat, drink, and party, and had him keep an eye on Nye Qingfei, make sure no other guys got close. He was to report back immediately if anything happened. Pretty much sums it up. And just now, this Xiao Liuzi had been reporting to Yu-Chun and tried to sneak a photo of Lu Ding to send over. Too bad he left the flash on. Dumb as hell. So dumb Lu Ding couldn't even be bothered to roast him. Seeing Lu Ding had probably seen enough, Xiao Liuzi asked quietly, "See, can I go now?" "Go. You secretly photographed a 749 investigator on duty, and you want to go. Sit tight. When the local Minshan city station gets here, you're going in for a month. Memorize the cultivators of Qi management code real good. No need to kill him. He was just trying to sneak a pic, barely even a full-fledged lackey. Didn't actually do anything evil, so some discipline should be enough." Just as they were talking, speak of the devil, and he appears. A figure swept in, tall as a mountain, with a gleaming bald head that reflected sunlight. The newcomer was none other than the station chief of Minshan City's 749 Bureau, Rin Tong. "Ha! Finally caught you guys. I'm Rin Tong. You must be the legendary duo, Lu Ding the corpse-shattering Tai Shui from Yunhai, and by Heman, the pilgrim of Futuo." Loud and bold, that was Lu Ding's first impression of this station chief. He stepped up to shake hands. "Chief Run, nice to meet you." As for Bai Heman, man of few words, a nod was his greeting. When Rin Tong clasped Lu Ding's hand, his eyes casually scanned the whole scene. Noticing Nye Huaxing's corpse split in two, he glanced at Lu Ding first, but finally settled his gaze on Bai Heman. Based on the intel, Lu Ding probably hadn't done it. If it were Lu Ding, it wouldn't have stopped at just a decapitation. More likely Bai Heman's doing. Thinking that, his eyes moved to where the big ghost in the thatched hut used to be. Now, there was just wreckage and traces of devastation that stretched nearly a kilometer. Seeing this, A clear expression of shock spread across Rin Tong's face. That must have been Lu Ding's work. According to Bureau records, whenever he acted, the collateral damage tended to be significant. But that was fine. This place was scheduled for demolition anyway. As for the Nya washing issue, Rin Tong believed Lu Ding would explain. Just as he thought that, Lu Ding spoke. Chief Rin, let's sync the body cam footage later. That guy assaulted an investigator. Ha ha ha. Sure thing. Thank you, Investigator Lu, for supporting my work. Just one meeting, and Rin Tong's favorability toward Lu Ding's shot through the roof. Coming out of the advanced training facility basically made you a special agent. If he showed you the body cam, that was giving you face. If he didn't, well, that was just protocol, since Lu Ding's footage would be reviewed by HQ anyway. Showing it now just made Rin Tong's job easier. Saves a ton of red tape. Gotta work together, right? Now that you're here, I'll go handle the 1,000 corpses honoring the King Formation. Rin Tong turned to the investigators who had just arrived and ordered, maintain order and lock down the scene. Then he turned back to Lu Ding. Investigator Lu, I'll go with you. If anything comes up, I can help. I know this area well. Anything you need, just ask. Also, your situation's been causing a stir in Yunmeng lately. That caught Lu Ding's interest. His situation was basically just beating up Lan Mingli last time and asking him to hype things up. Lu Ding asked, how big of a stir are we talking? He was curious how Lan Mingli had pitched him. It was normal for the folks at the funeral home not to know, but for the 749 station chief to know, that made sense. Right now, the bottom 5 spots on the Prodigy ranking have stopped showing up. They know they can't beat you. Only the top few are still out and about, and they've put out the word that if you come to Yunmeng, anytime, any place, you can name it. But there's one condition. This thick-browed guy was even trying to be mysterious now. Lu Ding played along, giving him the cue. Oh, what's the condition? You're not allowed to power up before releasing your slash, ha. Rin Tong cracked up as he spoke. Lu Ding laughed too. So they were all just afraid of his path of Jin Shay, huh? Well, fair enough. That was what made him famous. His signature move should be respected. But if he had to power up just to fight them, that would honestly be embarrassing. First time I've heard of a duel where you're not allowed to use certain techniques. Rin Tong added. Lu Ding followed up. Don't their rules say you're not supposed to kill anyone? Ha, that's true. That thing of yours goes off once, and even someone in the Si-Ming realm can't tank it. If it hit them, they'd be ruined, ha. Rin Tong laughed for no reason. As ridiculous as it sounded. He also felt that if this was about comparing skill and not a fight to the death, then yeah, maybe Lu Ding shouldn't use that technique. Not that he was siding against his fellow 749 heirs. It was just something about it felt unfair. Once Lu Ding used that move, it really was like an adult beating up a kid. Unbalanced. Of course, that was all before seeing the aftermath on the ground. Now that Rin Tong had seen that scorched, shattered terrain, he was certain that this wasn't the result of Lu Ding's famous slash. So, they said no slashing. But they didn't say he couldn't use this. Still ends up an adult beating a child. D***MN. Why is the gap between people so freaking huge? Rin Tong kept giving Lu Ding curious glances. It's fine. I won't use it. Lu Ding agreed. No need for the path of Jin Shay. He had plenty of other tricks. He was there to earn rewards off them. Their little request wasn't unreasonable, especially since that move was deadly. Even a lighter hit would leave people missing arms or legs. Besides, agreeing to this condition also gave him some leverage. I've already agreed to your terms. Surely you're not going to back out now? If they still dared go back on their word, the entire cultivator of Qi community in the Great Han would probably blacklist Yunmeng. Even the kids' table wouldn't let them sit. They'd have to eat with the dogs. As they talked, the two of them headed toward the location of the 1,000 corpses honoring the King Formation. Originally, the wild graveyard where the formation was located was separated from the funeral home by a small hill. But just now, with that one punch from Lu Ding, not only was half the funeral home blown to rubble, even the little hill vanished. So now it was a straight walk, several hundred meters across flat ground. Looking down ahead, It was a wild expanse of solitary graves, a desolate field for miles. That was where the 1,000 corpses honoring the king formation was. And this was still morning. The sun was already up, yet standing outside the graveyard, the wind was sharp and cutting, making one shiver to the bone. That alone hinted at the danger lurking within. If it's like this in broad daylight by nighttime, any living person who went in would never come out. Rin Tong spoke beside him. This place always had a bit of a reputation, but it was never this bad. We had no idea there was 1,000 corpses honoring the king formation here. It was completely hidden. We just wanted to check it out. That's a funny thing. It can be good, it can be awful. Straight as an arrow, we walked right into the corpse king's tomb. Yeah, luck's impossible to pin down. Good luck. You find the corpse king's tomb. Bad luck. In a place this big, and you just so happen to stumble into a hidden tomb? Lu Ding said. Makes sense. Feng Shui has both visible and hidden layers. The visible ones stand out immediately. The hidden ones stay dormant, then shock everyone when they awaken. Ain't that the truth? Rintong gestured as he talked. When we got to that place, the ground was smoking. I mean actual smoke, the kind even ordinary folks could see with the naked eye. I'm the station chief of Minshan City, 749. Of course, I thought something was off. I took a shovel and dug at it a few times. You used a shovel? Lu Ding interjected. Of course. Blasting it open would have been out of line. Everyone's got ancestors buried somewhere. You gotta follow procedure. Instantly obvious, this was a man of principle. Rin Tong continued. I jabbed the shovel down. Clank, clank, clang. The dirt shook my arms full of ice crystals, and the iron shovel snapped clean off. I was like, what the hell? New. Now, that's interesting. Rin Tong clapped his hands. Then the thing started hissing out cold air, real whoosh, 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 and thank heavens I was the one who did it. If I'd sent a subordinate, they'd have frozen stiff right there. As he spoke, Rin Tong even took off his shoes and socks, showing a blackish blue toe, serious frostbite. With his realm and cultivation, for it to get this bad, a regular investigator would have been done for. But it also showed what kind of chief he was, hands-on and not afraid to get dirty. Can you imagine how terrifying the corpse king underneath must be? I still can't figure out what the HL this 1,000 corpses formation is honoring. What the HL did they dig up that even has attributes? That caught Lu Ding's attention. Oh, a rare one. An elemental attribute, Corpse King. And it's ice. Not something you see often. Corpses come in many forms. Miscellaneous tales, various records list dozens or even hundreds. The common types are zombie, blood corpse, ink corpse, flesh corpse, awakened corpse. The rarer ones include armored corpse, stone corpse, fighting corpse, vegetable corpse, silk corpse, and on and on. Among those, attribute-bearing ones are extremely rare. Hamba is one, scorches 1,000 miles red. Other than that, there's the fighting corpse, aggressive and combative. The type of guy who was naturally gifted in life and just couldn't stay put in death. Lu Ding mused aloud. This one's probably a fighting corpse. But even among fighting corpses, there are subtypes: spell corpse, spirit corpse, absolute corpse. So we'll need to take a closer look. He'd been saying the word corpse so much he was starting to forget what it looked like. But no matter the type, one thing was clear. Whatever was down there, it wasn't a pushover. Rin Tong nodded. I'll lead the way. Suddenly he stopped. Lu Ding asked, what's wrong? Rin Tong looked contemplative. So, a spell-using fighting corpse? Would that be a spell fighter? Ah ha ha ha. Lu Ding was done. He'd been feeling all serious about this terrifying thing underground. And then Rin Tong goes and says that. All Lu Ding could picture was the 1,000 corpses formation honoring a French bulldog, a spell fighter. What's so funny? Baiheman didn't get it. After all, French bulldogs didn't exist in this world. Lu Ding shook his head. Nothing. Just thought of something amusing. As he spoke, he began slowly rising into the air. Arcane markings shimmered across his face, spreading over his entire body. As his aura surged outward, Lu Ding used the calmest tone to say the most ruthless words. Chief Ren, point me to the Corpse King's direction. No need for all that nonsense. If the direction's right, just blast it. If he can win, he'll crush it directly. If not, Lu Ding and the others will retreat. He can fly after all, and it's broad daylight. No way that thing underground would dare come up and fight under the blazing sun. Worst case, he just pisses it off. Lu Ding flies in the sky. It tunnels underground to chase him. If it comes to that, totally fine. Lu Ding will just fly straight to the nearest provincial level 749 Bureau HQ. Let chase. If it doesn't, he'll be back and forth multiple times before the day's over. In and out in under 2 hours. Then it's time to bring in the big guns. They wouldn't even need to dig drainage ditches. Once the big shots from the provincial bureau arrive, and with no civilians around, they can go all out. Probably blast a whole river into existence. Rin Tong heard Lu Ding's words and more or less figured out what he planned to do. Before, they'd followed procedure because they thought it was just a normal grave. No threat. Just move it. Now with the Corpse King involved, it was a whole different story. Rin Tong raised his hand and pointed toward the Corpse King's tomb in the graveyard. He hadn't even finished lining up the aim. Boom! A fierce blast carved a grotesque scar across a kilometer. Wild graves, lonely tombs, monsters, ghouls, all blown to pieces. A huge number of colorless crystal shards got logged. Rin Tong gulped. Actually, you might want to shift a little more to the SID. Boom! Another earth-shattering punch went flying. That the right spot now? As Lu Ding asked, Rin Tong nodded mechanically. Next second, Lu Ding shot off through the air. Then boom, boom, boom. Rin Tong's brain practically short-circuited watching it all. Something felt off. He subconsciously followed after him, turning to talk to the mostly silent.He. Is he always like this when he works? He replied calmly. What's wrong with it? Tut, it's not wrong, it's just, isn't it supposed to be? First go in and scout the area, then get the lay of the land, and finally make your move? That's how they used to do things, procedure, process, ingrained thinking. He didn't get it. Why walk if you can fly? Rin Tong, that actually makes sense. Didn't you just point over there? So that's the spot, right? Rin Tong, yeah, that makes sense too. Shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, isn't it? Lu Ding blasts forward, we walk there. Fast and safe. Rin Tong, that also F********* ing makes sense. Once we're there, just fight. If we can win, we fight. If we can't, we run. There's no civilians around anyway. Rin Tong said nothing. Yeah, that's accurate, but damn, it was just so straightforward. He couldn't quite adjust. Felt like watching a digital screen full of coordinates. Tap a spot, missile launches, boom, mission done. Everything happened so fast, it was like it never even happened. Unreal. They used to talk about tactical maneuvering. Now what tactics? Just blow it up. That one sentence, no civilians present, completely unleashed Lu Ding. I'm not waiting for you anymore. You're so slow. At this rate, we'll see him coming back before we even get there. He said that and immediately sped up, rushing toward the sounds of increasingly distant explosions. Rin Tong froze. Was he just looked down on? Sure, Lu Ding can fly. Can't expect to outrun him. But you? I can definitely outrun you, right? No way you can fly. The thought had barely formed. He turned into a ghostly light, skimming just above the ground. Station Chief, run. Never mind then. Guess I'll just follow the trail of destruction Lu Ding left behind. Up ahead, Lu Ding was blasting his way forward, momentum fierce and overwhelming. Graves blocked the path, cold air surged everywhere. Grass and trees froze solid, ground turned to permafrost. No need to explore or analyze anything. No need to confirm if this was the so-called Corpse King's tomb. Raise a hand, pull back a punch, spinal apertures opened, aura blazing bright. From 100 meters up, Lu Ding gathered strength in both fists. Then slammed down. Boom! Under the terrifying force and spiritual energy, the earth exploded, frost-crusted dirt shattered inch by inch. Grave mounds flipped, mountain rock cracked open. A hideous frost-covered face stared up at Lu Ding from beneath the ruptured ground. A twisted grin spread across its face. Its lips moved soundlessly, but sharp ice spikes pierced through the cracks, extending up to the surface, forming pillars of ice that shot skyward. Lu Ding flipped and leapt back into the sky. From beneath the crevice, a cold wind blew, carrying a shrill, wailing voice. "What year is it tonight? You're seriously singing right now?" At that point, Lu Ding was almost certain this thing was a spell corpse, vicious to the core and capable of casting spells. He dove from the sky again, like a cannonball, smashing straight into the ground. Boom! With that impact, several hundred meters of earth cracked like panels and tiles, lifted from the ground by sheer force. The true form of the spell corpse was revealed. Clad in tattered armor, bare from the waist down, it raised a hand and condensed ice into a dome it hadn't even finished saying damn. The chunks of raised earth shattered instantly. Lu Ding's fist, veined with black-red patterns, broke through more than just the rock. It smashed right into its face. Crack! A fracture split the spell corpse's face. The massive impact sent it tumbling. It swung a skinny leg at Lu Ding, the purple claws on its foot aiming straight for his temple. Lu Ding raised his arm to block. The spell corpse was sent flying. Lu Ding turned to glance at the spot on his arm where he'd blocked. Smoke was sizzling from it, and his clothes had been completely corroded. But his skin? Not a scratch. The spell corpse stumbled and tumbled away, its ice dome shattered. Sunlight blasted through, melting its flesh inch by inch. It stood up without flinching, twisted its mangled neck back into place, face blank, tongue red and sharp, licking its cracked lips. "You really don't like to talk, huh?" As he spoke, the tongue gathered white particles, firing a beam of light straight at Lu Ding. Lu Ding didn't move, just tilted his head slightly. The light beam pierced 1,000 meters into the distance. A massive explosion followed, smoke towering 100 meters into the air. The fact that he could dodge that. The spell corpse's eyes showed a flash of shock. But then it tilted its head and looked at Lu Ding. In his eyes, it saw excitement. It couldn't understand. "You seem excited?" "Of course I'm excited. That move you just used, I freaking love it." That ranged attack, no precast delay, huge power. If Lu Ding weren't used to doing this kind of thing himself, and therefore always on guard, he might not have dodged that in time. "You love my ability." For some reason, the spell corpse suddenly felt a chill down its spine. Usually it was the one creeping others out. But today, something was off. "Goodbye," it shouted, and dove straight into the ground. No way it was sticking around. It was out of here. This guy sounded off. More like a monster than it was. Just as it burrowed down, the earth rumbled violently. The temperature spiked instantly. In a flash of shimmering light, a bronze palace burst from the ground. At its center, a thick bronze pillar stood tall amid burning coals. The spell corpse, which had just started tunneling, now found itself tied to that pillar, struggling desperately. What the hell kind of spell is this? Lu Ding floated over, eyes gleaming with analysis and curiosity. So this was corpse roasting execution, huh? As long as the area and target were locked, even if it tried to burrow away, it still got dragged back and tied up. That kick earlier, Lu Ding had already gotten a good sense of how strong this thing was. Not bad at all. But now that very same monster was tied to a bronze post, completely helpless. Feeling his intense gaze, the spell corpse struggled harder and harder, panic spreading in its mind. It saw something in this man's eyes, something you rarely see in humans. The look a predator gives when it's not even hungry yet, just toying with its prey. That used to be its favorite expression. It always looked like that while torturing cultivators of chi. But today, roles were reversed. It had become the prey. "Let's talk. We can talk this out. I mean, I used to be human too, right? If you let me go, I'll repay you." Lu Ding's smile widened. "Repay me? Then unleash that move you just used. That'll be your best thank you." He raised his hand and formed a spell seal. Wind fanned the flames. Inch by inch, the bronze pillar turned red hot. The unpleasant sound of sizzling flesh rang out, like juicy meat slices falling onto a scalding grill. Ah! The human-like shriek soared with intensity. Lu Ding listened with a calm expression. He spoke with a questioning tone. What's this? Even a spell corpse can feel pain. Logically speaking, corpse-type monsters shouldn't feel pain, but now hearing it scream so miserably, Lu Ding was a little surprised. Under the assault of pain, flames erupted over the spell corpse's body, burning fiercely and turning it into charcoal. No matter how much cold air it released, it couldn't stop it in the slightest. Its jaws opened to an exaggerated degree, with muscle fibers clearly visible, trembling violently with each agonized scream. It had so much it wanted to say to Lu Ding, but it hurt too much, way too much. It hurt so bad it couldn't even get a word out, only scream and wail. But as Lu Ding listened to the cries, though his expression didn't change much, there was a bit more arrogant glee than before. What would it drop? Something ice-type? Or an attack like that instant cast one just now? Lu Ding couldn't help but feel a little excited. Not far away, two people witnessed the entire process with their own eyes, watching the spell corpse char into bits and the expression on Lu Ding's face. Rin Tong was deep in thought, while Baiheman said, "See, I told you we were late." They really were late. But Rin Tong wanted to say, "It's not that late though, probably not more than 5 minutes, right?" The Corpse King just got wasted like that. And what was with that slightly excited look on Lu Ding's face, plus that dead-on stare as the Corpse King was charred to death? Wait, this doesn't feel right. Even if it's a monster and deserves to die, that expression, it says way too much. Like watching a monster die a horrible death is something exciting or worth celebrating. This kind of mental state, Rin Tong didn't know how to put it into words. All he could say was, "Talented youth of Yunmeng, may fortune be with you. Thank goodness you're still human." Over here, the spell corpse's wails came to a stop. All that remained was scorched charcoal hanging on the bronze pillar. Contained creature, spell corpse. Containment reward, Chi devouring death ray. Chi devouring death ray condenses the traits of one's own chi, destroys the intruder's vitality. A smile finally appeared on Lu Ding's face. Even though nothing ice-related dropped, that move the spell corpse used just now did. He wasn't a greedy person. What's meant to come will come eventually. There are so many monsters in the world, it's not like they'll go extinct. Besides, ice-type techniques were usable for Lu Ding, but not as good as this one. Definitely not something like Absolute Zero or whatever. But let's be real, a move like Absolute Zero isn't something a spell corpse that got one shot could drop anyway. As more high-power techniques piled up, Lu Ding already imagined a future where he let enemies pick their death. Like flipping cards in a game. A scene like those finishing moves in games. Under looming dark clouds, the Sin Dragon spirals, blood winds, and rain dance wildly, flower petals swirling in the air, black-red veins crawling across him. Oh, Beta! With his Scholar Warrior sleeves flapping in the wind, Lu Ding opens his arms. Come, pick your way to die. That moment when enemies have to choose how they die, feeling fear of the unknown and the slow arrival of death. So stylish, so elegant. That feeling is like holding a full hand in poker with both jokers and declaring it pure sweetness. But for now, Lu Ding still had a long way to go before reaching. He still didn't know enough big hitter spells. Not enough. The bronze hall dissipated. With the spell corpse's death, the 1,000 corpses honoring the king formation began to fade. The ground shook, and dragon chi surged into the sky. Lu Ding raised a finger, spiritual energy stirring, a dark red light orb forming at his fingertip. Aimed at the sky, it fired silently. In that instant, it was as if all the light in the area had been drained away, the dark red hue staining the heavens and earth, reflecting off Lu Ding's face, giving him a wicked, untamed aura. His unrestrained smile under the black-red glow was utterly wild. They watched as the rising dragon chi in the sky was shattered. Lu Ding's smile lasted barely a second before vanishing. See **P. The dragon veins chi got blasted apart. What was he going to turn in for the mission? He quickly pulled out the purple skin gourd, channeled chi into it, and absorbed the shredded dragon chi from above. After storing it, Lu Ding held the gourd up, squinted with one eye, and peered inside. One fragment looked mostly intact. The other, piece it together and it'd work. Messed up as they were, at least it was still dragon vein chi. Good enough. The purple-skinned gourd turned back into a ring and slid onto Lu Ding's hand. He turned to look at where Bai Hemin and Rin Tong stood. At that moment, Rin Tong had his mouth slightly open, head tilted 45 degrees, staring at the sky where the dragon chi had flown. That attack, just now, even though the dragon chi used as a frame of reference was kind of weak. Still, what the hell? Divine Palace. Director Ren, tell your people to get ready for work. Lu Ding's voice snapped him out of the mental freeze caused by cognitive overload. Rin Tong came back to his senses. Sure. Lord Lu Taishui, based on your style, you'll probably head straight to Yunmeng, right? Well, look at that. Already changed the way he addresses him. According to 749 Bureau's hierarchy, Lu Ding's rank was technically below Rin Tong's. But Lu Ding came from an advanced training ground and was dispatched here as a special agent. So, in that context, they were equals. Still, after witnessing Lu Ding's consecutive moves, Rin Tong thought, equals? From a Bureau's view, yeah, we're the same rank. But from my perspective, nope, I don't even come close. More or less. Nothing left to do here. Hearing that, Rin Tong's smile wrinkled up his whole face. Lord Lu Taishui, since you're heading to Yunmeng, could I ask a small personal favor? I'm willing to offer 200 contribution points. 200 contribution points. That's a lot. Lu Ding was a bit tempted. Go ahead. Let me hear it first. It's like this. I have a daughter. She's in her senior year at Yunmeng number 5 high. Maybe because of my background, she's not getting along with the kids from those cultivator families. Yunmeng number 5, one of the top 3 elite high schools in Han Dynasty territory, with sky-high college entrance rates. Back when Lu Ding was still a regular person, he'd heard plenty of legends about Yunmeng number 5. Not getting along? Is she being bullied? Rin Tong's expression was a bit complicated. Not quite bullied, but she's been wronged. The main instigators are some juniors from the Ruan and Zhai families. They're careful about not crossing the line. As the director of Minshan City's 749 branch, it's hard for me to intervene. But if I act as a cultivator myself, it'd be seen as an adult picking on kids, and Yunmeng's their home turf. I did reach out to local investigators before, and it calmed down for a while, but it started again later. And I can't afford to go too hard. I know your style is a bit different from most others. At this point, Rin Tong's expression got a little awkward. He was embarrassed. So, could you maybe help me out? Rin Tong's tone picked up slightly. Then both the Ruan and Zhai families have top-ranked juniors on the Prodigy ranking. If you use that as the conflict point, it would still make sense, right? Plus you're young too, same generation as them. The nearly 2-meter-tall, bald man blushed bright red as he said all this. But he had no choice. Every family has its hard-to-read scriptures. Being the head of a 749 bureau station was a big deal, but it depends who you compare with. And you can't just use that identity to do whatever you want. People will talk, and it'll have consequences. Besides, Minshan City isn't even within Yunmeng's jurisdiction. It's on the edge. A lot of things, if they build up little by little, just become disgusting. Lu Ding could understand Rin Tong's frustration. When they're secretly isolating and targeting your daughter, there's really nothing you can do. In the dark, you'd love to tear them apart, but out in the open, it's not really a big enough thing. They didn't really do anything to your daughter. You can't even make it a formal case. So just like a toad squatting on your foot, not biting you, just disgusting. Listening to Rin Tong's words, Lu Ding got it. This was the helplessness of a father. So yeah, this could be done. 200 contribution points sounded fair. He'd been wondering which family to make an example of anyway. Now that it landed right in his lap, may as well start with the Zhai and Ruan families. Besides, Rin Tong wasn't playing any tricks. He laid it all out, to the point his bald head was turning red. All right, I'll take care of it for you, and I'll make sure it looks good, but odds are it'll just treat the symptoms, not the root. Why not just transfer her to another school? Rin Tong sighed. I thought about that, but the other schools are too far. I wouldn't feel at ease. Her mother's a 749 agent, too. We met early on, but she got into an accident during a mission, and I've stayed single since. If she transferred to another top school, the quality might not be the same. The distance is the main thing. She's a girl, 18 years old. I just can't rest easy. That was fair. 18 isn't that old, and it's her senior year of high school. Worrying was the right thing. But speaking of school, Lu Ding suddenly remembered. He was about to start school too. His school was one of the latest to begin the semester, but even then it was only a few days away. His advisor had been good to him. He'd have to give him a call soon. All right, say no more. I've got this. Send me those people's info and photos. I'll head over later. An easy job. Lu Ding already made up his mind. He'd play the part of a yellow-haired thug waiting outside school today. The best way to deal with this kind of people? Simple and direct. Beat them. Give them a few slaps. If they still don't back down, bring their family in. And beat them too. Usually when this kind of problem happens, not always, but most of the time, it's a family education issue. Tie them all up and beat some sense into them. They'll fall in line real quick. When Rin Tong heard Lu Ding agree, he immediately broke into a smile. The red on his bald head even faded. A complete face turn in a split second. Great, I'll send it right now. Lu Ding saw his face change and added, but Director Ren, let's agree on something first. I'm doing you a favor. I don't know what your daughter's like, but you know what I'm like. Don't coddle kids. And with a cute BS. Don't let her start throwing some spoiled princess tantrum in front of him. Because if she did, Lu Ding would definitely deal with that too. Rin Tong waved it off. Don't worry, she's not like that. With that assurance, Lu Ding felt at ease. Meanwhile, Director Run was getting ready to transfer the contribution points. 200 was a lot, but for his daughter, he felt it was worth it. Totally worth it. Suddenly, Rin Tong's expression changed. Just now, Lu Ding had pulled off such a massive display that he hadn't looked at his phone. Now he took a glance. Rin Tong said, Lu Taishui, someone from the Yu family. Yu Chun sent someone over, said they want to take Nye Ching Fei. Yu Chun? Lu Ding recalled the chat logs on Xiao Liuzi's phone from earlier. Came this fast. Let's go take a look. The three of them headed toward the funeral home. Inside the funeral home, the person Yu Chun sent was an old man who looked to be in his 60s. The moment he arrived, he was stunned by the marks left behind from Lu Ding's punch. The remnants of that battle, the feel of it, instantly made him take this seriously. As he was studying the pattern and trying to gauge the strength of its creator, a thunderous explosion boomed from the distance, pulling Shui Lao out of his thoughts. A dark red light stretched across the distant sky, shifting its colors. That move, it truly made him lower his Divine Palace realm head in humility. He didn't know who cast that move, but that wasn't important. What mattered was, whoever it was, someone here today was not to be messed with. And they were definitely from the 749 Bureau, because only 749 investigators were present here. The young master had told him, adjust your approach based on who you meet. He hadn't even seen the person yet, but Shui Lao already knew what kind of dish to serve. Sure enough, as three figures approached, two of them unfamiliar, Shui Lao smiled and greeted them. Ah, Director Ren, long time no see. You still look as radiant as ever. Must be hard work. Really, I appreciate all your efforts. And to these two investigators as well, thank you. I truly apologize for showing up like this today. Sorry to interrupt everyone's work. Please allow me to first apologize to Director Run. As the saying goes, no one hits a smiling face. Such polite attitude, one apology after another, even clasping his hands together every few sentences. And he was a Divine Palace powerhouse, too. He gave Rin Tong plenty of face. But this kind of face, Rin Tong knew, was all surface level. He'd probably been just as shocked by Lu Ding's battle as he had. Just playing it safe. If it had just been him here today, Shui Lao definitely wouldn't be this friendly. Rin Tong didn't say anything. He simply smiled and stepped to the side, leaving the stage to Lu Ding. That was a clear statement. Don't try to cozy up to me. We don't have that kind of relationship. The one in charge today is someone else. Shui Lao's gaze fell on Lu Ding. Unfamiliar. Didn't recognize him. Young. But he didn't underestimate him for that. Instead, he cautiously asked, I'm Shui sure. May I ask who you are? Lu Ding replied with a smile. I'm Lu Ding. I've got things to do later, so I'll skip the pleasantries. Let's be direct. You're not taking her. 749 has no such rule. And while you're at it, tell Yu-chan to get ready to report to the local 749. He's due for 2 months of remedial training on investigator conduct regulations. Shui Lao was momentarily confused. The young master was at home, wasn't he? Didn't do anything, right? He asked reflexively why. Lu Ding unlocked Xiao Liuzi's phone and tossed it over, displaying the chat log. See for yourself. He knew 749 was on duty and still had people secretly filming. Knowingly broke the law. 2 months sounds about right. Shui Lao's face didn't look too good. Reading the room was one thing. But Yu-chan was someone he'd watched grow up, his young master, and a junior too. If Yu-chan got sent to the 749 for 2 months of retraining over something like this, it'd be a huge embarrassment. Shui Lao knew Yu-chan was just lying low, keeping his strength hidden. Still, when the master is humiliated, the servant dies. The 749's investigator conduct regulations. Sure, those are the rules. But this matter? Could be big, could be small. Definitely not worth 2 months of retraining. The man in front of him was Lu Ding, and Shui Lao had heard of the name, corpse-shattering Tai Shui. It was exactly because of this that he hadn't lost his temper. Instead, he forced down the fire in his chest, tried to ease his tone, and said, Can we talk this out, Lord Lu, Tai Shui? Talk. Lu Ding's smile faded. Have I been too polite with you? The investigator conduct regulations. Those can be negotiated. Executing a mission as an investigator. It's okay to secretly film that. And who is he? Local 749 operations. He has to know. And now you're here to take someone? What? Is 749 working for him now? Shui Lao's face darkened. Tact was one thing, but a bottom line was a bottom line. This wasn't about reading the room anymore. This was about principles. If you really want to make this ugly, Lord Lu Tai Shui, I don't think you'd want your Yunming visit to go sideways either, right? Lu Ding laughed, pointed to his law enforcement recorder. Old man, threatening a 749 investigator, challenging cultivator law, don't move. Move, and it's resisting arrest. As he spoke, black-red particles swirled into Lu Ding's left eye, forming a black-red energy orb, radiating a bizarre and terrifying aura. That's right, Lu Ding was doing it on purpose. He wanted the old man to feel how terrifying this strike was. If he moved, resisting arrest. The consequences? Lu Ding would deal with it however he pleased. Oh yes, if he didn't move, he'd be injured and still end up in the 749 prison. Put simply, Lu Ding was forcing his hand. Otherwise, he'd have already struck with zero warning. Sure enough, as he felt the horrifying pressure, Shui Lao's face turned grim. Don't move? Like HL, he could stay still. Lu Ding struck, and Shui Lao dodged. The dark red energy orb smashed the ground 1,000 meters behind him. Boom! Shock waves roared, blasting up a cloud of dust. Shui Lao's heart sank. He turned to flee. This wasn't a fight worth taking. Lu Ding was way too aggressive. The situation wasn't in his favor. As long as he got back to Yunming, everything could be handled, spun, managed. But if he stayed here, his fate was anyone's guess. Yet just as he turned, the owner of those black-red eyes, face marked with eerie red patterns, twisted forward, fist drawn back. A grotesque Sindragon phantom curled around him, eyes swirling madly, sending chills through his bones. I told you not to move. He punched. Dust exploded. Shockwave ripples blew everything clear. Shui Lao instinctively channeled blue spiritual chi into his hands, guarding his chest. Bang! The punch landed solidly. An unbelievable force, hundreds of thousands of pounds, slammed into his arms. Bones cracked and shattered audibly. Shui Lao felt like he'd just been hit by a speeding train. His entire body went flying. Bang, bang, bang. Crash after crash echoed as his body tumbled across hundreds of meters, each impact kicking up clouds of dust, one after another. A dozen in total. That was Shui Lao getting smashed by Lu Ding's monstrous strength, slamming into the ground and remnants of the funeral home, each crash leaving a cloud behind. Cough! With a choking cough, Shui Lao finally stabilized himself. His landing carved out break marks dozens of meters long. The earth churned half a meter deep. He looked at his hands, twisted beyond recognition. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Shocked in his heart, what terrifying raw strength. Suddenly, danger surged in his chest. In the next instant, a dark red beam of light streaked toward him. Shui Lao quickly dodged. The beam exploded beside him, blasting him into a roll. His chest charred black, half his face scorched. No time to hesitate. He mobilized spiritual qi. His hands returned to a normal shape, but the injuries remained. Shui Lao formed a hand seal with his pinky's 3 joints, slamming it into the ground. In an instant, water surged. The ground turned into a swampy pool. Monstrous water beasts burst forth. Hundreds of them, all sizes, all terrifying. As the waves rippled, they charged at Lu Ding. Meanwhile, Shui Lao dragged his battered body and fled. Can't win, not even close. Lu Ding flew forward, crashing into the horde of water beasts. Slashes burst out wildly from around him, shredding and annihilating the monsters in his path. Wind roared behind him. Shui Lao formed another seal. The world froze. Raindrops fell. Once they hit the water, ripples would spread, and he could unleash one of his killing arts. 3,000 wave flaying art. But before the raindrops landed, a whip kick tore through the air. A single kick. Huh! The raindrops shattered in midair. Shui Lao's face twisted in horror. He turned to look. How did you get into the spell domain? Lu Ding answered with silence. Spell domain? Between heaven and earth. Lu Ding was at one with nature. All domains existed within heaven and earth. As long as the caster was weaker, their domain was a joke. Shui sure. Lu Ding called out. The old man had introduced himself earlier. Now it came in handy. As the name left Lu Ding's mouth, name-calling soul drop silently activated. Shui Lao's 3 souls and 7 spirits trembled, his mind dazed. Lu Ding closed in. He slapped downward, dragged Shui Sure along the ground for dozens of meters, leaving behind a deep, bloody trench. The dark red orb reformed in Lu Ding's eyes. You dare kill me? Boom! Shui Sure was obliterated in Lu Ding's hand. As always, Lu Ding only spoke after the fight, standing atop the corpse. This time was no different, threatening a 749 investigator and resisting arrest. If I don't kill you, I should give you a F***ing medal. Had the man not threatened him, Lu Ding wouldn't have been so decisive. But the guy basically said, if you dare make Yu-Chun go to retraining, watch your back in Yunmeng. He said that out loud, and he was Divine Palace realm. If Lu Ding didn't kill him now, what? Leave him to stir up trouble later? Ren Tong watched as Lu Ding beat down a Divine Palace cultivator the entire time. His heart had long gone numb. He even had a strange feeling. Maybe this was how it should be. Lu Ding clapped the dirt and blood off his hands, turned and said, Director Ren, trouble you to clean up a scene. Leaving already? Ren Tong snapped out of it. Yeah, before more trouble shows up. That fit Lu Ding's style perfectly. Ren Tong muttered to himself, then added, then please be careful. As far as I know, Yu-Chun isn't very favored in the Yu family. Shui Sure was the only Divine Palace cultivator by his side. Now that Shui Sure's dead, I doubt the Yu family will make a fuss, but whether Yu-Chun will, that's another story. He can do whatever the H***L he wants. If random people can threaten 749 investigators, I may as well quit the job. Lu, whoa. No need for that, no need. Ren Tong quickly said. If Lu Ding came all this way and ended up quitting, that would be a massive problem for him. Even if it was just talk, he couldn't let it slide. He had to smooth things over fast. So he quickly changed the subject. Lord Lu Tai Shui, how about I help pass some word along to Yunmeng? Just say you're heading there today. No need to make a big fuss out of it. Too high profile. Xiao Bai, and I will just head over quietly. If anything else comes up here, just message me. If anyone comes asking you for answers, tell them to come to me. And if they're stronger than Divine Palace Realm, make sure you tell me ahead of time, so I can run early. Lu Ding wasn't stupid. Above Divine Palace Realm was Earth Observer. No matter how cocky he got, he wouldn't dare take on Earth Observer. What was Earth Observer? The name of that realm came partly from the concept that heaven has celestial gods and Earth has terrestrial deities. These corresponded to Earth Observer and Heaven Observer realms, those who patrol heaven and Earth, basically brushing up against the divine. That's not something a human could stand against. Lu Ding wasn't dealing with that. Better to run early. Rintong heard that and cracked a smile. Lu Ding was terrifyingly powerful. He'd seen that firsthand. And yet now, he was speaking so candidly. Not a trace of distance or superiority. Can't beat them? Run. Makes sense. Totally makes sense. Honestly, didn't even sound like something he'd say. And yet here it was. With things wrapped up here, Lu Ding and Bai Heman immediately set off. On the way, Lu Ding glanced through the messages and intel Ren Tong had sent. He also pulled up Yu Chen's profile. Lu Ding's summary was as follows. First, the Zhai and Ruan families. Both were cultivator clans, nothing new to say there. Focus on the younger generation of top-ranked prodigies. The Zhai family had one in 5th place on the ranking, named Zhai Lin, nicknamed River-Tossing Dragon. 7th layer of Divine Palace Realm. Wielded a triple-jointed staff. Trained in the Zhai clan's secret true interpretation, Jade Ripple Coldbind, able to condense the Linghai into a frozen pool. Our alpha, that's family heritage for you. Definitely not the same as average cultivators. The Ruan family had someone ranked 4th. Ruan Xiaoqi, 7th layer Divine Palace Realm, nicknamed River-Blocking Flood Dragon, and apparently quite close to Zhai Lin. Used a black short blade, trained in the Ruan clan's secret true interpretation. Stacked waves push the mountain, with spiritual force layering stronger and stronger. Looking at that name, Lu Ding paused for a second. Good thing he doesn't have older brothers named Ruan number 2 or Ruan number 5. Otherwise, Lu Ding would have thought he was in water margin. After reviewing their info, Lu Ding found nothing impressive about them besides Ruan Xiaoqi's amusing name. That's it. No real power to speak of. Then came Yu Chen of the Yu family. As he read the profile, oh boy, Lu Ding could practically smell the scent of an old-school novel protagonist. The youngest of 4 direct-line descendants. Yu Chen had 2 older sisters and 1 older brother above him. As a child, Yu Chen was the star prodigy of the Yu family. Started cultivating at 8, unlocked his apertures in 1 day, reached Zhaoxian realm within a year, even while intentionally slowing his pace. He was only 9 at the time, hadn't even finished growing, and already reached Zhaoxian. Meanwhile, his older brother, Yu Huai, just a year older, was still fiddling around in Aperture Realm. Also a genius, but next to Yu Chen, he didn't shine quite as bright. Then, at age 11, Yu Chen and Yu Huai went out to play, catching fish in the river. The sky suddenly darkened. Torrential rain poured. No one knew how, but the 2 of them got separated. Yu Huai returned home alone, said his little brother had gone missing. The Yu family went on a frantic search. Eventually, they found Yu Chen downstream, tangled in weeds. The official story? Yu Chen had nearly drowned. Reading that, Lu Ding didn't know what to say. At 11, even if the body's not fully developed, you've still reached Zhaoxian realm, and you grew up near water. How could you get swept away like that? What? They think people are idiots. After rescue efforts, Yu Chen survived, but it was said his foundation was damaged. From then on, he never advanced past Zhaoxian. Couldn't even reach Linghai. Meanwhile, Yu Huai trained harder than ever, rocketing forward. Last year, he reached 2nd place on the prodigy ranking, gained a formidable reputation, nicknamed Jade-Faced White Dragon. But from that incident on, the relationship between the brothers began to crack. As for the 2 older sisters, they doted on Yu Chen even more, always cleaning up his messes. Like, Yu Chen pissed off someone from the Lan family, or the Ruan family, or got into some jealous drama, or challenged someone in an online duel. His sisters always stepped in to resolve it. Lu Ding read all this and couldn't help but wonder, how did someone so brilliant in his early years, even after all that trauma, end up like this? Overhead, Heman was flying using shadow step, looking up to see Lu Ding frowning in the sky. He called out, "What are you thinking about? I feel like there's something off about you, Chun." They were almost at Yunmeng now. The city was coming into view. The sky was clear, with few clouds. Flying any farther would risk being spotted. Lu Ding found a place to land and chose to walk into the city to hail a cab. Heman followed, jogging on the landing, then slowing down to walk. What's off about him? The contrast in his profile is too extreme. Yuchen before 11 was one person. After 11, a different one. And even within that change, there are more shifts. Hearing this, Heman silently pulled out his phone and started searching for Yu Chun in the 749 database. Lu Ding gave a helpless smile. He really wasn't even pretending to read. Huh. He kept going. Let's break it down. A few key points. Cultivator clan, genius, 11 years old. Keep in mind, this is the modern era. Don't even talk about genius kids from cultivator families. Just regular kids at 11 years old already know a lot. It's the internet age. Information overload. You don't even have to leave home to encounter all kinds of stuff. For kids, it's both good and bad. The good is a broader horizon. The bad is they accept everything. Yu Chun was a genius. His family definitely controlled what he was exposed to. Otherwise, he could have picked up the wrong things. So, at 11, his mind might not be mature, but it wouldn't be so fragile that one incident would completely change him. His early education and worldview would have prevented that. The report even says the Yu family spent tons of resources trying to restore him. But nothing worked. That part's suspicious. Just then, Heman's phone suddenly played Yin Fifan's voice. "Lu Ji, I get what you're saying. You mean, it looks like Yu Chun just got swept away by water and didn't die. But for a cultivator clan, that kind of thing is nothing. If they wanted to fix it, they could do it in minutes. Lu Ding was a bit surprised to hear Yin Fifan's voice. Turned out just now. Heman felt like he didn't quite understand, but didn't interrupt Lu Ding. He quietly called Yin Fifan. He might not get it, but Yin Fifan would. Yin Fifan would handle the mental link. He just had to listen. Lu Ding didn't ask Yin Fifan why he happened to be on the phone with Heman. He continued along the thread of Yin Fifan's words. Yes, based on the above, the Yu family did care about him when he first had problems. So, at the start, they didn't give up on him. As for why they later stopped caring, the turning point was in the 3rd month after Yu Chen's incident. In the 2nd month, the Yu family had basically exhausted most of the available options they could find. So behind the scenes, they probably lost hope of restoring Yu Chen's original talent in that 2nd month. But even then, the Yu family still hadn't given up on him. Until the 3rd month, when Yu Chun went out and got involved with Chu Ningyin from the Chu family in Yunmeng, who is currently ranked 1st on Yunmeng's prodigy ranking. That's when their attitude toward Yu Chen changed. That's also when Yu Chun started shifting from a gifted, steady, mature for his age type into a careless playboy. Then after that, he quieted down, rarely going out. It looked like some kind of learning and transition process. Yin Fifan added in. A lot of things don't happen overnight. Habits also don't change that quickly. The difference before and after is so huge. There's something fishy going on in the middle. Brother Lu, I've got a pretty wild theory. I've got one too. That line came from Heman. In that moment, it felt like the whole world went quiet. Lu Ding's level of surprise was like Liu Bei hearing a plan from Zhang Fei in Romance of the Three Kingdoms. And it was pretty much the same line. Me too. It came with an inexplicable touch of humor. Lu Ding, you go first. Heman looked thoughtful, his expression serious as he said, "What if Yu Chun isn't the same person anymore?" Possession. A gentle breeze passed by. No one replied, so Heman, a bit embarrassed, added, "All right, fine, you guys talk." Ha! Lu Ding and Yin Fifan both burst into laughter at the same time, leaving Heman totally confused. What? What are you laughing at? I know it sounds ridiculous, but didn't Fifan just say he had a wild theory too? Mine's wild, right? Isn't it wild? The naive ones often accidentally hit the nail right on the head. At that moment, Heman had said something that went straight to the heart of the issue. Not only is it not wild, it might actually be very likely. Lu Ding said, then explained further. Of course, it doesn't have to be possession. It might be a situation like Tong Yong's. For him to make such a massive change in such a short time, there must have been some outside influence. Yin Fifen's voice came from the phone to add, but what that external influence was, we don't know. The Yu family definitely investigated, definitely suspected something. Yuchen must have slipped up somewhere, but they couldn't find it. Thailand.S. There's no way a big Qi cultivator family like the Yu clan is full of idiots. So if they couldn't find anything, there are only two possibilities. 1. Yuchen is fine. 2. Yuchen has a problem, but it's something even their methods can't detect. If you know there might be an issue and still can't uncover it, then that thing must be both unknown and dangerous. But since he's part of the Yu family, they can't just toss him aside. That would chill the hearts of other family members. So their best move is to quietly sideline him. That way, if something truly unexpected happens, they can immediately cut ties with Yuchen and say, we wrote him off ages ago. And the starting point for this, his internal injury, that's the perfect excuse and justification. Lu Ding nodded to affirm Yin Fifen's reasoning. The current head of the Yu family may be Yu Chen's father, but he also carries the whole family on his shoulders. And Yu Chen isn't his only descendant. So marginalizing him is the best and safest choice. Brother Lu, maybe Yu Chen's got some old geezer living in him, or maybe he really was possessed or had his mind influenced by something. We can't rule anything out. Heman had listened to their whole analysis. He said, then should we go ask Chuning Yin about it? Lu Ding gave him a side glance with a smile. Xiao Bai, you really love taking roundabout detours and wasting time on useless crap, huh? Heman blinked, confused. Huh. And even if it really was that easy to check, the Yu family would have already figured it out. It's not our place to be guessing. Whatever we can think of, others have already thought of. There's no shortage of fools in this world, but there are even more smart people. Never underestimate anyone. I can tell you right now, even if we went, it'd be a waste of time. So what should we do? Heman was a bit lost. His brain cells really weren't equipped to think this hard. If he was the type to figure all this out, back then, he wouldn't have been so stupid, killing a teammate without even bothering to make up an excuse. I approved 2 months of reform-through study for him. When the time comes, we'll use that as the excuse to go bring him in. Yin Fifen hadn't talked this much with Lu Ding in a long time. He was feeling fired up today and kept adding on. Exactly. What's the point of digging for evidence? Just go bring him in. Either way, if you find something, he's getting arrested. If you find something, you arrest him. If you don't find something, you still arrest him. So just grab him first and figure it out later. Then bring him straight to Yunhai's main bureau. Worst case, send him to the advanced training facility. If we can't figure it out, someone else can. That'll verify if he's real or fake. Lu Ding said, a smile forming on his face. The whole idea was to play it completely out of left field. Investigate the cause? Investigate the logic? Dig here, dig there? What's the end result? Arrest. If it's not serious, fine, 2 months of reform and study. If it is a possession or identity swap, then drag out whatever's inside him and kill it. With the 749 Bureau at their backs, why wouldn't they use that power? There are so many powerhouses in 749. Lu Ding didn't believe they couldn't handle it. If you were that powerful, you'd be soaring into the heavens already. Why keep hiding? Heman's mind cleared again, his thought process leveling up instantly. He used to be level 1. After hanging with Lu Ding for a while, he was level 10. But now, after hearing this plan from Lu Ding, a golden flash, level 100, and he said, so 749 can be used like that? Of course. Don't just charge in solo on everything. Learn to use all the resources around you. Now that the spark of conflict between Lu Ding and Yu Chen was lit, Lu Ding was going to snuff it out himself. If Yu Chen really was still the same person, fine, whatever he does won't work anyway, even if he seems to be in the Zhaoxian realm. Lu Ding would count it as him hiding 2 realms. Above Ling Hai is Divine Palace. So what if he's in Divine Palace? Lu Ding could still slap him down with one hand. Forget 2 realms, make it 3. Count it as him hiding 3 realms. Even if what he's hiding is the Si Ming realm. So what? Bottom line, he's not flipping the sky. Lu Ding just killed a Si Ming today. If you're not the original Yu Chun, then fine. What's waiting for you is the Han Empire's 749 Provincial Bureau. Maybe even the main bureau. So what the hell are you jumping around for? Where are you hiding? Just some clumsy tricks. The Yu family didn't send you to 749 for a check. That's on them. Can't Lu Ding do it instead? Wherever you do reform through labor, it's all the same. If you cooperate, worst case, Lu Ding sends you back afterward. Fly there, fly back. He'll even book you first class, on his own dime. All just to strangle an uncertainty in the cradle. But there are still lots of unknowns. Like, what if a cornered dog jumps over a wall? So Lu Ding needed insurance. Call in backup. Leverage his personal connections to bring in someone seriously badass, like cannon to mosquito level. All about caution and swagger. Absolute control over every angle. 365 degrees, no blind spots, total suppression. Pulled out his phone, made a call, done in 5 minutes. That's what Face is for. Stuff you build up over the years. It finally comes in handy. Going solo? That's only when you've got no other choice. If you've got resources, use them. Lu Ding wasn't about to risk injury or danger for no reason. Who did you just call? Heman, curious as ever, wanted to know everything. Lu Ding played coy. You'll find out if anything goes wrong. Things go wrong when you're around. That line was music to Lu Ding's ears. Ha 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 ha. You've grown. You're learning how to say nice things now. Heman's face stayed blank. Huh? I was just telling the truth. To him, as long as Lu Ding was around, nothing could go wrong. All right, truth it is. Let's go. Hard to explain things to someone this naive. Along the way, they chatted casually with Yin Fifan, making their way to Yunmeng. Checked Yunmeng number 5 high schedule. It was still early. At this moment, even though Brother Fifan wasn't physically there, he was still contributing via phone. Brother Lu, are you guys just waiting around now? Lu Ding, pretty much. As they talked, Yin Fifan started a group chat with 4 people. The 3 of them, plus Chaoing. Yin Fifan at Chaoing. Hurry up, Brother Lu's in Yunmeng. Recommend that restaurant you mentioned last time. Chaoing on it. Brother Lu, there's a place in Yunmeng called Hui, claims to gather ingredients from all over the world. Some dishes are exclusively for treasure hunters, made for chi cultivators. Stuff that runs in the mountains, swims in the water, flies in the sky. They've got it all. I've even supplied them before. I've got a membership. I'll send you the number and password. Once you're there, eat your fill. Everything's on me. Life is short. Enjoy it. Eat, drink, play, and have fun. Now that they were here, Lu Ding definitely wanted to check it out. Ingredients from all over the world, treasure hunter exclusives. Just those phrases alone were enough to hook him. He still remembered last time. He was supposed to eat wrathful Qing chicken at Chao Ying's, but Chen Xian ruined it. This time, he was going to eat a whole one. Beside him, Heman quietly typed in the group chat. Heman, do they have that chicken leg from last time? Yep, he was craving it too. Last time they left in a rush, and he got handed a chicken leg to eat on the road. Apparently, he hadn't gotten over it. Chowing got it, of course. That's nothing. They got even better stuff. Heman saw that and turned to say, let's go check it out. We haven't eaten since yesterday. DMN, you're hungry? A divine palace cultivator gets hungry this fast. Heman couldn't even tell Lu Ding was teasing him. He said seriously, Grandma says it's important to eat on time. People are iron, food is steel. Then added, just as seriously, mostly I'm craving. That was just Heman for you. Anyone else would never say something like that with a straight face. Ha ha ha, let's go, I'm craving too. The two picked up the pace. That afternoon, they successfully arrived at Hui in Yunmeng. Once there, Lu Ding and Heman were genuinely stunned. A villa on an island in the middle of a lake. Beautiful scenery, birds and beasts everywhere. Gorgeous people, handsome people, dazzling. All sorts of flowers blooming out of season. Elegant ones, gaudy ones, competing in beauty. Lu Ding and Heman didn't know where to look, their eyes darting everywhere. Like Granny Lu walking into the Grandview Garden. Forget the food for now. Just the sight alone was already worth it. As they walked through, they entered the garden. More people appeared, groups of 3 or 5, all of them chi cultivators. Super lively. Suddenly, Lu Ding perked up his ears and listened. How much did you bet? 5 million. I bet on Lu Ding making it to third. Payout is 1.1. If it hits, that's 10.5 million. You? I saw you calling someone to borrow money just now. I put 30 million on Lu Ding hitting second. Payout's 1.5. If I win, that's 75 million. You guys really aren't afraid to lose, huh? Lose what? A big name means real skill. It's a sure bet. Just depends how far he climbs. I actually wanted to bet on him getting first. Payout's 2-1. But the rule was he can't use stored power. If he could, he'd definitely take first. Even Ming Realm wouldn't scare him. But without that, second's probably his limit. Top ranker Chuning Yin is in Divine Palace 9th layer. Soon as she ages out, she'll be off the prodigy ranking. But Lu Ding chose this moment to show up. If Chuning Yin drops off, Lu Ding's got a 50% shot at the top. Lu Ding's strength wasn't just talk. He'd proven it in one battle after another. Even though he was here this time, basically to shake things up, he hadn't talked any trash. Lan Mingli hadn't hyped him up maliciously either. So in a world where strength earns respect, plenty of people recognized Lu Ding's ability. As for outside rumors, recognition was one thing. But when you're stepping onto my turf, of course I'm backing my hometown. Can't turn your back on your own people. But even saying that, behind the scenes, everyone was secretly betting. Would Lu Ding at second or third? Hearing all this, Lu Ding walked up and asked, Hey, excuse me, this second and third place betting, where do you place that? The Red Pavilion, where people eat. There's a betting board on the wall. Just tell the server during your meal. Max is 1 billion. Oh, got it. Thanks. Lu Ding and Heman headed for the Red Pavilion. Grandma says gambling is bad. Lu Ding didn't have much cash on hand. Couldn't scrape together a full billion. He borrowed money while saying, You don't think I could take the top spot? Want to place a bet yourself? I don't have money. Then Heman went quiet. No one knew what he was thinking. Once they arrived, they gave Chao Ying's membership number and password and got through the gate. As soon as they entered, they saw the prodigy ranking displayed on the wall. Next to it were the odds. A sign posted nearby read, Final results determine payouts. Lu Ding first place, 2-1. Lu Ding second, 1.5-1. Lu Ding third, 1.1-1. Lu Ding fourth, 4-1. Betting cap, 1 billion. Seeing that, Heman asked, Why does fourth place pay out more than first? They're baiting fools. Lu Ding explained, If they dared open betting, they'd definitely assess my strength. Without stored power, top 3 is the most likely outcome for me. Fourth or fifth is more controversial, but internally they probably decided those odds were lowest. So they set the highest payouts on fourth and fifth to lure in idiots and make money off them. And by putting a cap, they're making sure I can't throw the match. If there were no cap and someone bet hundreds of billions, then Lu Ding threw the match on the highest payout, Qin Xiaohui would be screwed. There are that many fools. Heman had just said that when, what a coincidence. Someone in the lobby said, Support. Gotta support my cousin holding Lu Ding to fourth. I'm putting 10 million on Lu Ding getting fourth. The cousin he mentioned was none other than Luo Ping, ranked third on the prodigy ranking. Lu Ding spread his hands to match the comment. See? Jumped right out on their own. With that, Lu Ding and Heman headed to the second floor. 2 whole, wrathful Qing chickens first. Stewed whole, 1 per person. Then they flipped through the menu. There was a note that read, All ingredients are legally and ethically sourced. We accept all inspections and inquiries. Charcoal grilled, white muntjac whole. Ordered, to see what the fuss was. Monkey wine, 10-year vintage. Ordered to try it out. Centennial spring tree, crafted with 30 kinds of rare, spiritual ingredients. Xiaobai look a whole tree. A tree? Trees are food now. Heman was a bit dazed. His worldview couldn't keep up. Trees were dishes now? Lu Ding didn't care. Price was reasonable. He'd just exchange some items with contribution points and give them to Chowing later. Just because Chowing said it was his treat didn't mean Lu Ding could go overboard. Order it, and we'll see what it's about. He was curious, too. How did they turn a tree into food? They quickly finished ordering. Lu Ding called the waiter over and said, "Put me down for Lu Ding taking first place, 1 billion. Heman chimed in right after, "Same here, 1 billion on first." Then slapped his bank card onto the table. "Ha!" Lu Ding slowly turned his head, a little surprised. "Didn't your grandma say gambling was bad?" Heman sat up straight. "Grandma also said a man must know how to seize opportunity. If you don't make the cut when you should, you'll regret it. If you don't know the result, it's gambling. But if you do know, then it's investing." Nigerian Irioe. Lu Ding squinted suspiciously. Why did it feel like Xiao Bai could quote grandma on literally anything? She really said that? Your grandma knows a lot. Heman, grandma is very learned. Lu Ding bought it, then asked, "Didn't you say you were broke?" Heman had a ready answer. "I didn't have money, but when I saw you borrowing some, I borrowed too. I know the outcome. So, it's an investment. I'll pay it back right after." That's finance. Wait, your grandma knows finance. Lu Ding's voice shot up. This time, Heman shook his head. That wasn't grandma. That was from a book. You told me to read more last time. This is from reading. Lu Ding let out a breath of relief. Thank God, that wasn't from grandma. If she knew finance, she wouldn't just be Heman's grandma anymore. She'd be Schrodinger's grandma, both omniscient and unstable. But still, don't just read anything. Why finance? You trying to start a company as a CEO now? Heman gave a half-understood nod. Oh, then I won't read finance anymore. In his head, he made up his mind to throw those books out when he got home. The bookshelf next to them had philosophy. Next time, he'd read philosophy. After they placed their bets, the food arrived. A massive 2-meter-wide platter with a whole roasted white muntjac. A group of people carried in the centennial spring tree, and in front of each of them sat a giant clay pot, each holding a whole, stewed, wrathful Qing chicken, along with monkey wine in emerald jade bottles. And then they dug in. A swig of wine, a mouthful of meat, chopsticks and spoons working like blenders, shoveling it in nonstop. They went all in. The flavor? Beyond words, pure bliss blooming on the tongue. In that moment, Lu Ding truly realized. All his days before now had been hard times. No wonder food ranks first among all vices. He remembered seeing something online about the Engel coefficient. Basically, it's the percentage of a person's total spending that goes to food. Lower Engel equals richer country. Most countries were in the teens. But the Han Empire? 30 to 40%. Back then, Lu Ding had scoffed. Now he was really scoffing. Old man Engel, what do you know? Living on dry bread and wilted lettuce. How dare you run your mouth? You don't even understand spicy konjac snacks. And you're doing data research? Let's not even talk about this feast. On delivery apps, there are 20 off 19 coupons. Who wouldn't go nuts? Do you even know what Crazy Thursday is? While Lu Ding was thinking all this, his mouth and hands never stopped. They ate straight into the evening, so full they could barely move. Then they went downstairs for some air, to digest, and sober up a little. Heman, slightly flushed from the monkey wine, had a bit more guts than usual. His usual timidity pushed back by alcohol. His words got bolder. I don't want to eat again for the rest of my life. Right after he said that, the breeze hit him and he hiccuped. Rolling up his sleeves, he pointed ahead. Let's go. Time to pick up Director Ren's daughter. I'd like to see who dares mess with her today. Lu Ding, don't make a move. Watch me. Lu Ding followed behind. Slow down. Next time, I'm not letting you drink again. Slow down. That's a flower bed. Don't run into it. And so, the two made their way toward Yunming No. 5 High. They waited a while after arriving, just in time for dismissal. Their eyes scanned the crowd. About half an hour passed. Most students had already left when finally, a girl came walking out slowly, eyes scanning cautiously around her. This was Rin Tong's daughter, Rin Shuang, a few hundred meters from the school gate. She passed by a side alley. From around the corner, 2 girls and 2 boys stepped out, smiling, eyes locked onto Rin Shuang. Not far ahead was the corner. One boy with a cigarette in his mouth said, "Let's go follow her. We'll grab her once she's past the corner. No one can see there." The four followed closely, watching Ren Shuang turn the corner. Just as they moved in, they turned the corner, and their view opened up. Standing beneath the street lamp, arms crossed, were Lu Ding and Bai Heman, blocking the way. Ren Shuang stood nervously behind them, reached between the two, and pointed at the boy with the cigarette. It's him. He keeps trying to get me to hang out. I've turned him down so many times. I said no, but he keeps harassing me. This afternoon, he even said he'd be waiting outside school to block me. With Lu Ding and Bai Heman coming, Ren Tong had, of course, given his daughter a heads up. Even though he trusted his precious daughter wouldn't do or say anything inappropriate. You never know, right? Just in case, he gave her a little advance notice. So when Lu Ding and Bai Heman showed up, they didn't need much introduction. Ren Tong had already done the prep work. They could get right to the point. No need for self-introductions or dragging through formalities. And sure enough, Bai Heman stepped forward. These were all descendants of Qi cultivator families, so they were cultivators too. Naturally, they could sense divine palace realm pressure. Instantly, all four of them were shaking in the knees. Smack! A slap flew across. You were bullying her? The cigarette flew out of the boy's mouth. The other three took one look and thought, this probably has nothing to do with us, right? They were here for Zhai Guang, so... Time a dip? Their feet began to shuffle, inching away sideways. Lu Ding lifted a hand with a whoosh of wind. One slap per person, right down the line. Said him. Didn't say you, but you're in it too, huh? The three were smacked into the air in spinning arcs. You dare hit me? Zhai Guang clutched his face, staring at Bai Heman, fear and disbelief both showing in his eyes. Bai Heman's brain wasn't the sharpest to begin with, and now that he'd had a bit to drink, when he heard that, he turned to Lu Ding with a questioning look. Lu Ding walked over and slapped from the left. Smack! So what if I hit you? Bai Heman instantly understood, raised his hand and slapped from the right. Smack! Imitating Lu Ding's emphatic tone. So what? Lu Ding followed up with another slap. Smack! So what? Bai Heman slapped the same cheek Lu Ding had just hit, then slapped it back the other way. Smack! So what? A whole series of slaps followed, 10 or more in a row. Zhai Guang, who still had a bit of arrogant defiance in his eyes, now looked dazed and glassy-eyed. Not a shred of resistance left. Clutching his swollen pig-faced cheek, he was just about to speak. Lu Ding raised a hand to cut him off, then looked down at the three, still lying on the ground. Stop faking it. Get up. You three. Form a circle. Take turns slapping each other. If anyone goes soft, I'll slap you myself. One of the girls looked up, scared, and said, Bro, I'm a girl. Can I? Boom. She was instantly kicked, flying into a corner. Lu Ding turned to point at Ren Shuang as he said, A girl? She's a girl too. Didn't stop you from bullying her, did it? Don't give me that bullst. You two. Start slapping. Seeing Lu Ding was serious. One kick sent someone flying. The other two didn't dare think about anything else. Anyone with eyes could tell. These two were the real deal, dumb and deadly. All you heard was smack, 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 a frenzy of mutual face-slapping. Lu Ding turned back to Zhai Guang. Now, what were you about to say? Zhai Guang swallowed hard, stammered. My brother is Zhai. Zhai Lin. Bai Heman grinned. Don't care if your brother's Zhai Lin or your dad is the Dim En Jade Emperor. It doesn't matter. You bullied the descendant of a 749 martyr. Aras. Then he pointed skyward. Call your dad over. Let him watch me slap you right in front of him. DMN. That was bold. Even Lu Ding hadn't expected that. Normally Bai Heman barely said a word, and now he was wielding out. Guess the wine hit a little hard. Zhai Guang was stunned speechless. Lu Ding slapped him again to snap him back to reality. Smack. Snap out of it. You said that to show off your brother, right? Fine. Lead the way to your house. Let's see how badass your brother really is. Then he turned to the two who were still slapping each other. You, the one surnamed Ruan. Message your cousin Ruan Xiaoqi. Tell him to get to the Zhai residence right now. You've got 10 minutes. Just 10. If he's not there in 10, I'll find you and break both your legs. Like this. As he spoke, Lu Ding moved. One kick per leg. Both of Zhai Guang's legs snapped with a crack. Uh-huh. A blood-curdling scream burst out. Lu Ding slapped him again, smacking blood from his mouth. Shut the FK up. You're annoying. Your Zhai family has the means to heal you. By tomorrow, you'll be good as new. Zhai Guang covered his mouth, not daring to make a sound, blood seeping through his fingers. Lu Ding added one last line. Tell your cousin, my name is Lu Ding. My name is Heman. Those names landed like thunder. In Yunming's current Qi cultivator scene, there wasn't a single person who didn't know them. Who didn't know that corpse-shattering Tai Shui from Yunhai 749 and his partner had come to make a statement. They'd just been quiet for a few days. But now, turns out they were already here. Lu Ding's fierce reputation flashed through everyone's mind. The two kids nodded frantically, cheeks puffed from the beating. Lu Ding grabbed the groaning Zhai Guang off the ground, then turned to Rin Shuang. Sis, let's go. I'm getting justice for you. In that moment, Rin Shuang's eyes shimmered in the light. She had thought these two would be like the people her dad had brought last time. A few warnings, some empty words, and then disappear after a few days. Nothing changed before, and nothing would change after. She figured she'd have to just suffer through her senior year and escape this place on her own. But she never imagined Lu Ding and Heman would actually throw hands, and even drag someone off to demand justice. Her parents were Qi cultivators, both part of 749. Naturally, she couldn't be an exception, just didn't have much talent. But that meant she knew exactly what the Zhai and Ruan surnames meant in Yunming. And because she understood, she was truly touched. Thank you. Her voice trembled, choked with emotion. But she didn't say anything more, because Rin Tong had reminded her, if you feel wronged, tell them. But don't interfere with their decisions. Whatever they want to do, let them. Whatever they ask of you, do it. They won't hurt you. In this moment, Lu Ding's figure was etched into her eyes and her heart. To Ren Shuang, who was still living in the dark, Lu Ding was nothing less than a beam of light. As for her father, Ren Tong, he was the steady foundation holding her up. It was only thanks to him that she could even reach that light. Let all out. Clear your emotions. Then we'll enjoy the show. Crying is normal. And comforting someone isn't as simple as saying don't cry. The most direct, effective way is making the perpetrator suffer the same or worse than the victim. That's the best apology. Not some dry, meaningless sorry. That does nothing. If sorry fixed everything, we wouldn't need security officers. Lu Ding swung Zhai Guang down and smashed him to the ground. Thud, I picked you up to make this easier. Now point the way. Zhai Guang, trembling, raised a shaking finger toward the direction of his home. Lu Ding set out from his side. On the other side, the Ruan family. When Ruan Xiaoqi received a message from his cousin, he jumped straight up from his chair, grabbed a weapon, and rushed out the door. A middle-aged man was trimming flowers outside. Seeing him running out in a hurry, he asked, "You little bastard, it's already nighttime. What the hell are you grabbing your weapon for?" "Dad, Lu Ding's in Yunming. He's headed to the Zhai family right now. Ruan Ming got beat by him. Zhai Guang too. Zhai Guang's leg is broken. If I don't get over there in 10 minutes, Ruan Ming's leg's getting snapped too." The middle-aged man's face darkened. "Then hurry up and go. I'll just say one thing. Don't disgrace our Ruan family, but know your limits too." At their age, they were all fire and explosions. And considering Lu Ding's reputation, the man didn't doubt a word of it. What he didn't get was, logically, Lu Ding wouldn't pick on kids. So why was he in Yunming? And why did he start with Zhai Guang and Ruan Ming? Weird. He'd have to look into it. Got it, Dad. Make sure to bring Ruan Ming's parents too. Meanwhile, Ruan Xiaoqi was charging out while spreading the word. Didn't take long before all of Yunming knew Lu Ding had arrived, heading straight for the Zhai family, and he'd already taken down juniors from both the Zhai and Ruan families. At this point, everyone had the same question in their hearts. Lu Ding, showing up in Yunming just to beat up a few kids? Is this a joke? The suspicion was there, but there wasn't enough time to figure it out. So everyone just took their questions and ran to the Zhai family to watch the show. Yunming 749 had also received multiple reports. From Yunhai 749, from Rintong, from the training grounds, etc. The gist was, he's on your turf now. I don't care how you do it. Just keep an eye on him. Then came the reason Lu Ding made a move. Rintong came out and explained it himself. Well, damn. Lu Ding stepping in just blew things wide open. Within Yunming 749, one internal order was issued. Use this as a chance. Crack down on the Yunming Qi cultivator families and protect Lu Ding's personal safety. If Lu Ding does anything out of line, the response is simple. Lu Ding isn't part of Yunming 749. All we're responsible for is protecting a colleague. We don't have the authority to arrest or try special agents from another region. The whole thing boiled down to this. If he's wrong, that's Yunhai's problem. Go talk to Yunhai 749. But if he gets into trouble, we've got to back him up because he's one of us. He's stamped with 749. Just like that, Yunming went into chaos. In the middle of all the storm clouds brewing, the Zhai family ironically found out the latest. It was Ruan Xiaoqi who came and told them. By the time they realized what was happening, they hadn't even settled on a plan yet, and Lu Ding was already at their door. Same old rules. Punch the face first, kick the door down when making a scene. Coming for a fight ain't the same as coming to dinner. No need for manners. Then came the Zhai family's main gate. Bang! Blasted open and sent flying. Lu Ding's voice rang out. Zhai Lin, get your SS out here. I want to see how you taught your little brother. As he spoke, Lu Ding stepped through the gate. A bunch of Zhai family juniors swarmed forward to block his path. Past the screen wall, he saw the main hall. Zhai Lin and Ruan Xiaoqi were seated upright, radiating presence. Both were handsome with good looks. When they saw Lu Ding dragging in their injured little brother, legs limp, clearly broken, Zhai Lin's eyes burned with anger, fire boiling inside. He stood up and raised his hand with a shout. Lu Ding, put down my brother. As soon as he said that, Lu Ding took a step forward and hurled Zhai Guang straight at him. Here, take him. A black shadow flashed through the air, backed by force and wind. The impact was fierce. Zhai Lin's heart sank. This wasn't going to be easy to catch. But if he didn't catch him, Zhai Guang would smash into the wall. At his cultivation level, he'd be seriously hurt, if not dead. No choice. He gritted his teeth and went for it. Just as Zhai Lin was about to move, another figure flashed in the air and caught the flying Zhai Guang with one hand. It was the Zhai family patriarch, Zhai Tianyuan. Investigator Lu, is there some misunderstanding here? He placed the injured Zhai Guang to the side. Back in his own house, Zhai Guang suddenly felt emboldened again. His angry eyes stared straight at Lu Ding. Dad. He hit me. Lu Ding raised a hand and pointed. Shut it. One more word, and I'll hit you again. Lu Ding, you're being outrageous. Zhai Lin couldn't take it anymore. Lu Ding was already at their house, and still daring to threaten his little brother? Clearly, he didn't give a damn about the Zhai family. Zhai Lin burst forward, his triple-jointed staff trailing behind, leaping and flipping. The staff whipped around with a gust of wind. A cold pool emerged, frost swirling. Her pupils flashed white. A two-headed serpent monster slowly revealed itself. But in the very next second, smack! The wildly swinging, triple-jointed staff was grabbed by Lu Ding's bare hand. Nobody had expected this. Zhai Lin was even too shocked to control his expression. He had trained with this staff since childhood. The weapon was all about trick moves and added power, coupled with his own strength and chi. Each strike was overwhelming, unstoppable. How could someone just catch it with their bare hand? A massive force traveled through the staff. It was Lu Ding pulling. Zhai Lin lost control of his body and stumbled. Lu Ding swept his arm across. Bang! A heavy hit to the chest sent Zhai Lin flipping through the air, aiming headfirst for the ground. That one strike made him understand just how laughable his so-called overwhelming force really was. Lu Ding's arm sweep had way more power than his full-strength blows. Before Zhai Lin even landed, Lu Ding kicked straight again. Boom! His figure flew back and slammed into the wall. Lu Ding strolled forward, glanced at Zhai Tianyuan, and pointed casually without even turning back. Didn't tell you to move, so sit your *SS down. I'm talking to your dad right now. Patriarch Zhai, your son ganged up with others to bully the daughter of our 749 substation chief. I don't need to say more. Believe it or not, go check for yourself. All I want right now is an explanation. With that, Zhai Tianyuan finally understood why Lu Ding showed up in Yunmeng and didn't go for the prodigies on the prodigy ranking first. He was sticking up for someone. That little scuffle with Zhai Lin also told Zhai Tianyuan all he needed to know. Lu Ding wasn't just talk. And since they were in the wrong, Zhai Tianyuan didn't doubt the story. If it was fake, Lu Ding wouldn't dare act like this. His face unchanged, he asked, "What kind of explanation is Investigator Lu looking for?" "Simple. String him up and beat him for an hour. Right now. Do it in front of me." Zhai Tianyuan's face darkened. Zhai Guang panicked and started babbling, trying to make excuses and plead ignorance. Dad, I didn't know she was the 749 substation chief's daughter. I didn't bully her. Before he could finish, Lu Ding cut in with a smile. That's enough. I don't care whether you knew or not. It doesn't matter to me. She was bullied by you. That's a fact. And it wasn't just once or twice. Whether you knew who she was or not, you still did it. And don't forget, someone from Yunmeng 749 already came to warn you before. They tried reasoning with you. Since you wouldn't listen, now I'll talk with my fists. Don't you start whining. Facts are facts. Who the hill gave you that ignorance is innocence, bulls **T. Lu Ding's words completely shut down what Zhai Tianyuan was about to say. His mouth opened, the words almost out, then he swallowed them back. Investigator Lu, our Zhai family can offer compensation to make up for the young lady's suffering. Compensation? What kind of money can an 18-year-old girl even spend? Or are you saying the salary of a 749 substation chief isn't enough for his own daughter to live comfortably? Cut the crap. Are you going to beat him or not? If you don't do it today, I'll leave right now and come back in 3 months. Don't cry then. Or you can try to keep me here now. Go on. Dare you? After hearing this, Zhai Tianyuan finally realized how serious this was. 3 months. From what they knew, Lu Ding hadn't even been with 749 for 3 months yet. With such monstrous talent, in another 3 months, he'd probably be bringing that bizarre slash of his again. He dared to go against someone in the Ximing realm while still in Linghai. In 3 months, who knows what level he'll be at. If he powers up again. Zhai Tianyuan didn't even want to imagine it. And as for trying to detain him, don't joke. That'd be the same as declaring war on 749. In the territory of the Han Empire, starting a fight with 749 might as well wait the 3 months. Besides, the problem was they were in the wrong. There wasn't even room for debate. A few words from Lu Ding, and he was completely shut up. And Lu Ding's attitude? Totally unyielding. The more Zhai Tianyuan thought about it, the more furious he got. Looking at his son, his chest practically exploded. Why the hell did you bully someone? From childhood, it's not like he didn't teach him manners and morals. Growing up wild was one thing, but now he put his old man right on the **ing grill. Man, bring the family rod. Useless brat. All you ever do is cause trouble. Once those words were out, everyone knew. Zhai Tianyuan had found an excuse to bow out and save face. Dad, I'm hurt. Don't hit me. Dad. No matter how Zhai Guang cried, Zhai Tianyuan stayed cold as stone. Soon enough, the 7'3" discipline rod was brought in. Zhai Guang was tied up and hung from the ceiling beam. Zhai Tianyuan swung the rod down. Smack, smack, smack. Anger, disappointment, pure frustration. The shrieks came out like a pig being slaughtered. Lu Ding grabbed a chair and set it behind Ren Shuang. Take a seat. Enjoy the show. Then turned to Ruan Xiaoqi, who had stood up. Your turn. Lu Ding's words made Ruan Xiaoqi snap to attention. He and Zhai Lin weren't that far apart in strength. If Lu Ding could one-shot Zhai Lin, he could one-shot him too. This fight was doomed from the start. But he had to fight. Not fighting meant surrender. That would be a disgrace to the Ruan family. He sheathed his short blade. Weapons didn't matter anymore. The outcome was written. Ruan Xiaoqi raised both fists in front of him, forming a stance. His aura surged, wave after wave. My cousin, I'll discipline him myself. Ruan Xiaoqi of the Ruan family. Requesting a lesson from the corpse-shattering Lu Ding turned to face him. Discipline what? You're just a cousin. Let his parents come. Today, not a single one was getting away. Ruan Xiaoqi didn't waste words. He stepped in, green bricks beneath his feet rippled like water. Blinding speed. Lu Ding raised his hand to meet him. Arm blocked the punch. Ruan Xiaoqi's fist landed square, but it felt like hitting an iron wall. His strength didn't go through at all. He changed his angle, dropped low, twisted his waist, and kicked with all his might. His strongest move, also the hardest to defend. As his leg flew out, spiritual energy attached to it, stacking multiple layers of power. A faint image of a guillotine appeared in the air. He swung it down toward Lu Ding. High risk, high reward. But Lu Ding reached out and grabbed it. Looked like he grabbed a steel blade with his bare hand. Grabbed Ruan Xiaoqi's leg and spun him around. Then slammed him down into the green brick floor. Bang! Brick shattered. Ruan Xiaoqi lay in a shallow pit. Huh. Cough, 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 cough. It's me. He hadn't even finished saying, I lost when Heman rushed over and stuffed a pill in his mouth. Quit faking. It's my turn now. Ruan Xiaoqi turned his head, dazed eyes focusing on Heman. That slam from Lu Ding had knocked him senseless. It hurt, and it stunned him. You're Heman. You're fighting too? He'd only heard Lu Ding was coming to fight. Nobody said Heman was too. What the hell was this? Lan Mingli. Didn't know, did you? I didn't either. Heman pulled out his ID from his bag. I'm not even 20 yet. Why wouldn't I fight? Get up. You're barely scratched. Ruan Xiaoqi shook his head quickly. No, I'm done. I lost. Seeing him trying to chicken out, Heman frowned. You've got 3 seconds. Time counts even if you're lying there. 3. Ruan Xiaoqi cursed. What the hell's wrong with you? I said I quit, and you're still counting. He flipped over and tried to run. Heman lunged and tackled him. Another scuffle broke out. Meanwhile, the just-revived Jai Lin had been fed a pill and was finally waking up. First thing he saw, Ruan Xiaoqi flying through the air and crashing at his feet, face black and blue. Jai Lin looked up. Heman was striding over, full of fire. He frowned. Why you? Where's Lu Ding? Heman flashed his ID. He's done. My turn now. Get ready. I want that blood coral. Jai Lin hadn't even figured out what was going on when he was already trading blows with Heman again. And just then, outside the Jai family gate, people from the Ruan family arrived. A woman screamed loudly. Son, Ruan Ming, where are you? Among the Ruan group, a slightly chubby woman hurried in front, leading the pack. Ruan Ming heard his mother's voice and tears welled in his eyes. Mom, I'm here. Smack. Lu Ding slapped him backhanded. Did I say you could talk? The woman looked over and saw the scene. Immediately rushed forward, teeth bared and nails ready. You dare hit my son? What do you have to hit my son? I don't even have the heart to hit him, and you. People nearby quickly held her back. A middle-aged man hugged the woman to keep her from charging, then looked at Lu Ding. Investigator Lu, we can talk this out. If he broke the law, we'll accept the consequences. But hitting my son in front of me and my wife like this. Boom. Lu Ding kicked Ruan Ming to the ground again. Hit him again. What are you going to do about it? If you can't discipline your son, I'll do it for you. If he can bully others, then I can bully him. If you got a problem, come face me and throw a punch. The man's expression grew more serious. Ruan Kong, male, 46 years old, Si Ming third layer, average talent. Current head of the Ruan family, second brother of Ruan Hai, called second uncle by Ruan Xiaoqi. Unclear which generation Qi cultivator he is. Today, to be lectured in public by a junior and unable to retort. Who wouldn't snap, let alone watching his son get slapped right in front of him? Just as Ruan Kong's aura surged and he was about to explode, a fleshy palm landed on his shoulder from behind. An overwhelming aura, several times stronger, crushed down, instantly dispersing Ruan Kong's pressure. The ground cracked beneath them, and the walls split with web-like fractures. Second brother, you're a grown SS man. Quit stooping to argue with kids. The speaker was none other than Ruan Xiaoqi's father, Ruan Kong's third brother, and the actual Ruan family head, Ruan-Hai, a full-fledged Earth Observer Rel powerhouse. Ruan Kong's momentum collapsed. He coldly snorted at Lu Ding. Decades of cultivation behind him. Others might fear Lu Ding, but he sure didn't. They'd all crawled through real fights with real blades. If it weren't for Ruan-Hai's hand just now, he would have shown Lu Ding what a true Si-Ming looks like. You've still got a long road ahead. Don't think that. Don't think just because you've eaten a few more bowls of rice than me, you can lecture me. Eating more just means you're a fat pig. What's all this fake rage supposed to prove? You make a mistake and won't admit it, get hit and won't stand straight, can't discipline your own son, and now you're showing off in front of me. Not convinced? At 7:49, we have life and death packs and the deathmatch platform. You signing or not? Lu Ding cut Ruan Kong off and shot right back. Why should anyone wait to be lectured before clapping back? Screw that. Lu Ding knew exactly what he was about to say. Everyone here did. So if you're pissed, and I'm annoyed, and we're all chi cultivators, why waste breath? One word, fight. Seal the pact with a handprint, sign the paper, bang the gong, and let the ring decide who's who. No such thing as seniority by age, only strength decides. Fighting kids was boring. If Lu Ding was going to fight, he'd fight the big ones. Arguing back and forth was pointless. The ending was already decided. Ruan Kong started to speak, but choked on rage. One word, and his fury was already overflowing. But Lu Ding wasn't made of mud either. Aren't you so big on protecting your brats? Come on, sign your name, and let's see you protect him now. As he spoke, Lu Ding quietly flipped his hand and started powering up with Path of Jinshe, gradually building strength. From that moment on, he was charging up. Once the paper was signed and the stamp set, the moment they hit the stage, he'd slash. And he was doing it hidden, secretly, with oneness with heaven and man cloaking him. Not a single person noticed. Ruan Kong, already fuming, got baited by the simplest trick in the book because the simple ones work best. He agreed right away, pointing at Lu Ding. You said it. Those were your words. Sign. I'll sign right now. He might have been hot-headed, but Ruan-Hai wasn't. As the head of the Ruan family, staying calm was his specialty. Everyone here knew Lu Ding's signature technique. That bizarre power-up slash. He dared to go after a Si-Ming while still in Linghai. Later, he even killed one alone. Every one of his exploits screamed bold and calculated. If he dared to yell this out, he wasn't scared of you agreeing. Geniuses don't play by normal rules. Ruan-Hai quickly warned, don't lose your mind. Today's crowd wasn't just clan members. Yiming 749 had people here too. They just hadn't stepped out yet. If a fight broke out later, winning or losing didn't even matter. No one would benefit from it. So why fight? Ruan Kong, already boiling, heard that and pointed at himself. I lost my mind? I lost my mind. He basically pointed at my nose and cursed me out. And you say I'm the one losing it? You can act tough in Yunhai, but this is Yunming. This part was directed at Lu Ding. Lu Ding didn't like trash talk, but since the invite was already sent, all bark and no bite. Give you a chance, and you still choke. You're just like your son. Both F****ing useless. Boom. Father and son combo insult. Ruan Kong's wife had enough. Insult her husband, fine. But insult her son too? No way. Dear, get up there. Teach that little punk a lesson. Then she whispered, he's not powered up. Ruan-Hai shot her a glare. This flame-fanning woman was making things worse. He knew there was no stopping his second brother now. He leaned in and whispered so only they could hear, go ahead and fight, but don't kill him. Keep it light, or the Ruan family's going to have a hard time down the road. If I know. That kid's too full of himself. I'll teach him a lesson, but I won't take his life. He thinks just because he beat a few Si-Mings, he can yell at me. Today, I'll show him what a real Si-Ming realm looks like. With that, Ruan Kong stepped forward, looked again at Lu Ding. Let's make it clear. If I win, we wipe the slate clean for what my son did today. If I lose, do whatever you want. He was full of confidence. Lu Ding's signature was that powered-up slash. But he hadn't charged it yet. Ruan Kong could see that clearly. He thought Lu Ding was underestimating him, treating him like those other Si-Mings. One sentence summed it up, Until the blade hits you, everyone thinks they can take it. Eat a few decades more rice, and suddenly old men think youth should grovel. Sure, the future might be yours, but the present belongs to me, being one major realm higher. In most chi cultivators' minds, each step is like a new world. The gap is massive. All those factors inflated Ruan Kong's confidence and created the perfect conditions for his downfall. Among his peers, he wasn't outstanding, but bullying the younger ones. Lu Ding didn't bother replying. He'd already said enough today. He turned to the Zhai family patriarch, just about to ask for pen and paper. Who knew? Bai Heman ran over holding it already. He raised the white paper high. Life and Death Pact. Turns out, while Lu Ding was saying all that, Bai Heman had already written it up. Black ink scrawled across the page like dragons and snakes, vigorous and bold. Outside the Zhai gate, a man in a 749 management uniform arrived. Since the Life and Death Pact is tradition at 749, as Deputy Director of Yunming 749, I'll serve as the official witness. That's fair, right? Everyone turned to look. The speaker was Yunming 749's deputy chief, Qiu Si. He strode in, wind at his heels. Lu Ding greeted him. Hello, Director Qiu. Qiu Si nodded with a smile. I'm even better now that I see you. As he spoke, he reached out to shake hands. Lu Ding reached too, and the moment their hands clasped, a voice echoed in his mind. The Yunming Qi cultivator clans are getting more arrogant. Ruan Kong, especially, has openly defied oversight. Some families even show signs of collusion with the Tianli cult. We need to shake the mountain and scare the tiger. Sign the pact, kill him on the spot, throw the whole situation into chaos. After that, I'll get you top-grade spiritual materials. I'll take full responsibility for any consequences. The two exchanged smiles. Deal sealed. The handshake only lasted a few seconds before they let go. Qiu Si picked up the Life and Death Pact and stamped it with the Yunming 749 seal. Lu Ding signed, Ruan Kong signed. The two pressed their handprints together. Qiu Si held the Life and Death Pact high. The pact is signed. Life and death are fated. Fortune lies with the heavens. Everyone else, clear the field. Qiu Si's aura surged, forcing others aside, leaving only Lu Ding and Ruan Kong standing in the center. He gathered chi to guard against Lu Ding's sneak attack, and then said, I don't care what you. Those 4 words brought down an ancient stone steel from the sky. 3 large characters were written on it. Sure Gondang. It smashed straight through the chi Ruan Kong had built up. Along with Ruan Kong himself, it pinned him directly to the ground. Lu Ding's long-accumulated slash burst forth in an instant. You talk 2D * MN much. Heaven and earth filled with sharp energy. The formless slash carried the essence of slaughter and destruction, cutting straight out. Its terror was instinctual. No need to comprehend it. You could feel the intent immediately. Slaughter. Destruction. Sever all things. 2 consecutive moves, both struck in a flash. 1 control, 1 attack, a seamless combo. In Ruan Kong's eyes, emotions flickered. If you looked closely, 2 characters emerged, 1 on the left, 1 on the right, 1 sneak, 1 strike. Everyone present changed expressions in an instant. Wasn't Lu Ding supposed to have no time to charge up? How could he unleash such a bizarre slash just by raising his hand? Sorry, Lu Ding leveled up. Back in the Linghai realm, his charge-up could be seen. But now he's in the Divine Palace realm, if he can still see it. Then what's the point of even being in the Divine Palace? You always got to keep something hidden. This move was the one Lu Ding kept hidden after reaching the Divine Palace. Ruanhai didn't have time to react emotionally. He raised his hand to help, and his chi exploded with a sonic boom. Wait a second. His Earth Observer Realm 5th layer aura burst out, but before he could take more than 1 step, a more terrifying force surged toward him. A figure teleported to block him, grabbing his outstretched hand. You dare stop me. Qiu Si, Deputy Director of Yunming 749, Earth Observer Realm 9th layer. Years ago, someone described him in a crude poem. Life-severing, soul-driving hand, swift in grace, swifter in vengeance. That swift was literal, quick to repay favors, quicker to seek revenge. Ruan-Hai was suppressed. He looked towards Shurgandang. The stone steel stood tall, dividing the field. For the front, you saw Ruan Kong split top down from his head. The mark from the falling steel was there, but not too deep. From the back, you saw Ruan Kong's feet twitching and kicking. His soul had clearly departed, and only muscle memory was left. Lu Ding withdrew Shurgandang. If it weren't for this being the Zhai family estate, and Lu Ding worried his slash might fly too far, he wouldn't have even used Shurgandang to suppress Ruan Kong. Was it for suppression? No, it was to block his own slash, keep it from cutting too far. Wouldn't want to damage a house he can't afford or hurt bystanders. The field was dead silent. Everyone looked at him with fear. Too sneaky. He actually hit a charge up, and that stone steel that suppresses without killing. Why hadn't anyone heard of it before? In the main hall, Ruan Xiaoqi and Jailin, who had sat up to watch the show, now saw this and, in perfect sync, silently lay back down, closed their eyes, looking peacefully asleep. Ow, I'm injured. Meanwhile, in the Earth Observer section, Xiaoxi's gaze could pierce souls as he stared at the suppressed Ruan-Hai. 749's Life and Death Pact. Signed, sealed, and I even stamped it. That's life and death decided by fate. And you, just now, were trying to provoke 749. Boom! A bloody smoke trail shot up to the sky, blocking out the sun. It formed the terrifying face of a one-horned ghost, baring its fangs, replacing the moon, gazing down upon the earth. Ruan-Hai let out a muffled grunt. The hand Xiao-Si held turned red, then purple. Answer me. Xiao-Si's voice rang out again. A crack sounded. Ruan-Hai's hand bones shattered. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. He clenched his teeth tight, refusing to let the blood spray out. He said with effort, I didn't. With that, the ghost face in the sky dissipated, and Xiao-Si withdrew his aura. He slapped a slip on Ruan-Hai's chest. It made him stagger 2 steps back, panting heavily, his forehead drenched in sweat. He glanced at the slip. His pupils shrank slightly. Xiao-Si looked at him and said in a voice only the two could hear, I'm giving you some face. I believe you didn't do it. We go way back. But your Ruan family? See for yourself. Go back and keep your people in line. Don't think that just because you've got some old fart who just broke into the Heaven Observer realm, you can act all high and mighty. If you piss me off, once I take off this epaulette, I'll wipe out your whole damn family. With the epaulette on, he's the deputy director of Yunming 749. Take it off, and he's the life-severing, soul-crushing hand that will cut across 800 miles of Yunming waters for just one grudge. 749 has always had a rule. The director handles all affairs. The deputy ends all lives, spares no one. Ruan-Hai stared at the slip, lost in thought. After a long time, he finally responded. I understand. I'll take care of it once I get back. Then go now. You staying here, waiting for me to treat you to dinner, or what? Ruan-Hai turned to leave, but Xiao-Si stopped him again. Don't forget, send the required rare spiritual treasures to Yunming 749. 2 sets. Deliver within half an hour. Only after that did Ruan-Hai speak loudly enough for everyone to hear. Xiaoqi, let's go. On the ground, Ruan Xiaoqi slowly got up, limping silently behind. Lu Ding watched him and shot a puzzled glance at Baiheman. You crippled him? Baiheman looked confused. Their eyes met. Nope. I just punched his stomach, head, chest, didn't touch his legs. Lu Ding was baffled. Baiheman didn't get it either. Just then, 2 Zhai family servants walked over, each carrying a tray. On them were 2 beautifully packaged, rare, spiritual treasures. One was the fruit of the through-heart bamboo, the other a moon worship orchid. The first helped with cultivating insights, similar to a weakened version of oneness with heaven and man. The second was a rare realm-advancing tonic. Baiheman reached out for the lesser one, the moon worship orchid, but Lu Ding beat him to it and took it. Staring at the through-heart bamboo fruit, Baiheman said seriously, that one's better. Useless for me. Lu Ding already had oneness with heaven and man. He only needed the tonic. The through-heart bamboo fruit wouldn't even be a cherry on top for him. But for Bai-Heman, it was a rare treasure. Hearing Lu Ding say that, Bai-Heman didn't hold back. He took it and said, "Thanks. Since when are you so polite?" Lu Ding turned his head. "Didn't I learn it from you?" Bai-Heman added. "Wasn't it Grandma who always told you that?" Bai-Heman thought for a second. "She did. I just forgot before. So, basically, you never said thank you before?" What happened to the Zhai family quickly spread throughout all of Yunmeng. Forget who's fourth or fifth. Everyone who used to care about those rankings was now focused on one thing. Lu Ding evolved again. He used to charge up his moves where you could see it. Now you can't even see it anymore. Just now at the Zhai residence, Lu Ding slashed down another Ximing realm cultivator. That second Ruan brother from the Ruan family. Lu Ding suppressed him and crushed him with one move. Instant kill on the spot. And now, Lu Ding revealed a brand new move. A stone steel engraved with Shigandang. Though to Lu Ding, it wasn't new. But to Yunming's young talents, this was the first time they found out he even had that move. Listen to the chatter outside. That stone steel of Lu Ding's. I heard from someone who saw it with their own eyes. It only suppresses, doesn't kill, and it's insanely durable. Let me put it like this. Ruan Kong from the Ruan family, a Ximing realm cultivator. When that giant steel came down, bang, he was pinned instantly. Then Lu Ding followed up with that terrifying charge slash and struck the steel. Not even a scratch. What's even the point of fighting? One slash for offense, one steel for defense. That's offense and defense all in one. He's like a diesel-powered tank. Fighting us is like fighting ordinary people. What can ordinary folks even do against a tank? I thought Lu Ding came to crash the party, but turns out he came to bully the weak. Aside from Chuning Yen, who else has even beaten a Ximing realm opponent? No one's close. My 30 million, damn it. I bet on Lu Ding being second. It's all gone. Hasn't the match happened yet? What difference does it make? You think Yu Huai can beat a tank? True. The only thing Lu Ding's missing is an engine strapped to his back. As the news of Lu Ding killing Ruan Kong spread further and louder. In the Luo family estate, Luo Ping stood in a white dress with her arms crossed. I'm not fighting. Nope. This is a guaranteed loss. That Lu Ding doesn't care if you're male or female. He treats everyone equally. I'm not letting him turn my face into a pig's head in front of everyone. The Luo family head felt bad for his daughter. All right, you won't fight. He's a little monster anyway. Admitting defeat isn't shameful. I'll send 2 sets of rare spiritual treasures over in a bit. Luo Ping looked over. 2 sets? Why 2? You probably didn't hear. Bai-Heman's fighting too. Zhai Lin and Ruan Xiaoqi already went 2 rounds. Lu Ding didn't even hit them that hard. Hearing this, Luo Ping thought for a moment. I won't fight Lu Ding, but I want to fight Bai-Heman. We're not giving away our spiritual treasures for free. All right, my precious daughter. I'll send 1 set of spiritual treasures and also send a challenge to Bai-Heman. This exact same situation was playing out at the Yu family. Under the moonlight, Yu Huai practiced his sword, body light, and agile, techniques sharp and tricky. A rising moon stirred sword energy everywhere. He pointed his sword to the sky, his eyes flaring with a battle spirit that flickered and reignited. Oh, excellent. Applause came from the side. Our Yu family's water-splitting sword technique. You've mastered it well. While you probably can't win against Lu Ding, who is both offense and defense, against Bai-Heman, your chances are pretty good. Yu Huai sheathed his sword and looked at his father. If I could, I'd really want to fight Lu Ding. Yu Jun saw the dangerous gleam in his son's eye and poured cold water all over it. Can you break Lu Ding's stone steel? Yu Huai. His water-splitting sword might be sharp, but even Lu Ding's own charged slashes can't break that steel. How the hell is he supposed to? He shook his head. Can you block Lu Ding's slash? Yu Huai. Before, he had confidence. He thought if Lu Ding didn't charge up, his slashes might not be that scary. Maybe even weaker than a sword aura. But after the Zhai family incident, they got more detailed info. To charge up such a terrifying slash in such a short time, that could only mean it's powerful by nature. That kind of result requires raw power. Even if Lu Ding's slash were reduced to 1/10 of its full force, Yu Huai still might not be able to block it. Not to mention Lu Ding's body was brutally strong, plus all his spell techniques. He shook his head again. Sai Huai'er, it's good to have ambition, but don't aim too high. You'll never reach it, and that's just being delusional. In the Yu family, you're a genius. But the 749 Bureau has lots of geniuses like you. They all reach the Linghai realm within a year, and even those people all call Lu Ding a genius. 749's solid reputation as enforcers is built on the backs of these geniuses, reaching Linghai in 1 year. Those investigators from 749, it's just a matter of time. When the base is huge, even the few who stand out are monstrous. Among those monsters, Lu Ding appeared. His combat power, his growth rate, it's beyond what normal people. Admitting defeat to him isn't shameful, but only to Lu Ding. By Heman? Please, you're all geniuses. You can't beat Lu Ding. I can't beat Lu Ding, so we're all in the same boat. Lu Ding being arrogant is whatever. But you? Why are you arrogant? Dad, send a set of spiritual treasures to 749, and while you're at it, issue a challenge to Bai Heman. Right now, Lu Ding had already been elevated by all of Yuming's young talents. His kill on Ruan Kong sealed the fact. Lu Ding shouldn't even be competing with them. Let him go. Go fight the older generation. Stop tormenting us. Everyone silently agreed. Bai Heman was the true opponent in this round. At another end of the Yu estate, Yu Chun kept waiting left and right, but old Shui still didn't return. He tried messaging, no reply. He asked around, but the 749 Bureau in Minshan City had cleaned up the scene too well. No leaks at all. Not even a shred of info got out. There weren't any other witnesses near the Min clan funeral home either. All this left Yu Chun irritated. He had suspicions, but no confirmation. Was old Shui detained, killed, or was something else entirely? Logically speaking, a Ximing realm cultivator, Minshan City couldn't possibly handle that. Even if the provincial 749 took action, they wouldn't just off him outright, right? Yu Chen had warned him to read the room. Old Shui had decent social and emotional intelligence. He considered every possibility except one. Lu Ding didn't play by the rules. Where the hell did he go? On the other side, after leaving the Zhai estate, Xiaoxi looked at Lu Ding. Aren't you the least bit curious about the Tianli cult? They were targeting you. Lu Ding took a half step back and shifted to the side, positioning Deputy Director Chiu in front of him. I'll just stand right here. Soldiers come, I'll block them. Floods come, I'll dam them. Of course he knew the Tianli cult wouldn't give up, but so what? What? Like he has no one behind him. Out front, Lu Ding had a big boss. Behind him, an even scarier one who hadn't even shown up yet. Yuming's grand stage. Come if you want to die. The Tianli cult's been spoiled. Can't even tell a king from a joker now. Ha ha ha. I like that. Smart and steady, not impulsive. Better than I was at your age. As they spoke, a 749 investigator walked over with a box in hand. He opened it. Inside was a bloodied head covered in silver needles. Xiaoxi reached in and picked it up. The head opened its mouth and spoke. Jinshan mission failed. Target has arrived in Yunming. Situation is chaotic. Use this chance to blend in. Come quickly. When it finished, Xiaoxi put the head back in the box. The Tianli cult tried using encrypted online messages. We cracked them. Then they went old school and used carrier pigeons. We shot them down. Then they upgraded and used incense-burning signals. We intercepted them again. Now they're back to using people to relay messages. We still found them and beheaded them. Used secret arts to preserve the head, mind in chaos, just enough to get the info we wanted. These idiots, always sneaky, always infiltrating, and even in death, they just won't stay dead. Lu Ding listened, then asked just one question. Director Chiu, so where did this message come from? As he finished speaking, Xiaoxi channeled Qi into the head. A vision appeared before them. Inside a room, a woman sat while a man stood. Chu Kai, can you do me a favor? Sister Ningyan, what are you saying? As long as you say it, and as long as I can do it. Thank you. I want you to go to the Zhou family butcher shop and deliver a message. say the Jinshan mission failed. As Chu Ningyin continued, Chu Kai's eyes grew hazy. His stance faltered and he began to sway, until Chu Ningyin said, "Remember, this is something you wanted to do. You've never met me. Your mother was from the Lan family and a Tianli cult member. She seduced your father into marrying into the Chu family. She's also the one who led you into the Tianli cult. All these years, you've been undercover in the Chu family." Chu Kai repeated Chu Ningyin's words. "I've never met you. Never met anyone. I wanted to spread the message myself. My mother was with the Tianli cult." Chiu Si raised his hand and dispelled the spell. "You see, these Tianli cult people are really this dumb. They think using petty tricks and techniques can let them deliver a message without getting suspected. She had every opportunity to be a top prodigy of the Chu family, one of Yuming's finest, but chose to become a dog for the Tianli cult." Deputy Director Chiu laughed helplessly. The Chu family was one of the top clans in Yunming, dominant even. Whether it was resources or cultivation techniques, they had it all. Nothing to complain about. The rest was just up to personal talent. Chu Ningyin had decent talent. Otherwise, she wouldn't have topped the Yunming prodigy ranking. And yet, someone like her actually joined the Tianli cult. Sure, people have different ambitions, but hers was way off the rails. Bai Heman couldn't understand it. If he had that kind of background and support, he'd be charging ahead full speed, cultivating day and night. Lu Ding didn't bother trying to understand. Time, location, and intent, the three elements. Now that it's clear she's up to no good, no more need for words. Just get ready to act. That said, now might not be the right moment. For him personally, it was simple. Get the evidence, confront Chu Ningyin, end her. But for the local bureau, with the Tianli cult involved, it wasn't that straightforward. The better move would be to bait the prey into the trap. Set a snare. Let the Tianli cult walk right into it. But there's a problem. The messenger is dead, so the message won't be delivered or he won't return. The Tianli cult and Chu Ningyin will definitely get suspicious. Lu Ding wasn't a god. Of course, he couldn't predict everything. But as long as he was aiming at the right target, that was enough. Chu Ningyin must die. If someone else killed her, Lu Ding wouldn't feel safe. What if something went wrong? So, she had to die by his hand. Lu Ding asked, "Director Chiu, what's your plan?" Chiu Si waved someone over. A female investigator approached. They watched her raise her hand and lightly tap her own neck. Her head slid sideways and ended up in her right hand. Then she used her left hand to lift Chu Kai's head and attach it to her body. In that instant, boom, she transformed into a man. When she spoke, it was in a man's voice. "Investigator Lu, my lady's life, is in your hands now." Wow, looks just like him. It was uncanny. Even their cultivation realm matched. Of course, her level was actually higher. It just got downscale for the disguise. A Nigerian Ira. Lu Ding examined carefully. Aside from the scent being a little off, everything else was flawless. But unless someone had seen the head switch happen with their own eyes, such a small flaw was nearly undetectable. Well then, Lu Ding learned something new today. Next time the scent's off, just attack first. Meanwhile, Bai Heman was completely stunned. You could swap heads? Seeing one of them stunned and the other speechless, Chiu Si looked very pleased. His subordinates might not have Lu Ding's terrifying talent and strength, but in terms of skills, they each had their specialties. In a bit, Xiaohua will take Chu Kai's place and return to the Chu family to report back to Chu Ningyin. But what if Chu Ningyin attacks him to destroy the evidence? Lu Ding zeroed in on the key issue. The female investigator's decapitated head, still in Chu Kai's hand, spoke up. "It's fine, Investigator Lu. It's not guaranteed she'll do that. Even if she does, well, I've still got my head here at the bureau. My body can regenerate. It'll just take some time." Lu Ding stared directly at her. In his mind, he was calculating how to fight someone like this. Feeling creeped out, Xiaohua added a respectful tone. "Please don't look at me like that, sir. I'm not as tough as you think. There are still things that can kill me, like your slash. If I were hit by your slash and shattered, my body probably couldn't regenerate. I'd be dead soon after." That part surprised Lu Ding. "Why? I don't know. It's instinct. My body just knows what it can handle and what it can't. So far, your slash is the most dangerous attack I've ever encountered. If I get shattered, it's really shattered. What Xiaohua said made Lu Ding think of the path of Jinshe. Cuts through anything. If you're not dead, it's just a wound. Wounds heal. But if you're dead, you're really dead. The weight of stubborn stone of Nanshan just went up another level. Hearing all this, Lu Ding felt more at ease. From now on, another rule. Any enemy I kill, cut them into fine pieces. Fat, lean, and gold-soft cartilage included. All right, go. We'll wait for your update. Xiao Si gave the order. Xiaohua turned and walked into the darkness. Next, we set up the inescapable net and wait for the prey. Chuning Yin must die. The Tianli cult members must die. So let her live another day or two, then wipe them all out in one sweep. Meanwhile, Lu Ding could take the chance to visit the Yu family, figure out what's going on with Yu Chun. Once that's settled, the Tianli cult people should be arriving. Lu Ding thought it over and told Director Chiu his suspicions about Yu Chun. After hearing everything, Xiao Si did the math and said, I hadn't thought about that before, but if it's just the two of you going, it's too dangerous. I'll go with you. Lu Ding and Bai Heman couldn't afford an accident. If Yu Chun really had something hidden or was replaced by something else, whether they fought or ran, the two of them couldn't control the situation. Think about it. If even Yu Chin's family in the Earth Observer realm couldn't detect anything, then those two were in over their heads. Lu Ding was just about to say he already called someone, when suddenly, from the darkness close by, a voice emerged. Go mind your own business. I've got this. More people would just get in the way. Xiao Si was startled. Someone had gotten that close, and he hadn't noticed? Could it be a Heaven Observer realm cultivator? All three turned toward the darkness. A kind, gentle face emerged. Xiao Si immediately bowed. Along with Lu Ding and Bai Heman, they shouted together, Elder Deng. That's right. The one Lu Ding called was Elder Deng. Originally, he wanted to call and ask, between Instructor Li and Deputy Director Chu, who was stronger. He was going to pick the stronger one. But when Elder Deng heard the question and Lu Ding explained, Elder Deng replied, Wait, I'll come. I'm stronger than both. Asked about his realm, Elder Deng answered, The Earth Observer. I'm Heaven Observer. Well then, Lu Ding was stunned. The big boss was right here, next to him all along. Now that Elder Deng had stepped up, Xiao Si smiled wryly. He was worried Lu Ding and Bai Heman wouldn't be able to handle it. But turns out, they brought an old-school Heaven Observer realm powerhouse. The Yu family really kicked a hornet's nest, running into these two kids. Xiao Si had thought his Earth Observer 9th layer was already top tier. Little the front wolf pretends to sleep, only to lure the enemy. Who would have thought that behind the Divine Palace is Heaven Observer? It just skipped right past Ming and Earth Observer. This level of caution is ridiculous. Since that's the case, I won't embarrass myself. Have fun, and if there's any news, I'll send a message to your phone. Xiao Si said with a smiling face. That's right, have fun, with a Heaven Observer escorting them. If that's not playing around, what is? No matter what tricks you have, it's all in vain. A single Heaven Observer can handle everything. Steady. So damn steady. Xiao Si even secretly hoped there was something off about Yu Chun, or that something had taken his place. When it's time to risk it all, momentum peaks, ruthless words fly, and then Elder Deng of the Heaven Observer realm steps out and slaps you back to reality. Just imagining it made Xiao Si want to laugh. Too bad he wouldn't get to see that scene. As Xiao Si left, Lu Ding spoke into the darkness. Elder Deng, you're here? Though he suspected Elder Deng had arrived, since the old man hadn't shown himself earlier, Lu Ding hadn't dared confirm. Now it was clear. If you've got something going on, of course I'd come. Did you get treated unfairly at all? That line warmed the heart. Lu Ding and Bai Heman both shook their heads. Unfair treatment? Only others ever get the short end of the stick. Bai Heman looked at Elder Deng, shocked. You're really that powerful? He really hadn't known the old man had skills like that. Elder Deng smiled faintly and slowly shook his head. Not powerful, just old. The future belongs to your generation. I'm just an ordinary Heaven Observer. Nigerian Ira. Lu Ding. The way you put it, I don't even know how to respond. Ordinary, huh? Like those bigwigs who claim they don't care about money. Heman was also struck speechless by the word ordinary. He'd always thought Elder Dang was just someone who handled logistics, had some connections, seemed kind and gentle, and was someone everyone spoke to politely. Now that he thought about it, Heaven Observer Realm. Of course you'd speak politely. No wonder the old man managed to get him a shot at meritorious redemption. Now that they'd confirmed Elder Dang was here, it was time to head to the Yu family. The longer they waited, the more unpredictable things could get. Time to act now. Lu Ding grabbed Heman by the collar and took off. Elder Ding melted into the darkness and followed behind. Meanwhile, at the Yu residence, it was late at night, and Yu Chun couldn't sleep at all. He stared up at the waning moon in the sky, his heart heavy. Today's people don't see the moon of old, but the moon today once shone on ancient folk. A smile crept onto his face. He shook his head, helpless. Yu Chun, also known as Lin Chun. Yu Chun is the body of today. Lin Chun is the soul of the past. It all started when Yu Chun was 11. That year, Yu Chun went swimming in the river with his older brother Yu Huai. The two played hide-and-seek in the water. By accident, Yu Chun stepped on something sharp, slicing his foot open. The child's blood, laced with spiritual energy, unlocked the remnant soul of Lin Chun hidden inside. And so, Lin Chun took over Yu Chun's body. And it's been that way ever since. As for Lin Chun himself, he was once, hundreds of years ago, a heaven observer cultivator who dominated his region. By a twist of fate, he came across a broken dragon horn. After a century of plotting, he managed to raise a sin dragon. His plan was to help the dragon surge from river to sea. Once successful, he'd use the dragon's essence to repair the horn. But at the estuary of the Three Rivers, he ran into people from the 749 Bureau. The sea was within reach. With no retreat, Lin Chun fought the Bureau in a bloody battle. In the end, both he and the Sin Dragon were slain. A century of scheming, all gone in a flash. But Lin Chun didn't die. The dragon horn saved a sliver of his soul, which drifted along the current until it somehow reached Yunming. It was that horn Yu Chun had stepped on. Maybe because he'd been asleep for so long, Lin Chun wasn't quite himself when he woke up. That's why, after taking over Yu Chun's body, he seemed different from who he'd once been. But as he gradually learned about the present world, he refined his persona. Maybe because of the dragon's lustful nature, or maybe old habits from his past life. Lin Chun could never shake the flaw of being drawn to women, which eventually led him to clash with Lu Ding. Right now, with Shui Shi not yet back, Yu Chun felt uneasy. But he also didn't want to leave just yet. If he left the Yu family, there'd be no more sisters giving him free spiritual treasures to nourish his remnant soul. And there'd be no safer place to hide. Yu Chun's cultivation had always been stagnant because of the soul issue. But now, with the soul stabilized, his cultivation was poised to rise fast. How could he bear to walk away now? Especially with two sisters still here. Yu Chun had a plan in mind. Even though my current cultivation is only at the Linghai realm, with my techniques, I could take down most Divine Palace opponents. I can't beat someone at Ximing realm, but I've got flight techniques. I can escape. If it's Earth Observer, I can use the dragon horn to flee. But if it's Heaven Observer, at that thought, Yu Chun couldn't help laughing. Too unrealistic. A Heaven Observer cultivator targeting a mere Linghai newbie like him? Like a newbie village running into a max-level boss. No way. Yu Chun was confident he hadn't given himself away. Even if he slipped a little, no way a Heaven Observer would show up. And they wouldn't be able to tell what was wrong with him anyway. So as long as there's no Heaven Observer, there's no problem. And those guys don't have time to waste on small fry like him. All he had to do now was quietly grow stronger. He'd been given a second chance. This time, he had to play it safe. Play it safe and level up. Right as he was deep in thought, footsteps reached his ears. Someone was hurrying over. A young girl called out, "Young Master Lu Ding and Heman have arrived. The family head wants you to come over." Yu Chun. Yu Chun glanced at the time, middle of the night. Did these two not rest at all? Fresh from fight at the Zhai family. Now, they were here at the Yu house. And they wanted him to come over? What for? It's not like he could fight. Weird. Yuchen didn't think too much about it. When you're under someone else's roof, you keep your head down, especially when that someone is your so-called father. He got up. Let's go. Meanwhile, in the Yu family's main hall, good tea was served. Lu Ding sat, holding a cup. Bai Heman frowned beside him, looking rather displeased. Just earlier, when the two arrived to see Yu Jun, the Yu family head, the man had said, "Ha ha ha ha, Investigator Lu, Investigator Bai, you two got the challenge notice already?" Lu Ding asked, "What challenge notice?" Yu Jun replied that the spiritual treasure reward for the prodigy ranking reshuffle had already been sent to Lu Ding. But Yu Huai still wanted to spar with Bai Heman. Hearing that, Bai Heman turned to look at Lu Ding, thinking, as expected of you, winning without even fighting. Then it hit him. Wait, hold on a second. What's that supposed to mean? You think I'm an easy target? He was feeling a bit upset. Bai Heman shot a glare straight at Yu Huai, who was seated next to the Yu family head. Yu Huai didn't back down, lifting his gaze to meet it. Their eyes clashed with such intensity, sparks were practically flying. If Lu Ding and the family head hadn't kept quiet, these two would have gone at it on the spot. Beside them, Yu Jun, the Yu family head, sipped his tea while watching Lu Ding. Lu Ding had just said he needed to talk to Yu Chen about something. They'd been sitting here a while, and Yu Jun had been thinking hard, but he couldn't recall Yu Chen leaving the house during this time. Logically, he shouldn't have caused any trouble. Before Yu Jun could ask, Yu Tao, seated nearby, couldn't hold it in and asked, "Investigator Lu, what business do you have with my little brother Yu Chen today?" Yu Tao, the second daughter of the Yu family, also Yu Chen's second sister. Lu Ding didn't hide anything. He set down his teacup. "When I was handling business in Minshan City, your brother Yu Chen instigated someone to secretly film 749's classified operation. According to the Cultivator Management Ordinance, I sentenced him to 2 months of disciplinary re-education. I'm here to take him in now." The room fell silent. Yu Jun's grip on his teacup visibly tightened. "No way." Another woman's voice spoke up. This time it was the eldest daughter of the Yu family, Yu Jiyu. Lu Ding turned slightly to glance at her. "Are you saying I'm falsely accusing him?" With his voice came an invisible wave of pressure. Yu Jiyu struggled to speak. "Can we discuss it? You think 749's laws are negotiable? Or perhaps Miss Yu doesn't understand the Cultivator Management Ordinance and would like to join him in re-education." RN. As he spoke, someone entered from outside. Yu Chen stepped in, sweeping his gaze across the room before landing on Lu Ding. "So this is Lu Ding, wait." That one look. Yu Chen's heart jumped. Why did this guy have the aura of the Sin Dragon? Seeing the main subject appear, Lu Ding stood up. Got straight to the point. "Yu Chen, come with me." "Where to?" Unease was already bubbling in Yu Chen's chest. Under any other circumstance, at any other time, he wouldn't have reacted this way. But right now, he felt the Sin Dragon's presence from Lu Ding. And the Sin Dragon had everything to do with him. He'd watched the Sin Dragon be slain with his own eyes. So many years had passed, it should have been completely gone. And yet here it was. If Lu Ding weren't with the 749 Bureau, Yu Chen wouldn't be so anxious. He'd just assumed the man got lucky and planned to take it for himself later. But unfortunately, Lu Ding was 749, and clearly, he was here for him. This is what they call a guilty conscience. In Lu Ding's ear, Elder Deng's voice came. He's panicking. Sentenced to 2 months of re-education at 749. You sent someone from a Min clan funeral home to secretly film classified 749 ops, then had Shui Shi come ask me for his release. Provoking 749 multiple offenses combined, a 2-month sentence isn't excessive. With that, Yu Chen understood everything. No wonder old Shui hadn't replied. His face turned grim, the look on his face naturally intense. "Investigator Lu, what happened to old Shui?" He threatened a 749 investigator and resisted arrest. "I killed him on the spot." Lu Ding said it casually. Yu Chen took it all in. His emotions churned wildly, though he didn't show it. Still, deep inside, he was already filled with hatred. In the years his cultivation had stagnated at the Yu family, Shui Shi was both a mentor and a protector to him. And now Lu Ding had casually killed him off. How could Yu Chen not hate him to the bone? But he couldn't show it, because he wasn't strong enough yet. He could only endure for now and wait for his cultivation to recover. When the time came, he would skin Lu Ding alive. But first, he had to face the current problem. 749. Should he go or not? In the past, Yu Chen would have laughed it off and followed Lu Ding without a second thought. But now, he was sure Lu Ding was targeting him. The Sin Dragon, aura, all the signs. He couldn't go to 749. Going meant certain death. But if he didn't go, he'd have to fight Lu Ding right here. Caught between choices, Yu Chen turned to his elder sisters, a pleading look in his eyes. That move had always worked for him, and now was no different. As soon as he looked their way, Yu Jiyu and Yu Tao stood up together. Lu Ding turned his head. If either of them dared block him, he'd strike immediately. But before they could even straighten up, Yu Jun roared, "Sit down." The pressure of an Earth observer burst out, pinning them both to their seats, unable to move or speak. Yu Jun stood. "Investigator Lu, apologies. Please discipline my useless son as needed." That one line made the Yu family's stance crystal clear. Yu Chen looked utterly stunned. He burst into bitter laughter. "Ha ha ha. The Yu family, what a fine Yu family. I guess there's no need for me to stay here. If I die in 74. You talk too much." Yu Chen still hoped to stir emotions with his words. But Lu Ding just acted. Snatch him up in one move. Yu Chen saw his ploy fail and cursed inwardly. He couldn't just let Lu Ding take him. So he used strength beyond his current level and struck with his palm. Bang! Their palms collided. Yu Chen spat blood, using the recoil to shoot into the sky and flee. Lu Ding, I'll remember this grudge and repay it 100-fold someday. Seeing him open the battlefield himself, Lu Ding sighed in relief. This saved him a lot of trouble. He flew after him. Watching this, Yu Huai turned to his father and said calmly, as expected. Yu Jun's teacup trembled in his hand. Sigh. Scene shift. In the skies. Yu Chen kept speeding up, glancing back. No sign of Lu Ding. A smile crept across his face. In terms of cultivation, I can't match you for now. But when it comes to spell mastery, you should revere me like a god. Lu Ding, I'll be back for you. He knew Lu Ding could fly, but so what? Lu Ding's cultivation had risen rapidly, meaning he'd spent most of his time on realm breakthroughs. Flight techniques were notoriously hard to learn and master. Even if Lu Ding had insane talent and got the basics down fast, he'd spent most of his time on power, body, and combat strength. Everyone knew this. So how good could he be at flight? Time is limited. Master one thing, you'll lack in others. That was Yu Chen's belief. He'd never seen a true all-rounder, but never seen doesn't mean they don't exist. Under normal circumstances, maybe not, but if someone's cheating, who knows? Right as that thought came, a shadow dropped from the sky, stomping straight down onto Yu Chen's waist. With crushing force, crack. Yu Chen's spine broke, his body folded backward, and he coughed up blood. He turned his head, staring at his attacker with disbelief. Lu Ding's voice rang out, mocking, "A god? Such a weak one. How did he catch up to me?" That question surfaced in Yu Chen's heart, growing larger and larger, shaking his understanding of the world. It washed away his worldview built over centuries, shattered everything he thought he knew. Could someone's talent really be this terrifying? Mastering everything, with no weakness, no flaws. I don't believe it. With a furious roar, Yu Chen spat reverse blood, his aura surging rapidly, soaring layer after layer from the Linghai realm. Lu Ding descended with a sudden drop. Both hands flung back, his palm apertures flared open, spraying violent chi. With that extra burst of power, his speed spiked to another level. Yu Chen, who had just twisted back his spine, was met with a heavy punch right to the face. Crack! Under that monstrous punch, his face caved in on impact. And that was only the beginning. One punch, after another followed, a flurry like a storm. Fists, feet, elbows, knees. Bang, 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 bang. No matter how powerful he used to be, now he was just a failed soul clinging to a low-level cultivator's body. And for that alone, Lu Ding didn't fear him. Bang! Lu Ding slammed another punch, but this time it was caught, by a bloodied, twisted hand. Yu Chen's cultivation had risen to the Si Ming realm. Gotta admit, he really had been a powerhouse at Heaven Observer realm, reaching Si Ming and already able to catch Lu Ding's punch. But his condition was pitiful. There wasn't a single patch of intact flesh on him. His face was a disaster zone. Torn skin, exposed bone, fractures, dense protrusions. Even one of his eyeballs had been knocked out and was dangling from his face. Yet still he ranted, "Ahaha, I used to be a Heaven Observer. You think attacks like yours can kill? Ah?" A fresh scream tore out. Lu Ding's eyes had suddenly unleashed the chi-devouring death ray. Two dark red beams burst from his eyes at point-blank range. Yu Chen didn't even have time to react. He hadn't expected Lu Ding to have such bizarre abilities. The red rays struck his eyes directly. Blood splattered, flesh evaporated in an instant. Lu Ding violently shook off the hand grabbing him. Both hands grabbed Yu Chen's skull, pressing down hard as the death ray's output intensified. Sizzle, sizzle. The sound echoed, mingling with Lu Ding's crazed shout. "Scream! Come on, scream again! You used to be a Heaven Observer? Then show me now, if you got the guts, ha 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 ha." Lu Ding's grin twisted into madness. "You're not Heaven Observer now, so right now, I'm beating the SHD out of you." The dark red rays from his eyes thickened again, just as they were about to drill through Yu Chen's brain. Suddenly, Buddhist chanting filled the air, golden lotuses bloomed in the sky. A powerful force blasted apart Lu Ding's hold on Yu Chen. He froze mid-air, unrecognizable, but his face was eerily calm. He raised his hand in the orchid mudra, and a bodhisattva statue rose behind him. He spoke in a voice like a lion's roar. His tongue bloomed with lotus petals. Heaven Observer realm was once mine. That's an undeniable fact. Without stepping into Heaven Observer, you'll never know my terror. Now that the bodhisattva image is complete, Lu Ding, are you ready to die? R.O. Epsilon. Lu Ding also hung in midair. The dark red glow in his eyes faded, thin wisps of smoke trailing out. He had just gone a little too hard. And now Yu Chen was back to putting on a show. Lu Ding smiled. Former Heaven Observer really is something. Even after all this, still not dead. Your life is tough enough. But do you know why I, known for my slashes, haven't slashed you yet? He threw the question, and Yu Chen actually responded, "Why?" "Because I prepared a surprise for you." Lu Ding spread his arms. "Let's see if you, the former Heaven Observer, can handle a current one." Since Elder Dang was already here, there was no way Lu Ding would let him come for nothing. Beating Yu Chen was for venting. But now that things had escalated, if he jumped back in, he'd just be asking for trouble. The plan was clear. I can beat you, but if you beat me, I'm calling backup. Darkness surged at that moment. The Buddha-lit sky dimmed in an instant. Yu Chen instinctively looked up and saw a 1,000-meter shadow tower over everything. In front of it, neither Yu Chen nor his bodhisattva image looked like anything at all. If it weren't for that flower-holding mudra, I wouldn't have even recognized you, my defeated opponent. Deng Wufu. Yu Chen's composure snapped. 1,000 questions burned into fury, crushing his sanity. Why? 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 Why was Deng Wufu here? Why'd he meet him back then? And why again now? Why do you keep getting in my way again and again? Why? Back then, it was Deng Wufu who had killed him. At that time, Yu Chen was riding high, befriending elites across the land, thinking that as long as he avoided forbidden paths, the world was his oyster. But when he tried to help the Sin Dragon surge from river to sea, Deng Wufu had cut him down right there. That slash had left him wounded, taught him humility, and forced him to face the brutal reality. And now it was Deng Wufu again, and he didn't even recognize him anymore. He only remembered the flower holding mudra. Humiliation. Utter humiliation. Yu Chen pointed skyward. Deng Wufu. I will. Bang! Elder Deng slapped down, shattering both Yu Chen and his bodhisattva image in one blow. He added, defeated dogs don't get to yap in front of me. Back then, I gave you one slash to curb your arrogance. Today, I give you one palm to help you see reality. Lu Ding's grin widened. He couldn't hold it in anymore and threw in the finishing blow, Ha ha ha, you were trash back then, and you're even worse now. The double whammy, physical and emotional, caused Yu Chen's body to shatter midair. His soul desperately pulled his body back together, only to be shattered again, and again, and again. After several rounds of destruction and recovery, Yu Chen's wounds finally mended, like a final glow before death. He still thought everything had been perfectly planned. As long as the one who came today wasn't a heaven observer, as long as it wasn't Deng Guofu, as long as, his eyes, full of tangled emotions, turned upward. Cracks spread all over his skin. He spat out his last words, one word at a time. Deng Guofu, F asterisk asterisk your. Bang! Lu Ding's raised hand slashed out, blasting Yu Chen to pieces and killing the final word in his mouth before it could escape. Time and again, Lu Ding had cut him off mid-sentence. Even in death, Yu Chen died with regrets. He had many regrets, sure, but his biggest? Not being able to curse his lifelong nemesis's mother with his dying breath. Can't win, can't even get a word in, and all this over a suspicion. They brought a heaven observer over. One thing after another. It was all too much to swallow. And they even dug up all his old dirt. Yu Chen was truly dead in body and spirit. This time, not even the dragon horn could save him. As both his body and remnant soul faded away, a black object floated in the air. It flew straight toward Lu Ding. He raised his hand, not to grab it, but to release spiritual energy to block it. Who knew what backup plan Yu Chen might have left behind in death? Looting wasn't always so simple. If it were Lu Ding, he'd absolutely lace all his belongings with poisons, curses, and traps before dying, just to mess with those brainless corpse looters. Elder Deng looked on, his expression instantly turning kindly. What a clever kid. Knows not to take things that aren't his without caution. He reached out, drew the dragon horn over, examined it, and then handed it to Lu Ding. No problem. If I'm not mistaken, this is the dragon horn. It was what held on to Lin Chen's final sliver of soul. Dragon horn. Those words needed no extra explanation. Its effects were evident to all. It had managed to keep a heaven observer's remnant soul from dissipating. Of course, that wasn't even the most important part. The real kicker was that the moment Lu Ding held it, his spiritual energy started surging uncontrollably. The Sin Dragon raced around his meridians, dragging spiritual energy with it like a wild beast. Now that Director Deng had confirmed it, Lu Ding could rest easy. He opened his apertures, and a suction force pulled in the dragon horn. The Sin Dragon, already lying in wait inside his body, snatched it up without hesitation the instant it arrived. Crack! It snapped its own broken horn off. Pop! Slapped the dragon horn right onto its head. This thing really was brutal and fast. Its aura dipped for a second, then immediately surged. Its scales began shedding and reforming, changing from glossy black to a matte black with mysterious glowing patterns. Those patterns started at its eyes and rippled backward. The Sin Dragon had never looked like anything good. It was the definition of judging a dragon by its looks. Now, with the horn attached, it looked even more sinister and fierce, adding a whole new level of terrifying dominance. Lu Ding watched it spew black smoke through his meridians. He raised a hand and released spiritual energy, but the smoke came with it. Lu Ding, hard to comment. From now on, if he fought someone who didn't know his background and claimed to be from 749, they probably wouldn't believe him. Since when did official forces' good guys raise their hands and summon black smoke? This was the textbook image of a villain. Good guys always came with beams of sunlight. He shows up, and boom, instant nightfall. So smart, got it, and immediately used it. Unlike Lin Chun, all those years holding the dragon horn, completely useless. Good stuff wasted on that guy. Director Deng kept praising him, his eyes narrowing kindly like he didn't see the black smoke at all. But regardless, the emotional support was top tier. Lu Ding retracted his spiritual energy. Thank you for coming all this way, Elder Deng. What are you thanking me for? I'm just glad this old body of mine can still be of some use to you all. Then Deng thought that sounded too official, too distant. So he added, Plus, getting to beat one of my old losers again reminded me of my youth. Ha 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 ha. Lu Ding hadn't expected Elder Deng to be this funny. So finding youth again meant beating people you used to beat? By the way, Elder Deng, who was Yu Chun really? His real name was Lin Chun. Back then, once asked Elder Deng, being an old man, couldn't stop talking once he started. It chatted the whole way back. Lu Ding learned from Deng's story that the Sin Dragon Bone inscription he cultivated had been influenced by Lin Chun. Lu Ding chimed in occasionally. Whoa, there's a story behind that. Well, I guess he was useful in the end, didn't die for nothing. What a pure waste of air. You're savage, sir. Him? He thinks he qualifies? You're really something. He gave the old man plenty of thumbs-ups, keeping Elder Deng laughing the whole way. When Lu Ding returned to the Yu residence, Elder Deng faded back into the shadows. Inside the main hall, Baiheman still sat upright, one sleeve torn at the cuff and fraying. As for Yu Huai, face black and blue, one eyelid so swollen it covered the eye. He looked like a disposable one-eyed pirate. What kind of look is this? Lu Ding walked in and asked. Baiheman's eyes shone with pride, a faint smirk on his lips, though his expression stayed mostly calm. He stood, adjusting his sleeve, just had a little sparring match. Who told you to get cocky? Still treating him like some pushover. Had to teach you the gap between us. Sure, we're both beneath Lu Ding, but that's only because the rank above hasn't been filled yet. Otherwise, you'd be lining up from here to Yunhai. Lu Ding looked at the beaten-up Yu Huai. He wanted to laugh, but he was a professional. He held it in. You really don't understand how valuable being a guaranteed pick is. In Yunming, in the Yu family, you're a 1 in 10,000 genius. But at 749's Advanced Training Center, a whole group of 1 in 10,000 geniuses ganged up on Baiheman, and he still held his own. Could attack when he wanted, retreat when he felt like it. Unless you've been on the receiving end of those fists, you really don't know what a black-handed brawler is. Feeling Lu Ding's gaze, Yu Huai sniffed back his slowly dripping nosebleed. He stood, clasped his fists. Investigator Lu? That man was he. Lu Ding shook his head at him, then looked toward the Yu family head, who had remained silent this whole time. It seemed like when Lu Ding left, he had been sitting like this, and when Lu Ding returned, he was still sitting the same way. Same man, but clearly more hunched over now. Family head Yu. I'm sure you've sensed it too. I won't say much more. I hope everything that happened here can stay confidential. Yu Jun had made a wise call earlier, and of course Lu Ding would return the favor. The word confidential, coming from Lu Ding's mouth, meant something completely different from if the Yu family had decided it themselves. Yu Jun's face twitched with a barely noticeable, forced smile. Then he changed his demeanor, much gentler now. That was him accepting Lu Ding's goodwill. He nodded. Thank you, Lord Lu Taishui. We truly didn't host you well this time. As for what happened here, I, Yu Jun, swear not a single word will leave this house. Lu Ding smiled in return. He called out, let's go Xiao Bai. Baiheman stood. Seeing him leave, Yu Huai shouted, Baiheman, I will challenge you again. Baiheman tilted his head, thought about it, but couldn't come up with anything snappy, so he turned to Lu Ding. Lu Ding leaned down and whispered a few lines. Baiheman didn't even move, just turned his face halfway, showing only his side figure dropped down, landing on the old woman's back. He reached out and grabbed her head. I found you too. A spine-tingling crack sounded in that instant. Lu Ding held the monster's head and stomped down on its back, snapping it clean in half. Then he gave a yank. With a crisp pop, a round, rolling object was pulled into his hand. He raised it and tore off the outer skin, revealing a huge mange-ridden dog head. Sparse fur, red skin. Contained creature, red dog. Containment reward. Wing membrane flight technique. Wing membrane flight technique allows flight by spreading wing membranes from under the ribs, enabling arm flapping flight. Pretty useless and ugly too. Lu Ding didn't even want to imagine how dumb he'd look flying around flapping his arms. No thanks. This kind of monster was actually recorded in Taiping, Guangxi. Zhang Sima of Dingzhou, in the summer of the 28th year of Kaiyuan, was sitting outdoors with his wife one night when he heard something flying overhead. It turned out to be an old dog, red and sparsely furred, very long in body, extremely short-legged, only 1 or 2 inches tall. Sima ordered it burned, fearing it to be a monster. Basically, one summer, Zhang Sima of Dingzhou was chilling in the yard with his wife. Suddenly heard something flying over. He sent people to chase it, and eventually found the thing looked like an old dog. Bright red, barely any fur, stubby legs, but super long body, just a deformed mess. Zhang Sima got spooked it might be something evil, so he had it burned. Lu Ding held up the red dog's head and looked toward Dong Wenrui in the outhouse. He took a step back. This method's not bad, but too bad you had bad luck. Dong Wenrui looked up at Lu Ding, her face lighting up with surprise, memories swirling in her mind. You're the one from last time that. Lu Ding nodded. Yep, that was me, and this time too. Get up here. I'm going after the blind granny. You remember to stay safe at home. Lu Ding turned to leave. Dong Wenrui scrambled up in a hurry. A lot of things clicked in her head all at once. Her original plan had been to report the situation. She figured if Grandma really was a monster, well, she hadn't attacked her for days already, so she probably wouldn't act right away either. That should have bought enough time for 749 to show up. Who would have thought? But that wasn't even the key point. The key point was, she had clearly told blind Granny to take Grandma with her. Yet now Grandma was here. Dead Granny. Is that blind Granny? Doesn't matter what she was called before. After tonight, she'll be dead Granny. Hearing that, Dong Wenrui seemed to get it. Her gaze turned sharp. So it was blind Granny behind all of this. Lu Ding stepped out and flew toward the back of the village with Bai Heman, heading for blind Granny's house. Dong Wenrui didn't linger either. She rushed back into the house, tore through drawers and cabinets, and dug out the blasting caps and flintlock left behind by her grandpa from his days guarding the mines. She grabbed the weapons and ran straight toward the end of the village. At the same time, old house at the village edge of Dongshan Village. This was blind Granny's home. Inside the small room, coils of incense smoked from the ceiling. Talismans were plastered everywhere. Dozens of spirit tablets were neatly arranged. The one at the top was the memorial of Yi Chengfeng of Deheshen. Blind Granny approached holding a lit red stick of incense and placed it into the burner. She set down the tablet for Yi Li. Old brother, it was all thanks to you that I escaped back then. Now you're gone, and I still don't have what it takes to avenge you. I've really let you down. I can't protect the others for you either. I can only use this method to bring back Xiao Li's fate. I hope you don't blame me. I read his fortune years ago. It said he'd survive a desperate situation. But now, I don't know what went wrong. By logic, he shouldn't have died. She muttered to herself, then changed topics. This girl, I think she's a good match for Xiao Li. Their fates are pretty similar. I think the two of them suit each other. In a bit. She never finished her sentence. The earth wall exploded. A figure charged in and kicked her straight on. Blind Granny went flying and smashed into the offering table. Spirit tablets flew. Lu Ding grabbed 2 of them, one in each hand. They were Yi Chengfeng's and Yi Li's. He examined them, mimicking blind Granny's tone. This dead old hag. I think you're a perfect match for this dead old man. I'll send you down to him soon. You two can be a pair. Both died by my hands. What fate, huh? In the corner, blind Granny glared in rage. You're Lu Ding. Lu Ding turned his head, that eerie grin back on his face. Since you know who I am, and you still pulled this behind my back crap, so tell me, what kind of death are you looking for? Blind Granny's heart sank. She didn't understand. Couldn't figure it out. How did Lu Ding find his way here? She raised a hand and pointed. Instantly, the scissors on the ground shot toward Lu Ding. Once rusted and dull, they gleamed razor-sharp midair. Lu Ding tilted his head. The tablet for Yi Chengfeng in his hand was instantly pierced in 2. Lu Ding shook the 2 halves. You stabbed at yourself. He crushed them into dust. Lu Ding. Lu Ding glanced her way. Oh, angry. He raised the other tablet for Yi Li. Then how about this? Will this make you even angrier? With a crack, Yi Li's memorial shattered into powder too. Lu Ding laughed. Ha ha ha. Now that's the proper process. Dead people should stay dead and obedient. I'll kill you, blind Granny roared. her fury uncontrollable as she leapt up. Yu stood still, clearly stunned. Ha 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 ha! Lu Ding took a step forward and walked out. Laughter came from outside the door. He was still pretty polite and waited until he got outside to laugh. Bai followed after him. At this moment, Yu snapped back to his senses and grabbed the twisted sword beside him, slamming it to the ground. F***K. The slightly tense atmosphere was instantly broken by Yu's curse. Yu Jun turned his head. What did you just say? Yu froze, then slowly turned his head. Didn't say anything, Dad. Losing the alt account already annoyed Yu Jun, and now even the main account had hidden layers. Right then, thunder rumbled across the sky. Wind and rain were coming. The head of the Yu family rolled up his sleeves and got up. Rainy day beatings. It's not like there's anything else to do. The alt account's gone. Might as well fix up the main account. Still usable. After the Yu family came the Luo family. Not much to say. The Luo family was still relatively well behaved. But once they got there, someone from the Luo family said they wouldn't fight Lu Ding, but they wanted to go against Bai. That set Bai off again, and he immediately gave Luo Ping of the Luo family a good dose of reality. The main style? Hurts the skin, hurts the flesh, not the bones, painful and heartbreaking. Side kicks, flying kicks, no hits to the head, gotta protect the face. Horizontal banner, gentle with the ladies. Lu Ding's comment. You call that being gentle with the ladies? Flying kicks and everything. Bai explained. She's not an enemy. Grandma said girls really care about their faces. They can't get hurt. And boys need to understand the difference between genders. We can't touch girls here, and here, with diuresis. Bai gestured from top to bottom. So I didn't even use my hands. If it were an enemy, Bai wouldn't have cared about any of that. Lu Ding, your thought process is something else. Honestly, might have been better to just use your hands. One side kick sent her flying over 10 meters. She literally whooshed through the air. From start to finish, Lu Ding kept his hand over his mouth and never took it down. Are we still going to the Chu family now? Bai asked. Lu Ding shook his head. No word yet. Let's go back and cultivate. 2 out of the top 3 families have been dealt with. As for Chuningen, Lu Ding didn't plan to go after her just yet. Director Chio's message hadn't arrived. Lu Ding could use this time gap to go back, upgrade, and push for a breakthrough. Use the natural treasures these families sent over to build the dragon-locking well. When the order to strike comes, upgraded Lu Ding would take out Chuningen and all those Qianli cult freaks who kept trying to gang up on him in one go. Save the cleanup effort and no wasted manpower, resources, or funds. Back at Yunming, 749. Deputy Director Chio assigned each of them a room. Lu Ding sat cross-legged, looking at the 6 spoils of war in front of him. 5 came from the Lan family, the Zhai family, the Ruan family, the Yu family, and the Luo family. The 6th one was from Chio himself, a reward for killing Ruan Kong, with 6 top-quality spiritual treasures laid out. The room was instantly filled with a fragrant aroma that made the heart and soul feel refreshed. Sadly, something this good only happens once. At most, he could squeeze 1 more out of the Chu family. Then there was still 1 more from the golden toad nesting on an egg. But it's fine. Lu Ding believed the advanced training facility would definitely bring lots of chances for him to get even better spiritual treasures. He grabbed the treasure in front of him and stuffed it into his mouth. The medicinal effects began to spread and get absorbed. Lu Ding formed a hand seal and activated the Sin Dragon Bone inscription. The Sin Dragon inside him started to rampage joyfully through his meridians again. The stall project was finally getting back on track. As countless particles of light rose from the Linghai Sea and gathered in the sky, they started repairing the torn-up Divine Palace. Lu Ding's cultivation level began to climb. He formed another hand seal. The particles of light split into 2 organized groups. One group leveled up and filled the Divine Palace. The other gathered to construct the dragon-locking well. Lu Ding's hand seal was the blueprint. It was just like magic spells in fantasy worlds, a whole string of chanting that basically meant stuff like, how many degrees east longitude, how many degrees north latitude, how strong the attack needed to be, what the target was. But Lu Ding's spell was more like how big the dragon-locking well should be, whether it should be the classic model or a DIY custom version, whether to carve in any unique markings. Hey, left side needs to be a bit higher, right side needs to align, wall surface needs leveling, watch the curve. You laid this brick crooked. Don't talk to me about irrelevant stuff. Redo it. This must be redone. My eyes are the ruler. When he reached Divine Palace 3rd layer, the dragon-locking well was taking shape. At Divine Palace 4th layer, it was complete. The visible part was entirely black. The space below was massive, with 2 chains swinging around. The Sin Dragon and his meridians, on Lu Ding's command, shot straight over, grabbed the chains, and looped them around its own neck. A natural beast of burden. As the Sin Dragon was sealed into the dragon-locking well, Lu Ding's aura faded again. A hidden dragon in the abyss, his spiritual energy quality improved once more, and his combat power surged. But Lu Ding's aura fading meant staying low-key, and Lu Ding was never the type to stay low-key for no reason. With a flick of his hand seal, boom! A terrifying explosion immediately erupted from the Ling Hai. Dark clouds gathered, thunder and lightning crackled, and the Shi Gondang in the Ling Hai released a bit of water at just the right time. Waves surged up like a tsunami, rising to the heavens, creating the illusion of a monstrous being breaking into the world. The stage was fully set, but the Sin Dragon at the bottom of the well hadn't even settled in yet. As spiritual energy exploded inside the dragon-locking well, it got blasted right back out. The Sin Dragon was forced to break out of the well. The broken chains on its body rattled loudly. The Sin Dragon was dazed. Didn't I just lie down? Lu Ding's aura and cultivation, following that blast just now, surged again. Black smoke spewed throughout the room. At this moment, his cultivation had reached Divine Palace 5th layer. 3 layers in one go. Straight from Divine Palace 2nd layer to Divine Palace 5th layer. Combat strength skyrocketed twice. The reason he went up 3 layers was because of 2 explosive surges in power. Those were from the passive boost that came with a rise in realm. Step by step, naturally flowing like water, with rising tide lifting all boats, that didn't count as a power surge. Sealing the Sin Dragon in the dragon-locking well, and the Sin Dragon bursting out of it. That's what caused the true surge. Now, after 2 massive updates and upgrades, Lu Ding was no longer the same. We can't even say no longer the same as before. Before is too far back. We're talking just moments ago. In broad daylight. After last night's chaos, rumors flew all around Yunmeng. Under Chuning Yin, every single genius in Yunmeng had either surrendered voluntarily or got beaten up at home. Now, the entire prodigy ranking in Yunmeng had just one name left at the top, Chuning Yin, standing alone. Second and third place had already been replaced with the names Lu Ding and Bai Heman. By afternoon, Chuning Yin, under immense pressure, arrived at a high-end hotel somewhere in Yunmeng. The door opened. A person was seated by the floor-to-ceiling window, and behind them stood a man and a woman who turned to look at her. These 3 were the main force of Tianli cult's operation in Yunmeng. One of Tianli cult's deputy leaders, Guo Wuji, and his subordinates, Body Pillar and Flower Pillar. Seeing this lineup, Chuning Yin instantly felt reassured. No matter how insanely strong Lu Ding was, he couldn't possibly escape the grasp of the Tianli cult. She stepped forward and gave a slight bow. "Greetings, deputy leader." The man nodded in response. Chuning Yin straightened up, filled with confusion inside, but didn't dare ask the deputy leader directly. She walked over to Flower Pillar, whom she was more familiar with, and whispered, "Why is the deputy leader here?" Flower Pillar whispered back, "He's furious about Fire Pillar's death. And after seeing what happened to Fire Pillar, just sending us might not be enough to take Lu Ding down. His combat power defies common logic. Even if we send more pillars, at best we could capture him, not kill him. And that's assuming we don't get picked off one by one. So to play it safe, since the deputy leader happened to be available, he decided to come personally and crush any possibility at its root. Since you, Lu Ding, are cautious and bold, then we'll be even more cautious. Your divine palace, right? Tianli cult is directly sending someone at the Earth Observer realm, comparable to Chiosi's level, though technically a bit weaker than Chiosi. Against someone at divine palace level, it's more than enough. Judging from how Lu Ding killed Ruan Kong yesterday, his max level is somewhere around mid-tier C Ming, and that's with a bit of trickery. Even in the worst-case scenario, if Chiosi reacts in time, the deputy leader can still hold him off. Then the three of us will gang up on Lu Ding. Body Pillar will engage in melee to prevent him from charging up. You'll blast him with spells, and I'll sneak attack with secret techniques. 3-on-1. He's dead for sure. Even though it all made sense, Chuning Yin still felt something was off. As for what exactly was off, she couldn't quite put her finger on it. If Lu Ding could really be taken out this easily, then why hadn't anyone done it before? She glanced at the seated deputy leader of Tianli cult. Well, to be fair, no one at the Earth Observer realm had ever made a move on Lu Ding before. And as far as she knew, Lu Ding had never been on the receiving end of a siege. He was always the one leading 749 to siege others. This time, well, the tables had turned. It was finally his turn. Tianli cult's Guowuji just so happened to be in a good mood. He turned and looked over, staring at Chuning Yin. You seem pretty nervous just now. This isn't our first time meeting, is it? Chuning Yin quickly bowed and replied. Lu Ding's too dominant. There's a lot of outside pressure. I don't feel confident facing him. And after this siege, I probably won't be able to stay with the Chu family anymore, so yeah, I'm nervous. Even though Chuning Yin had joined Tianli cult, she was still a member of the Chu family. She was born and raised there. Of course, she had feelings for the place. She had somewhat mentally prepared herself, but the time to leave came way too fast. She wasn't fully ready yet. Goodbyes are always hard, but she couldn't blame herself, nor the Chu family, and definitely not Tianli cult. So the only one she could blame was Lu Ding. If Lu Ding hadn't come to Yunming, she wouldn't have had to leave the Chu family so soon. So all of this was Lu Ding's fault. Of course, she could have chosen not to take part in the siege. But just Body Pillar and Flower Pillar alone might not be enough to take Lu Ding down. Not a safe bet. So, you don't have to be too nervous. A lot of things aren't set in stone. Plans never keep up with changes. If our plan works out and Chiosi doesn't respond in time, you can still stay in Yunming. If he does react and manages to stop me in time, I'll hold him off, and the three of you deal with Lu Ding. Even if you leave early, it's fine. Even in the worst-case scenario, you won't be in danger. I may not be able to beat Chiosi head-on, but if I want to retreat, he won't be able to stop me. No. He said it so casually, with such confidence. Who knew where that confidence came from? He made dodging someone stronger sound almost poetic, though on the surface it sounded flawless. There was still one little issue. Lu Ding has Baiheman with him. Talk about not treating Xiao Bai like a real person. Not even a mention of him. In response, Body Pillar sneered a little. We accounted for that, but Baiheman's lethality isn't on the same level as Lu Ding. We're not targeting him this time. So, they'll be handled by regular Tianli cult members. Even if they have to die, we brought over 100 people this time. Should be enough to give him hell. Can't have your cake and eat it too. Killing Lu Ding alone was already troublesome enough. As for Baiheman, let him live. In Body Pillar's view, that was mercy. If I've got a free hand after killing Lu Ding, I'll give Baiheman a palm strike as a bonus. That line came from Guowuji. Chuning Yin nodded. If that was the plan, she was reassured. Then I'll go prepare and send Lu Ding a battle invitation. For the location, what do you suggest? Just outside the city, Xiala Mountain. Our people will form a 10-kilometer circle around it in ambush. As for a reason, you can say it's to protect the reputation of the Chu family and Yunming's young prodigies. So we don't want outsiders knowing the result of this battle. As compensation, if Lu Ding wins, you can offer him 2 spiritual treasures. If he's cautious, he can bring investigators along. It was a good cover, even if it got exposed later and made her look bad. Whatever. Chuning Yin wouldn't be in Yunming anymore. Her reputation here could fall apart, and she wouldn't care. Before leaving, she had one last thing to say, just to cover all bases. Deputy leader, do you think I could pretend to be unaware and stay by his side when the action starts? Wait until he drops his guard, then sneak attack him while he's distracted fighting you too. Guo Wuji gave her a look of approval. Sure. Chu Ningyin exited the room. Body Pillar snorted coldly after she left. Shameless. And don't say that. We're going to be colleagues, sharing the same rice pot. Besides, what are we? We're an evil cult, right? Labeled by 749. Evil cults using sneak attacks, dirty tricks, and scheming. That's totally normal. What? You expect an evil cult to fight fair and square? If we were really that good, we'd be the 749. Crude words, but not without reason. Still, that was very crude. Body Pillar didn't disagree, but the more he listened, the more it irked him. That night, the battle letter arrived. Of course, it didn't go directly to Lu Ding. It was delivered to the 749 Combat Command Center. Lu Ding was sitting in the room. A terrain model was placed in front of them. Qiu Si was speaking and laying out the plan. Even though we don't know what realm of cultivators Tianli Cult will send, based on Lu Ding's previous performance, I'm certain Tianli Cult won't be dumb enough to just send 1 or 2 pillars again. Given what we know about them, the first person to attack Lu Ding was Fire Pillar. He was under Guo Wuji's command, so there's a high chance Guo Wuji himself will show up. As he spoke, Qiu Si reached out and slid his finger through the air over the terrain map. He marked a 50-kilometer radius. If it really is Guo Wuji from Tianli Cult, we'll designate this 50-kilometer zone as the combat zone. We don't know exactly how many people will be within that zone, so I'm raising the alert to level 2 and deploying 1,000 investigators. I'll personally take the field and lead the operation to lock down the area. Since there were so many unknowns in the intel, they'd fully leverage the home field advantage, overwhelm with numbers, with power, with gear, and with firepower. Minimize all possible risks. Wipe out the evil completely, not even the tiniest bit of reckless saving. If they could use missiles or other heavy stuff, you'd better believe there'd be surprises. Lu Ding listened to Deputy Director Qiu's arrangements, silently thinking 1,000 investigators. So, could Tianli Cult even bring 200 people? Even if they could, that's 749 investigators per Tianli Cult cultivator. This setup, you'd have to draw lots and rely on luck just to get a kill. If you were unlucky, you might not even see one. Solid. This was truly solid. Home turf advantage in full effect. When you can crush them with sheer numbers and force, there's no need to bother with some one-on-one drama. This isn't some movie showing off fight scenes. Just crush them, no brain style. Someone raised a concern. Deputy Director, if Guo Wuji really comes, won't it be hard for you to hold him off alone? Qiu Si's face lit up with a mysterious smile. He turned and looked at Lu Ding. Has the old man left yet? Lu Ding shook his head. Not so soon. He'll probably head back once we're out of Yiming. Qiu Si withdrew his gaze. No matter. I've got it covered. Now, everyone move out. Head to Xiao Mountain. Qiu Si made the call on the spot. Immediately, beneath the seemingly calm surface of Yunming 749, undercurrents began to surge. Lu Ding stood up as well. He picked up the battle challenge delivered by Chu Ningyin and looked it over again. Preserving the dignity of myself and Yunming's young talents, so the result of the battle won't be made public. This excuse, fair and reasonable. Add in 2 spiritual treasures, and it's practically impossible to refuse. After all, Lu Ding wasn't after the title of Yunming's #1 prodigy. What he wanted was stuff. Our Lord Lu Tai Shui had always been pragmatic. Bai Heman stood to the side, but she harbors ill intent, conspiring with an evil cult. Her motives violate the law and regulations. The battle challenge in Lu Ding's hand instantly crumbled into powder and scattered into the air. Trying to screw me over? You better be tougher than Shi Gandang. He turned, and the two of them walked out of the meeting room, heading straight for the agreed location, Xiaolin Mountain. On summer nights, Xiaolin Mountain was filled with the noisy chirping of insects. It's strangely peaceful. The deeper they went, the sound of trickling water could be heard. A graceful figure sat crouched by the stream, staring blankly at the moon's reflection in the water. It felt like a replay of her parents' earlier warnings. Ningyin, are you really just bringing honor? Mom, I'm not going to fight Lu Ding to the death. I don't need to bring so many people. But Lu Ding's so strong. What if you get hurt? Ugh, Dad, now you're worried too? That's why I'm bringing honor. If I get hurt, she'll bring me back. Don't worry. Chu Ningyin sighed and brushed her hand across the rippling water. She looked up at the sky. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry. My life shouldn't end here. After tonight, forgive your daughter for leaving without saying goodbye. Someday, maybe we'll meet again. Ningyin Jia. The young girl came up and placed a hand on Chu Ningyin's shoulder, tilting her head to look at her face. It's nothing, Huaner. Want to go on a trip with me? The girl nodded without hesitation. Of course. Not just a trip. Wherever you go, I go. I'm Ningyin's little tail. The bright moonlight shone on Chu Ningyin's face, letting Huaner see the genuine smile from the depths of her heart. After tonight, I'll take you everywhere, see the local customs, the famous sights. Then I want to eat tons of good food. Eat. All the stuff our parents didn't let us eat. We're going to eat it all. Their laughter drifted off with the flowing stream. The lake's surface was serene, until a message alert chimed. Lu Ding is here. He's moving fast. Seeing the message, Chu Ningyin stood up. Fast, huh? He probably flew over. But just how fast, who knows? Flying techniques, really enviable. In the dense forest, Lu Ding flew low through the trees. Baiheman asked curiously, You're not charging up? In his view, this was the perfect setup. Charge up, then blast her to bits on arrival. But reality was different. Lu Ding replied, Charging up ties up one hand. Right now, there might be an Earth Observer Realm cultivator hiding. If I show even the slightest unnatural movement, that Earth Observer might pop out and face me directly, which puts me at a disadvantage. Charge strikes rely on power and surprise. People say there are two things humans can't dodge: zero-frame startups and long charges. Lu Ding could do both, but against an Earth Observer, that was still child's play. Those people were several entire realms above him. Back when Ruanhai the Ruan family got blocked by Deputy Director Chiu, that was because everyone was out in the open. Now, everyone's in the dark. You don't know me, I don't know you. Lu Ding didn't need to take that risk. Besides, I don't need to charge. I can still kill her. As he spoke, a dark red gleam appeared in Lu Ding's eyes. Baiheman's pupils glowed green as he nodded. The two of them burst out of the forest, shadows stretching long under the moonlight. Looking down, the stream flowed gently. Chu Ningyin had already been waiting a while. She clasped her hands and bowed. Lord Lu Tai Shui, I've long admired your name. At that moment, many hidden gazes focused on Lu Ding's hands. Seeing no signs of charging up, they held off for now. Lu Ding landed. Seeing Chu Ningyin reach out to shake hands, he raised an eyebrow and smiled, then extended his hand, appearing as if to return the courtesy. Suddenly, Lu Ding lashed out with a vicious kick. Chu Ningyin had been on guard. She was up to no good tonight, after all. But Lu Ding's kick came too fast, too brutal, without a trace of warning, and with full force. Bang! Chu Ningyin was sent flying, smashing into a hillside. Lu Ding raised his hand and looked down at what he was holding. A white, jade-like arm. He casually tossed it into the stream. It dyed the water red, leaving behind a crimson trail. A single kick that could send a 200-plus pound boulder flying and shatter a decades-old tree. He pointed at Chu Ningyin, now embedded in the slope. You BTCH, you think you can fool me with that fake-ass smile? Why bother with all the fake talk and false sentiment? Might as well just start swinging. Lu Ding came with one goal: to destroy her. Seeing this unfold, all the hidden watchers were dumbfounded. Holy SHD, could you be any more decisive? Guo Wuji of Qianli cult sensed something was off. From 100 meters away, he raised a hand to strike Lu Ding. Suddenly, alarm bells rang in his mind. He instinctively tilted his head. A three-finger claw strike missed his head but tore off half his shoulder, blood gushing everywhere. Guo Wuji darted forward and spun around. Chiu Si flung aside the chunk of flesh, hiding like a rat and trying to sneak attack. Chiu Si flipped his hand, claws turning into hooks, forming mantis hands. Behind him, A massive mantis phantom rose 100 meters tall, raising twin blades with overwhelming force. Chosi, and you're calling me sneaky? As if you didn't do the same damn thing. Guowuji couldn't understand. Why was Chosi even here, ambushing him like this? But there was no time to dwell on it. I'll hold him off, you move. As Guowuji shouted, he struck with a powerful palm. Two Earth Observer Realm cultivators clashed in full force. Back at the first battlefield, Lu Ding had already reached the hillside. Chuning Yin lay severely injured on the ground. The wound from her lost arm gushed blood, staining the dirt red. Most of her vital organs were crushed, countless bones shattered. Lu Ding's spiritual energy was still rampaging inside her, destroying any chance of survival. If she didn't get treatment immediately, death was only a matter of time. Chuning Yin's lips trembled. Her fingers twitched slightly. Cough, cough, cough. Please spare. Bang! Lu Ding raised his foot and stomped down with his heel. Chuning Yin's head twisted backward at a grotesque angle. In the moonlight, the shadow on the ground showed a spray of liquid. Lu Ding slowly leaned down. From both sides, silhouettes rushed toward him. He calmly spoke. Don't beg me, because even if you beg, I still won't spare you. As the words fell, Lu Ding raised his hand. A slash burst forth, and he used the recoil to shoot backward through the air. Two attacks landed where he had just stood, smacking the already shattered corpse of Chuning Yin one more time. Body pillar and flower pillar landed, their faces serious as they stared at Lu Ding. This guy never plays by the rules. His presence always makes plans fall behind changes. Body pillar, crouching, stood up and stepped forward. He tore off his shirt, revealing lean, muscular arms. Twisting both arms while circulating chi, the crisp sound of metal rings clinking echoed. Dozens of bronze rings wrapped around his forearms, both weapon and armor. Iron thread fist. Lu Ding paced a couple of steps. Your Qinli cult's body pillar, Zhao Jian. His expression stayed calm, voice emotionless. Zhao Jian grew annoyed. Chuning Yin's gone. It's 2 against 1, and you're still so chill. I really don't get what you're so damn cocky about. Lu Ding raised a fist with a crack of his knuckles. He suddenly turned his head, not even looking directly at Zhao Jian, smirking arrogantly. You want to know what I'm cocky about? Lu Ding usually didn't like talking much, but this one, he wanted to answer. District-wide prestige, province-level menace. In this year's 3 district trials, out of tens of thousands of investigators, I'm ranked first. You tell me, what's there not to be cocky about? Hearing that, Zhao Jian instantly felt like he'd humiliated himself. Shouldn't have asked, just gave Lu Ding a stage to flex. In a flash, Zhao Jian lunged and struck. The rings on his arms rang out. His style was all about sudden strikes. But zero-frame openers were Lu Ding's signature, pulling stunts in front of the god of stunts himself. Of course he was ready for it. He countered with a delayed strike that still landed first. A punch smashed straight into Zhao Jian's cheek. If you could see inside, you'd witness his brain slamming against his skull from the impact. His eyes immediately turned dull. His body slumped and collapsed. He's so fast, so strong. This isn't what we expected. How is he even stronger than before? Flower. Pillar. Zhao Jian gasped. But from the darkness, a cold glint flew out. Lu Ding raised his hand in a flower-plucking move, snatched the flying dagger out of midair. Shhhh. Puffs of anesthetic gas hissed from the blade's tip. Turns out, someone had crawled up from the ground where Zhao Jian fell, scooped him up, and started running. Flower Pillar's voice echoed beside his ear. Run? Of course I'm taking you with me. His body's stronger than mine. Don't worry. Remember the test I ran on you last time? Zhao Jian's mind flickered. He remembered Flower Pillar testing his sedative on him once. Just a tiny bit had knocked him out cold. Flower Pillar continued. What I used just now? It was dozens of times stronger than that. No matter how tough his body is, it'll limit him. We can't beat him now, but escaping, he definitely... Nigerian IRS. Before he could finish, Flower Pillar came to an abrupt stop. His pupils shrank violently. There, by the tree up ahead, Lu Ding was already standing in their path, holding a flying dagger in one hand, a Qianli cult member in the other. He exhaled long, cold breath, fogging the air. The member in his hand, still barely conscious, instantly slumped at the first whiff of that mist. Lu Ding unleashed a slash. The cultist in his grasp was shredded, flesh blasted apart, bones turned to dust. Anesthetic gas? Laced with poison? What do you think it's going to do? Lu Ding's body was far beyond anything that kind of thing could affect. To him, it was no different than a casual puff of smoke. Inhale. Exhale. Watching this, Flower Pillar broke out in a cold sweat. At this point, it was practically spelled out. Lu Ding's physical strength was at least dozens of times stronger than Body Pillar's. And Body Pillar was famous for his physique. That's literally why he was called Body Pillar. Yet Lu Ding's body outclassed his by this much. Flower Pillar took a step back. He tried reasoning with Lu Ding. Lu Ding, let's talk. Next second, Lu Ding's afterimage still hung in the air. His real body was already in front of him. One punch smashed downward like a pile driver. Boom! A punch filled with terrifying force slammed Flower Pillar halfway into the ground like a nail. Another punch followed. Boom! This one finished the job, burying Flower Pillar's entire body underground, leaving only a misshapen, smashed skull sticking out. No life signs remained. Lu Ding kicked some dirt to bury the head and built a small mound. Standing in front of it, he responded to Flower Pillar's last words. All right, now we can talk. Go ahead. Saying that, he tilted his head, ear, toward the mound, as if listening. Zhao Jian, thrown aside by Flower Pillar earlier, staggered up. Blood poured from the gash on his face, soaking half his body. Seeing Flower Pillar dead, grief and rage filled his heart. All their shared memories came flooding back. He roared, Lu Ding! With a leap, he raised both fists like twin hammers and slammed down. Lu Ding sidestepped effortlessly, missing him by a hair, pure elegance. The ground exploded. Cracks tore open, swallowing every blade of grass and tree within 100 meters. Zhao Jian turned his head and saw dark red markings crawling over Lu Ding's body. A glowing ring circled his pupils. For a moment, he felt like Lu Ding was standing atop a mountain, arms stretched to touch the sky. Inside those clouds, something terrifying stirred. A monstrous dragon claw tore through the darkness and pressed down, right on Zhao Jian's skull. Dark mist swirled around Lu Ding. His eyes gleamed with a strange, eerie crimson. You have friendship? Bonds. His hand clenched tighter, lifting Zhao Jian by the head. Pain overwhelmed him, but Zhao Jian gritted his teeth and forced the words out, one by one. Lu Ding, you will die a miserable death. At that moment, Lu Ding unleashed another slash. Moments later, all that remained in his hand was Zhao Jian's head. Lu Ding paused, then sneered. Too bad you died before me. Whether I die horribly or not, you won't be around to see it. With a twist, crack, he flung the blood off his hand, then kicked the remains farther away, not even letting the two die side by side. He vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, in the forest, over 1,000 Yunming 749 investigators were tearing through more than 100 Tianli cult freaks. It was a one-sided slaughter. They even had to compete for kill credits. Seeing this, Guo Wuji felt complicated. Wounded, he turned and glanced at Qiu Si, hands soaked in blood, then looked at Lu Ding, completely untouched, standing atop a tree branch. He sighed inwardly. If Lu Ding was here, that meant Body Pillar and Flower Pillar were dead, or had fled. Either way, he couldn't stay here. Lu Ding, I admit I still underestimated you, but there's still a long road ahead. Today, I'm leaving. You won't be able to stop me. And in the future, we'll meet again. As he spoke, he noticed the mocking smile on Lu Ding's face. I'm laughing because you're still pretending even as you die. Hearing Lu Ding's words, the smirk on Guo Wuji's face could no longer be held back. Aha! Good one. I'm dying? What a joke, dying. Based on what? Your cultivation at the Divine Palace realm. Not denying that. Guo Wuji's sentence was abruptly cut off. An elder's voice rang out behind him, calm yet heavy. Not denying your movement technique is unique. But if you think you can escape from me, you're welcome to try. I'll give you the chance. As he spoke, Elder Deng, who had somehow appeared silently behind Guowuji, raised his hand as if to draw bow. Spiritual energy surged and formed a massive energy bow in his hand. With no physical arrows, the bow reached full draw, a golden arrow forming at its center, glowing with deadly intent. Killing intent locked on. Cold sweat trickled down Guowuji's forehead, falling straight to the ground dozens of meters below. His heart trembled. Heavens! Heaven observer realm! Fear overtook him. He didn't even dare turn around to look. Elder Deng spoke. Ready? The sweat bead was still falling. It hit the ground, shattered. Run! A violent gust swept through. Guowuji shot off in an instant, leaving behind a trail of afterimages that blinked out one after another, racing toward the horizon. In that moment, an auditory illusion hit his ears, the twang of a bowstring. Like a startled bird, he twisted mid-air to dodge on instinct. Still, the golden arrow pierced straight through his chest, exited clean through, and dissolved into a streak of golden light in the dark sky, vanishing into the distance. In Epsilon, the figure in the sky lost balance and spiraled downward. Boom! Who would have thought the body lying among broken rocks would turn out to be a deputy leader of the Tianli cult? Eyes wide open, unable to die in peace. Lu Ding flew in and hovered in midair, just a few inches above the ground. He responded to what Guowuji had said earlier, how the two of them would meet again. We did meet again. Only this time, we're separated by life and death. So technically, you were half right. Xiaoxi came over and lifted Guowuji's corpse. One of the three extremes, Guowuji. No matter how arrogant you were, no matter how glorious your past, you're just another dead dog now. Why even bother? He turned toward the sky and bowed to Elder Deng. Thank you for your help, Elder Deng. No need for formalities. With that, Elder Deng disappeared without a trace. Xiaoxi turned back to Lu Ding. Lu Ding, this Guowuji was one of Tianli cult's three extremes. This was no small matter. The follow-up report and official procedure will take a little time. Why not stay in Yunmeng a few more days? Once everything's filed and approved, I'll make sure you're rewarded with contribution points. Afraid Lu Ding might decline, Xiaoxi quickly added, just a few days. Normally, Lu Ding might have agreed. After all, a couple of days wasn't much. But not this time. The golden toad, nesting on an egg formation, wasn't something only he had his eyes on. There was also Cripple Li, the treasure hunter, waiting to strike. If Lu Ding rested for 2 days and Cripple Li snatched the egg first, his loss would be huge. Sure, he said, we'll wait till Changhai's corn is harvested before we act. But who knows the real plan? Other people's words can't be fully trusted. Lu Ding declined. Forget it, Director Chiu. I'll come next time. For now, I've got to move on to my next destination. Xiaoxi looked at him. Sigh, what an outstanding investigator from the new generation. He'd only heard about him before. Now he truly understood. Not even taking a break. How is anyone else supposed to compare? An absolute model worker among the new generation. The only pity, he wasn't one of Yunming's own investigators. So you're planning to leave right now? Lu Ding smiled. No need to rush that much. I'll leave tomorrow morning. All right then. I heard you like hot pot. Come on, I'm treating you to some. Lu Ding went back and picked up Iheman. He glanced at the unconscious girl. He didn't care what her fate would be, but it probably wouldn't be far from forced labor reform. During battlefield cleanup, many investigators who didn't manage to grab a kill side nonstop, their backs practically bent in despair. Not even getting those free contribution points. What a damn shame. Even though this mission had base rewards, kills and captures of Tianli cult monsters granted bonus contribution points. Free loot. D*M these legs. Why'd you run so slow? On the way back to Yunmeng 749. This time, Lu Ding didn't fly like usual. He took a car instead. Seeing that it wasn't too late yet, Lu Ding pulled out his phone, scrolled through his contacts, and found the name Counselor Eugene Yu. Tapped to dial. After a few rings, came the sound of keyboards clacking, along with background chatter. He was probably in an internet cafe. Hey, Lu Ding, what's up? Lu Ding chuckled. UG, still playing PUBG at the internet cafe? That game's got to be nearly dead by now. You're telling me. Can't even find many players still on it here. You called something up? Yeah. UG, I'm not coming back. Just wanted to let you know. What? Hold on. Wait a second, Lu Ding. Let me step out to the stairwell. It's too noisy in here. Lu Ding waited, his thoughts drifting to all the ways this counselor had helped him before. Grants, opportunities. The guy never missed a beat. Truly a good man. Whenever a student needed help, he never hesitated. In summary, handsome, chatty, funny, high EQ, bachelor by choice, just a bit hot-tempered. He'd even once fought with a fruit vendor at the school gate because a female student had been scammed. Almost got stabbed over it. So Lu Ding figured, if he wasn't going back, he had to let him know. Otherwise, it wouldn't sit right. The noise on the other end gradually quieted. He must have reached the stairwell. Then he heard, "Hey, Lu Ding, can you hear me?" Loud and clear. "Why are you suddenly not coming back to school? Something happened? If you're in trouble, just say it. If it's tuition, I can lend you the money, but you gotta write me an IOU and pay me back when you can. And once the semester starts, I'll help find more aid for you. No matter what, we can't let anything stop you from finishing school. Our university's legit. Even just having that diploma is worth it." Lu Ding listened quietly to his rambling, then finally responded. "I've got a really good job now, serving the country. Basically landed a lifetime iron rice bowl. So I'm not coming back. Not because of any hardship. Landed an iron rice bowl? Haha, good stuff. You're really ahead of your peers." Then Eugeniu laughed and added, "Do I sound like someone who talks big?" Lu Ding shot back. The other side laughed even louder. Then, "Lu Ding, could you maybe bring back some kind of proof? Don't get me wrong. It's not that I doubt you. It's just that landing a lifetime government job before 20 definitely qualifies you as a special talent. If you could bring back a document, I'll make a copy. It'd really polish up my resume. After all, Lu Ding was from his class. Whether for appearances or the record, it'd be a big plus for Eugeniu's career." Lu Ding, "Man, I thought you didn't believe me." Eugeniu, "So does that mean you're going to come back to flex on us all and slap faces?" At that, the two of them laughed together, just based on what he said earlier about loaning money if needed, and everything he'd done for Lu Ding before. Lu Ding had to return the favor. That's just how the world works. Within reason, you help me, I help you. Totally normal. Now that Lu Ding was doing well, of course, he had to help the ones who helped him. All right, then I'll bring some proof and make a trip back soon. Don't be too shocked when the time comes. I guarantee it'll level up your resume and stun the whole school. Ah, you're painting such a vivid picture. I'm already eating that pie you just baked. Okay, that's it for now. You go back to gaming. I'm hanging up. All right, take care of yourself. You too. Call ended. Eugeniu lit a cigarette and muttered, "An iron rice bowl at 19 sounds pretty damn impressive. That's going to be a shiny addition to my credentials." On the other side, after hanging up, Lu Ding was already wondering what kind of proof he should bring back. In the driver's seat, Chiu Si shifted gears and watched the speedometer hit 200. He casually said, "Don't do that wearing fine clothes at night stuff. You're only young once. If you don't show off now, you'll be old before you know it, beta. I mean, I didn't get this chance back when I was your age." Hearing that, Lu Ding's eyes lit up. There was a lot of meaning in that one sentence. No chance and regrets. That meant Chiu Si had definitely imagined this kind of scenario himself. No one-time thought could top someone else's long-time dream. Just borrow the idea. How perfect. Director Chiu, got any suggestions? Chiu Si was just waiting for Lu Ding to ask that. He spun the wheel and passed another car. "Listen to me. You got some little bros backing in high, right?" "Of course." "Then here's what you do. When you go back to in high, put your boys in national security uniforms. Borrow one of those standard issue cars that got rejected for being too flashy. Drive straight into your school. Best if you go around lunchtime on the day with the most classes. Arrive right before the break and go find that little bro you just called. That's when everyone's just gotten out of class, crowds everywhere. Flash that national security badge, bam, instant flex. 19-year-old Nat SEC. Your little bro's resume won't just be shiny, it'll be pure gold. And with that kind of entrance, damn, you must be a commander or something. Ha ha ha. Cho-si burst into laughter. Luding couldn't help but grin too. All right then, that's the plan. Just one concern. Wouldn't that break some rules? Rules? What rules? You're flashing Nat SEC, not 749. And besides, national security stays hidden to protect identities. You're not a normal person. You don't even take on their missions. You're not afraid of being exposed. And hey, if some civilian criminal dares to come find you, all the better. Easy cleanup. Anyway, others can't get away with this, but you're different. You're the darling of Yunhai 749. Something this harmless. No one's going to say a word. Honestly, that made a lot of sense. Any way you sliced it, Lu Ding was Teflon. The car conversation rolled on happily. Soon, they arrived at the restaurant. But elsewhere at the Chu family, it was anything but joyful. After the cleanup department left, it felt like the sky had fallen. The Chu family head could barely stand. His outstanding daughter had conspired with Tianli cult and attempted to assassinate investigator Lu Ding of 749. She was executed on the spot. Hearing the news, even though he was an Earth Observer Realm cultivator, he blacked out for a second. His heart was filled with unspeakable bitterness. He couldn't blame anyone. He could only blame Chu Ningyin for straying from the path, and himself for not watching her closer. But now that she was gone, the dead deserve respect. In the end, the Chu family head could only blame himself. Someone who doesn't understand the bigger picture can't be the head of a family. Staggering on his feet, he walked into the ancestral hall and didn't come out all night. With post-battle news spreading and Guo Wuji of Tianli cult confirmed dead, 749 was buzzing internally. A level 2 alert wasn't full mobilization, and secrecy protocols meant that those who didn't get deployed had no clue. So when they finally saw the reports, one by one, they cursed their bad luck. Free contribution points, and I still didn't get picked. I'm so pissed. Just some points. Whatever, I only got like a dozen. Wait, no, why do I have over 20? I got 30-something. How? Oh, now I remember. We helped kill a Tianli cult freak. F *** K off. Get lost. Shameless clowns, the lot of you. All right, I'm done teasing. I'll send you a contribution point red packet later. Really, Godfather? Ha 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 ha. But for real though, that Chu Ningyin had some guts. She really thought she could ambush Lu Ding. Guts mean nothing if you've got no skill. She thought too much and got shredded by Lu Ding. Not even a vacuum could clean up what was left. Just then, someone walking by overheard the conversation. He stopped in his tracks and stepped out of the shadows. He asked in an uncertain tone, "Who did you say got shredded by Lu Ding?" The group turned toward him. Their expressions immediately turned grave. No one dared say a word, because saying it could spark big trouble. That man's name was Chunin, second place in the last Yunming 749 combat trials. One of the standout figures in Yunming. He and Chu Ningyin had a well-known past. The whole of Yunming knew it. They were high school classmates, attended the same school. Chu Ningyin, aside from her collusion with Tianli cult, was actually a decent person. Add in her looks and secret identity as a cultivator. Her aura far surpassed ordinary students. She stood out like a crane among chickens, with plenty of admirers. Chunin was one of them, more or less. But he was self-aware. He knew they weren't on the same path, so he never got his hopes up. Then, one time during class field trip, Tianli cult had taken the chance to ambush Chu Ningyin. It was also during this time that Chun unintentionally unlocked his aperture and became a cultivator of qi. After fleeing with Chu Ningyin for a full day and night, the relationship between the two quickly warmed. Originally, Chu Ningyin and Chun weren't from the same world. But once Chun became a cultivator of qi, the gap between them shrank. His relationship with Chu Ningyin also shifted from ordinary classmates to friends. Later, Chun joined the 749 Bureau, and the Chu family sent rare spiritual treasures as thanks for his care and help during the escape with Chu Ningyin. It was also thanks to these treasures that Chun at the starting stage, surpassed most of the newly awakened. Plus, he was naturally gifted. With one strong step, he kept gaining momentum. The snowball grew larger and larger, and with other things in between not worth mentioning in detail, he eventually secured second place in last year's Yunmeng combat trials. Then he went on to the advanced training grounds for further development. The reason why their story became common knowledge in Yunmeng was because when Shunin took second place in the combat trials, he had publicly confessed to Chuning-yin, who was there as a guest with her father, right there on the arena stage, and then got gently rejected, not in a way that made him lose face, but everyone got the message. What happened between the two after that, no outsiders knew. Anyway, ever since then, there were few cultivators of qi in Yunmeng who didn't know that Shunin liked Chuning-yin. To the outside world, admiring such a genius young lady was perfectly normal. But to Chunin, it didn't feel normal. He and Chuning-yin had always gotten along well. They went through so much together. Why did she reject him back then? That question had never been answered, and he couldn't figure it out. He'd asked Chuning-yin, deliberately or not, many times, but never got a real answer. Until now, he felt like he finally understood something, but he didn't dare believe it. Those few colleagues from the 749 Bureau started talking to him. Chunin, don't overthink it. She had secret ties with the Qianli cult. Just let it go. Someone tried to persuade him. Chunin took a step back, unable to believe it. His Adam's apple bobbed, so she died? The others nodded helplessly, not saying much more. Chunin frantically fumbled for his phone in his bag and opened the 749 app to check the detailed info. After a long while, he gave a bitter smile. He understood. Chunin understood everything. He understood why Chuning-yin had rejected him. If it were just that the 749 Bureau and the children of cultivator clans weren't the best match, there was at least no clear rule against being together. But a 749 investigator and a cult member, that was natural-born enmity. Fire and water could not mix. Under such circumstances, how could they possibly be together? Even though the facts were right in front of him, Chunin still didn't want to believe it. Why? Why would you secretly align with the Tianli cult? Didn't they ambush you before? Didn't we flee together for a whole day and night under their pursuit? Chun An's eyes reddened, and he slowly raised his head. Do you know where Lu Ding is? Chunin, don't do anything stupid. Lu Ding was acting within protocol. Don't go looking for trouble with him. Do you know where Lu Ding is? Chunin repeated again. The colleagues from Yuming's 749 Bureau shook their heads and sighed. Chunin didn't ask further, just turned and left, pulling out his phone, scrolling through something. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Ding, Bai Heman, and Xiu Si were eating hot pot. Amidst the boiling heat, they took a sip of cold beer. That hit the spot. But as they were eating, Xiu Si checked his phone, and his expression gradually turned serious. Turns out Shun had used his senior investigator clearance to access Yunming's Sky Eye surveillance system. He'd found video footage of Xiu Si driving, and also saw Lu Ding in the passenger seat. Shun was now on his way. Xiu Si downed the rest of his beer in one go, the glass hitting the table with a thud. Lu Ding popped a big piece of meat into his mouth, looked up. After 2 chews and a swallow, he refilled both their glasses. They clinked and drank together. He asked, Director Chiu, what's the deal? Xiu Si pulled out a cigarette, passed him around, lit one for himself, and after taking a deep drag, exhaled a thick cloud. Lu Ding, tell me, do you think what you did today was wrong? I don't think I did anything wrong. Right, I don't think you did either. She tried to take your life. And what are you? You're a 749 investigator. Trying to kill you is the same as provoking 749. What is the Qianli cult? The Qianli cult is a cult. She tried to take your life. You take hers. That's normal. If the Qianli cult provokes 749, then 749 kills them. That's also normal. I don't get why Chanin just doesn't get it. Xiu Si's tone started getting a little irritated. Hearing that name, Lu Ding thought of the info on Chuning-yin. Yiming's 749's last combat trials runner-up. Xiu Si nodded. Yeah, that's him. He's on his way here now. Lu Ding found it amusing. Didn't Chuning-yin reject him? I want to know too. She already rejected him. So what's he coming for now? To question you, or question me? To ask why you killed Chuningyun? Or to ask me why I allowed you to kill her? Xiao was exasperated. No comparison, no hurt. He looked at Lu Ding, then at his own investigator, Sai. Couldn't even be bothered to complain. The tone he used carried more of a why can't you be better disappointment. Lu Ding leaned back in his chair. So, Director Chiu, what do you want me to do? Xiao was tired. He waved dismissively. Do whatever you want. Just don't kill him. Even if he's barely breathing, that's fine. Let him wake the HL up. If he's got the guts to come, then he'd better be ready for the consequences. I know your temper and personality. I'm just a superior, not his dad. When it comes to outsiders, I protect him. That's my job. But in a case like this, if I still protected him, then I'd be dumber than him. Just as they were talking, Chunin arrived. He barged through the door into the private room. His eyes first fell on Xiao, who just gave a cold snort. Then he turned to Lu Ding. Chunin held back his emotions and asked, Lu Ding, can I see your law enforcement recorder? Bang! Xiao's beer glass smashed straight down on the table. Why the HL should he show you anything? Get it through your head. Lu Ding's not even in our district. By regulation, not even I can casually look at his law enforcement footage. If I want to see it, I have to go through the proper channels. Chunin lowered his head, fists clenched. I want to know, why did she have to be executed on the spot? She was once ambushed by the Tianli cult. Maybe there was some hidden reason behind it. Couldn't she have been arrested and interrogated first? Why did it have to be like that? Emergency self-defense clause for 749 investigators. Haven't you studied it? Did you or didn't you answer me? Chunin, I did. In emergency conditions, if there's no binding restriction, a 749 investigator has the authority to determine life or death of a target based on personal safety assessment. Xiao laughed. I thought you'd forgotten. Since you can recite it yourself, then right now, turn around, go back, and give me a 2,000-word self-criticism report. Chunin didn't move. Xiao shook his head and said no more. Lu Ding knew. Xiao had said all he could. Now was his turn. He stood up. What you're saying comes purely from your relationship with her. You're using my safety to apply your standards, not 749 standards. Chunin tried to speak, but Lu Ding raised a hand to cut him off. I don't want to hear your excuses. As he spoke, Lu Ding lit a cigarette, took a single drag, then handed it back to Baiheman. If before the cigarette burns out, you're still standing, forget it. That might be too hard on you. He changed his wording. If you can still move before the cigarette burns out, I'll let you see it. When Baiheman took the cigarette, Chunin looked to Xiao, who didn't even spare him a glance. Receiving no response, Chunin circulated his chi right in front of Lu Ding and asked, Can I fight back? Hearing that, Baiheman pulled a crooked smile, picked up the cigarette, and mimicked a puff. Tui choked on the first drag. Then came a dull thud. Boom! Chunin's chest caved in. He flew back, crashed through the wall, and landed in the hallway. One solid front kick, wall shattered, dignity shattered, sternum shattered. Blood gushed from his mouth. Lu Ding stepped through the hole, grabbed Chunin by the ankle, yanked him through the gap, and slammed him back into the private room. The hole was already pretty big. With that slam, Chunin's head widened the gap in the wall. He landed face down on the floor. Thud! Cracks snaked across the ground. The floor tiles crushed to dust. Blood sprayed from Chunin's mouth, dyeing the gray-white cement under the tiles bright red. Lu Ding crouched down, raised his hand. Baiheman handed the cigarette back into his fingers, then reached again. The hard cement floor now had a soft cigarette but jammed deep into it. Chunin's eyes stared blankly at the barely ash-tipped cigarette. It wasn't even tilted enough for the ash to fall. Then Lu Ding said, You know why she didn't like you? Right now, with who knows how many bones broken, only Chunin's eyeballs could still move. Lu Ding explained, Because you're dumb as HL, talk too much, don't know the bigger picture, don't understand how to carry yourself, can't measure your own worth, and don't know your place. Xiao stepped over. Understand that? Chunin's dazed look said it all. Xiao pointed at him. Someone hits you. and you still ask if you're allowed to fight back. That's just dumb. Dumb and talky. Who the HL stands there and takes a hit without swinging back. You're a 749 investigator. Her situation was already reported. Secret dealings with the Tianli cult. I personally oversaw and commanded that operation. And we didn't even call you in. At that point, you should have figured it out. You're wearing 749's uniform, and now you show up to question a colleague over a Tianli cult member. That's a total lack of perspective. She turned you down when you confessed. Said, we're just friends. Let's talk about the future later. That was her letting you keep face. When a girl doesn't say she likes you, she Fing doesn't like you. That day was your big moment. With so many people watching, she didn't want to embarrass you. Didn't want you to lose face. She was also thinking of 749's reputation. And you still don't get it. That's dumb on top of dumb. I don't believe you don't know about Lu Ding's reputation lately. Just yesterday, he killed Ruan Kong. You really don't know this stuff. If you knew, you should have thought twice. Can you even handle Ruan Kong? And you come picking a fight with him. Don't you know your own damn limits? I was sitting right here, telling you to go write a self-criticism. That was your last Fing chance, and you still didn't get the hint. That's not knowing who's who. Chiu Si's chest rose and fell as he spoke, his face red with fury. Looked like he was on the verge of a heart attack. Hands on his hips, pacing, pointing again at Chun and on the floor, smacking his own face. With loud smack-smack sounds, he spoke with bitter disappointment. You're about to ruin Yunming 749's entire reputation. I told you to leave, and you didn't. Well, don't bother now. I'm issuing the punishment right here. Senior Investigator Chun and of Yunming 749. For violating internal bureau regulations, your status as Senior Investigator is revoked. You're demoted to Intern Investigator, all benefits canceled, and sentenced to 1 year in confinement. And F******* it. The damage fees for this place come out of your cut. The title part of the punishment wasn't even the worst of it. The real kicker was the confinement sentence. To give a real-world example, take Bai Heman. As ruthless as he is, after a stint in confinement, he came out wilted. 749 confinement isn't just sit in a room kind of deal. There's punishment involved. Back then, Bai Heman took a whole set of it, which triggered a congenital dark ailment in his body. If Xie Shunan hadn't accidentally discovered the Imu knot, there's no telling when Bai Heman's injuries would have healed. So yeah, Chunan's in for a ride this time. As Chiu Si kept yelling at Chun, and like a scolded son, Lu Ding and Bai Heman quietly walked out. After all, he wasn't a Yunming 749 investigator. No need to listen in on other people's family drama. At the door, Bai Heman folded his arms. Why don't we leave? This place doesn't feel right. Gives me the creeps. Lu Ding felt it too. He had a weird sense that wherever he went, SD hit the fan. It was fine at first. Then he showed up, boom, instant chaos. Besides, it was already getting late. They'd only stay at Yunming 749 for a few hours before leaving at dawn. In the next location, the golden toad, nesting on an egg formation, was out in the remote northwest mountains. No planes or trains go there, so whether they left early or late didn't really matter. He already got what he needed from the Chu family. The contribution points would take a while to arrive. In the meantime, sitting around doing nothing made Lu Ding feel itchy. Restless. He nodded, all right, pulled out his phone and sent a message to Chiu Si, still yelling in the room. Director Chiu, sorry for the disturbance tonight. Thanks for hosting us. We'll come back another time, da. Message sent. Pulled up the map. Check direction. Lu Ding raised a finger. Let's go. One flew, one vanished. One soared skyward, the other slipped into stealth. After a while, back in the room, Chiu Si had just stuffed a pill into Chun-An's mouth. Sighed with meaning. You seriously need to start learning from people like him. He got up, pulled out his phone, intending to ask where Lu Ding had gone, and saw the message. Chiu Si turned red with rage again, leaned down, and slapped Chun-An's head with a loud crack. Smack! You fair. After this 1 year confinement, either get your act together or get lost. Just looking at you pisses me off more than anyone else. He'd originally planned to keep Lu Ding around to say a few words, Maybe set an example for the Yunming 749 team. But the guy was gone. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He added one more line. Crawl yourself the F*** back. Barely recovered a bit of strength. Chun was confused as hell. Wait, what did I do? I already got beaten half to death. Didn't say anything just now. How is this my fault again? Over here, under the night sky. The location of the golden toad, nesting on an egg formation, lay toward the northwest. The precise spot sat right up against the barren hills of the Gobi. Flying straight ahead all the way, midair, Lu Ding was gripping Heman by the collar. His eyes kept scanning the ground below. Originally, the two had flown separately, one soaring, one diving. But later, Lu Ding found Heman too slow. So he dove down, grabbed it by the collar, and floored the gas. Their speed shot up in an instant. There was just one problem. Heman felt like he was being strangled. He looked up. How about grabbing me somewhere else? Lu Ding looked down and saw Heman's collar practically out for blood, trying to strangle him. Lu Ding fought back a laugh. For some reason, the image of a weather doll popped into his head. He adjusted his grip slightly higher, and Heman immediately jerked upward. Lu Ding placed his palm behind Heman's vest, applying force forward to cancel the downward pull. It was like pushing him through the air directly. Heman let out a long breath. Phew! Finally felt comfortable again. No more death by collar, and his mood instantly improved. He turned to see Lu Ding still scanning the mountains below. What are you looking at? I'm seeing if I can hunt some mobs. This deep forested mountain region was perfect for mob hunting. Maybe he'd run into some lost spirit beast. Take it down in one go. Profit. But all this time flying, maybe Lu Ding's luck was just bad. This place didn't even measure up to the Hessian. Aside from the occasional drifting soul, there was nothing. Heman didn't quite get what hunting mobs meant. He'd never played games before. He rarely talked to people either, had no friends, so of course he didn't know this stuff. Secretly, he figured Lu Ding was probably hungry. Maybe wanted to catch some wild game. He said, there aren't many wild animals in places like this. Grandma said it used to be all barren around here. She told me stories. Said that back in the old days, firewood could fetch a good price because people didn't care about the environment. If there was grass, they cut grass. If there were trees, they chopped trees. With circumflexy, whenever there was a famine, the whole place went bare. Nothing left, not even roots. Some places still had trees and grass, but those belonged to the rich families. If ordinary folks sneaked in to cut wood or grass and got caught, they'd get their hands or feet chopped off. Grandma said it was Grandpa's generation who came here and started planting trees. That's why we have all this lush forest now. I've never met Grandpa. Grandma said once he came here, he never went back. Hearing that, Lu Ding realized he had a point. Places like this probably couldn't support much wildlife. And it was all second-growth forest, so even if there were animals, they came later. With only a few decades, how could any of them become spirits? That pretty much cut off the root of all monsters and ghosts. Then hearing Heman mention his grandfather, Lu Ding had originally meant to say something comforting, like maybe the old man had his reasons and couldn't return. Try to spin it positively. But Heman immediately said, probably dead. Lu Ding, being honest is a good trait, but buddy, maybe tone it down. Lu Ding considered it. Have you ever thought? Or maybe it's like in the TV shows Grandma watches. He found another wife here, married into some rich family, left Grandma all alone in a rundown kiln, digging up wild herbs. Lu Ding. No wonder Grandma always cries watching those shows. Turns out she's thinking Grandpa might have done the same thing. Lu Ding. Ha ha ha, okay, that's just. He's a Fing piece of SD. Lu Ding. I'm Fing done talking. Every time Lu Ding tried to steer the mood a little toward the bright side, Heman would cut him off with some line, like a feral dog let loose, charging straight into the worst-case scenario, always choosing the darkest spin possible. And he'd talk himself into a full-blown fury, eyes glowing green, like he was ready to tear someone apart. Sigh. Lu Ding gave up. Let the kid think whatever he wanted. So many years had passed anyway. To put it bluntly, the grandpa was probably long gone, so it wasn't likely to become some drama of grandson rips grandpa apart for grandma's honor. Although it sounded wrong. But if it were by Heman, with how he didn't think in curves, he might really do it. You couldn't stop someone like that. Lu Ding had spent enough time with him to know by Heman's temper. Once he believed something, and grandma was sacred in by Heman's mind. What were you trying to say just now? Lu Ding. Now, you remember to ask? The kid's dead, now you want to revive. The car hit the wall, now you think about steering. The snot's dripping into your mouth, now you wipe. Lu Ding gave a little smile. It's nothing, as long as you're happy. What else could he say? If, by the 1 in a million chance, he really did run into something like that, Lu Ding would just have to roll with it. When he went toe-to-toe with a Si Ming, Bai Heman followed him without blinking. If now Bai Heman was going to star in devoted grandson shreds grandpa, Lu Ding would just close his eyes and follow suit. What's that saying again? Flowers on the other shore aren't real flowers. Wild fists beat the old turtle dead. A tiger won't eat its cubs. Ulfker just die. 800 miles, roast under the banner. Corpse Ridge Mountain, reverse the constellations. Lu Ding quickly shook his head, clearing out all that chaotic nonsense. Wind rushed in his ears as Bai Heman pointed ahead. Someone's over there. In the distance, points of light appeared, growing clearer. A man ran through the forest and over the hills in the dark, fast as hell, slapping random talismans onto himself while running. Behind him, a dozen or so people chased, mimicking his movements, running while slapping stuff on themselves. The view zoomed in. Chow Ing, without even turning his head, shouted back, "FK, you cripple Lee. I gave you the wind-fixing pearl. Stop chasing me." Back in the dense woods behind him, a massive one-legged foot pounded the earth, each leap spanning 100 meters, crashing down hard. Chow Ing burst forward. With a loud boom, the spot he'd just passed was crushed by the foot. The partially raised rocks on the ground turned to powder. The one-legged giant leapt another 100 meters, leaving behind a cratered footprint more than 10 meters deep. Lee the cripple roared, "Chow Ing, you F asterisk, F asterisk asterisk K your wind-fixing pearl. I want your damn life. You stole my Jima beasts, wrecked my reputation. Originally I was going to settle this later. You go play your role as big boss of Tsaojia Alley, living it up in the city. I kept doing my treasure hunter thing, trudging through the mountains. But F asterisk asterisk KU, stealing my Jima beasts wasn't enough? You still want my golden egg? You even got my 2 little brothers-in-law killed. Now the golden toad got spooked by you and won't come out of hiding. I swear to Fing God, this ain't over." Chow Ing slapped another talisman on his body. He rolled forward hard, dodging Lee the cripple's attack once more. Mouth still going, he snapped back. "Jima beasts? You didn't have the wind-fixing pearl, couldn't even climb Dingfo Mountain. You want those beasts, go F asterisk asterisk your mother. Besides, your 2 little brothers-in-law? That wasn't me. If you got a problem, go find that guy named Bai. He's the one who killed them, not me." The more Chow Ing thought, the more pissed he got. Back in High, life was great being the big boss, counting money till his hands cramped. But a guy like him, used to roaming mountains as a treasure hunter, how could he sit still in a city for long? So yeah, not long ago, he heard someone say there was a golden toad nesting on an egg in Bar Mountain. And not just any egg, golden chicken eggs. Chow Ing was instantly tempted. Had to get in on that. Bar Mountain was next to Dingfo Mountain. He had the wind-fixing pearl. Last time, he hadn't even finished exploring Dingfo. Now, there was something in Badr too. No matter what, he had to check it out. With the wind-fixing pearl on him, if things went sideways, he could just duck into Dingfo. It's a natural fortress. No one could do SHD. Back when he was introducing Yunming's Tianxia Hui to Lu Ding and the others, Chow Ing was just about to set off. And as soon as he arrived, boom, ran into Lee the cripple. Guess what? This rumor about the golden toad nesting on an egg in Bar Mountain, it was bait deliberately leaked by Lee the cripple to lure Chow Ing. The thing was real but not easy to get. Lee the cripple had been scheming. If Chow Ing took the bait, then kill him first, take the egg later, revenge and reward in one shot. If Chow Ing didn't come, oh well, kill him some other time. But Chowing really came, and he was smart. Came in from Dingfeng's side. Had the wind-fixing pearl too. That thing's legit. As a result, he bypassed the traps Lee the cripple had laid head-on and circled around from the back. But Chowing underestimated how alert the golden toad was. It had been hunted before and learned its lesson. Chowing startled it, and it hid underground. At the time, the ones guarding the rear were Lee the cripple's two little brothers-in-law. Chowing was already annoyed from wasting the trip, then saw those two. He waved, "Hey, you two idiots, come over here and let Grandpa tease you a bit." But while messing around, he got annoyed. They didn't know how to take a joke. Started going wah wah like they wanted to kill him. Chowing got bored. "If you're going to throw dirt, I'll kick your A asterisk asterisk." So with 2 kicks, he sent both of them flying into a ditch. And then, those two just happened to crash right into another crew, some local Northwest guys already down there digging for the golden toad. They ruined the whole op. No way they'd let that slide. Out in the mountains, nobody minds if people disappear. So they just chopped them up. When Lee the cripple finally realized and went looking, the other guys asked, were they one tall, one short? One fat, one skinny? Lee the cripple, "Yep." They said, "Oh, then it's fine." The short one died from fright. Lee the cripple, "What about the tall one?" They said, "Also dead." Lee the cripple knew he couldn't take them on. Even a mighty dragon can't beat a local snake. Holding back his rage, he asked, "How'd he die?" They said, "The big one, we chopped him up. He's shorter than the short one now." Lee the cripple felt his blood rush to his head, vision going black. Blurted out without thinking, "And the short one?" They told him, "Died on the spot from fright." "Told you already, didn't we?" He couldn't remember what happened in between. Didn't want to remember what happened after. Point is, Chowing F asterisk asterisk, and thus the chase began, like a dog after a rabbit, relentless. They chased all the way into this forest. Lee the cripple had tried not to think about all that, but now Chowing had brought it up again. His chest was heaving, face red from fury. Why, you ask? Because he couldn't beat the guy named Bai. So he could only vent on his old rival Chowing. Dump the blame. Doesn't matter if it's yours or not. Surrounded on all sides. Chowing had nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. A mocking smile on his face. He didn't bring many people this time anyway. Last time he took heavy losses. Didn't have many brothers left. The wind-fixing pearls area was limited too. This time he came light, only to run into people loaded to the teeth. He was a pocket knife up against full military gear. Chowing admitted defeat, leaning against a big tree. Lee the cripple, "Let's talk, yeah? How much money to buy back my life?" Lee the cripple walked over on his magically enlarged, dozens of meters long, single leg. "I don't want money. I want blood. Today you're getting chopped into 8 pieces." As he said that, he held up 8 fingers. Chowing nodded. "All right. I'm not scared of dying. But after all these years of chasing each other around, giving me a chance for a last word isn't too much, right?" Lee the cripple squinted. "Fine." Chowing thought. His great-grandpa was probably still in seclusion digesting the cap of the Jima beast. Wouldn't see a message even if he sent one. He didn't really have any true friends from all these years running around the mountains. Everyone had hidden agendas. Smiles on the outside, selling you out on the inside. Forget it. He'd message Lu Ding and the others. Have them pass the word to his family someday. He pulled out his phone, opened the group chat, pressed down the voice note. "Lu Bro, Fiefin, and White Tune, who I've barely met. Brothers, sometimes men fumble, horses stumble. What can you do? Bad luck. Fate ends here. I'm heading off first. When the time comes, first 7-day ceremony, or Qing Ming, or double ninth next year. Say a few words to me. Shoot the breeze. Especially you, Lu Bro. We haven't known each other long, but it's been real. Not gonna say some fake crap about heroes admiring each other, but we're definitely real scumbags who vibe on the same frequency. Too bad you're always busy, and we barely got to talk or drink together. All right, enough babbling." Chowing finished, tossed the phone, leaned his head forward, stretched out his neck. "Do it." Lee the cripple raised his foot, ready to stomp. But just then, from the silent forest came the voice of Chowing, echoing from a speaker. "Lu Bro, Fiefin." The sound made both Chowing and Lee the cripple whipped their heads toward the phone he'd just thrown. It was off. So where was the voice coming from? Lee the cripple frowned and looked around. Finally, his eyes locked on the big tree behind Chow Ying. And right then came a booming, blood-pumping blast of energy. Vroom! From behind the tree, two heads popped out, each set with one pair of dark red eyes full of contempt for all life, and one pair of pale green eyes, utterly indifferent to death. As their auras surged, a mountain of corpses seemed to rise, and the Sin Dragon stretched its head. Spiritual energy surged from within, soaring into the sky. Lu Ding and Bai Heman stepped out from opposite sides of the tree. The tall tree acted like a boundary, dividing the two auras. The darkness was tinted by two kinds of light. Lu Ding's entire body radiated spiritual energy that spat out in thick black smoke. He raised his hand. The phone screen lit up the side of his face. With cold eyes, Lu Ding asked in an icy tone, "Who are you trying to kill?" Chow Ying was shocked. "Turn left," Bai Heman. "Turn right, Lu Ding." "Hey, bro might live after all." He flipped up like a carp, about to get up. Lee the cripple's face turned grim. He didn't care anymore. After all these years running mountains, was he going to be scared by a few kids? Twisting midair, he channeled power into his spell, and that massive leg, dozens of meters long, swept toward the trio. Lu Ding stepped forward, his back halo flashing. Boom, a dull thud. He raised his hand to block, and with almost no effort, caught Lee the cripple's kick. That stunned Lee the cripple. A kick like that could topple century-old trees and send their roots flying. This guy blocked it with one hand. He wasn't some harmless nobody. Chow Ying also stood up, pointed a finger. "Lee the cripple, you're fed now." Lu Ding struck instantly. Spiritual energy gathered, palm turned blade, and he slashed down. Ah! Lee the cripple's giant leg was severed clean at the ankle. His spell broke, the foot returned to normal, and he collapsed to the ground, screaming as blood gushed from his mouth. The backlash wasn't light. He propped himself up on his elbows and backed away, eyes filled with fear. "Get him! Everyone get him!" A crowd of mountain goons who made a living under him rushed toward Lu Ding. Next moment, Lu Ding waved his hand lightly, and a wind-like, invisible slash erupted. Hell itself seemed to unfold on earth. The once loyal brothers were now flattened into the ground. The wind ceased, blood filled the air, and a single strand of hair floated gently down. Only then did Lee the cripple realize who it was. Lu Ding, that weird slash. You're Lu Ding, the corpse-shattering Tai Shui from Yanhai. What the hell are you doing here? Weren't you in Yiming? Chow Ying walked up, speaking casually, and slapped him. "I spared your life to ask questions, not for you to ask them." But he was drained from running, spiritual energy low. Lee the cripple ducked the slap. Still, another smack echoed. Smack! Bai Heman followed with a slap from the other side, knocking a bloody tooth right out of Lee the cripple's mouth. "You dare dodge!" Lee the cripple held his face and looked at Lu Ding. "Ew, what do you want to know?" Lu Ding looked down on him. "How did you know I was in Yunming?" Lee the cripple's eyes shifted. "If I tell you, can I live?" Chow Ying raised his hand for another slap. Lee the cripple ducked again. "Chow Ying, yeah." Bai Heman slapped again, another tooth gone. "Still dodging? Talk." Lee the cripple kept holding his face. "I know a lot of people in the Tianli cult. I heard it from them." That wasn't surprising. Lu Ding kept questioning. "Didn't you tell your nephew you'd come after the corn harvest? Why are you here so early?" Lee the cripple glanced around at Chow Ying and Bai Heman, bracing to dodge. "If I tell you, can I live? I'm already this injured. I won't be a threat anymore. Who said you get a bargain?" The wind stirred again. Lee the cripple ducked Chow Ying's slap, then sidestepped in anticipation of Bai Heman's. This time, Bai Heman missed. Lee the cripple felt a bit smug. "Ha, dodged it." Then Lu Ding lifted his leg. Boom! Lee the cripple was launched, tumbling a dozen meters before slamming into a rock. Cracks spread out behind him, blood sprayed again. "Did I say you could dodge?" Lu Ding spoke. Pain flooded in. Lee the cripple felt like his guts had shattered. He kept coughing and spitting blood, silently cursing these three for not following the code of the streets. taking turns beating him up. First dodge, second dodge. Then came Lu Ding, the third. Even threw in a kick. Cough, cough, cough. I'll talk. I'll talk, just stop hitting me. Lee the cripple raised a hand to stop them. It was that Tar Shanghai. He lied to me. Said he'd wait till after the harvest. I believed him. Turns out he turned around and sold the info to a local shepherd. I caught wind of it, but wasn't sure. Figure I better come early. Not gonna let him drag me down. But I just found out he sold the info to the Bai family. The Bai family? Lu Ding turned slightly to look at Bai Heman. Sure enough, the moment Bai Heman heard that surname, his expression darkened. Lu Ding made a mental note. What's the situation now with the golden toad nesting on an egg? This time, Lee the cripple didn't dare say anything about bargaining. He answered immediately, with no hesitation, telling Lu Ding the general situation. Basically, Chao Ying had spooked the golden toad. It burrowed underground and wouldn't come out. The Bai family had still been digging over there. They were using a compass to track it, but when I left, they seemed to be packing up too. Probably means the toad ran again. But it won't go far. The feng shui layout only covers so much area. Its movement range is limited. Seems like this thing really was hard to catch. Lu Ding thought to himself. Chao Ying saw his thoughtful look. Lu bro, you came for this thing? It wasn't a secret. Lu Ding was already here, no point hiding it. Yeah, they're building a road here, and the golden toad nesting formations in the way. I came to deal with it. Chao Ying nodded, doing mental math. Just then, Bai Heman, who hadn't spoken much, suddenly asked, That Bai family you mentioned, what's their deal? The Bai family. Investigator Bai, just ask me. I know more than he does. Lee the cripple shot him a glare. F***, I give you face, and you slap me back. You didn't just steal my Jima beasts. Now you're stealing my shot at survival, too. Then you're useless, aren't you? Lu Ding followed up. Lee the cripple instantly panicked. I'm useful, I still can. A slash cleaved down, slicing Lee the cripple and the rock behind him clean in half. He was cut down on the spot. Lu Ding, you can rot here and be fertilizer. Chao Ying quickly crouched down to search the corpse. What he found were all some useful but not valuable talismans, pills, and magical artifacts. Nothing worth much, even if kept. It was like a wandering martial artist carrying pancakes in his pocket. Money can buy food, and food can fill your stomach. Pancakes can fill your stomach too. But pancakes and money aren't judged by the same standard. Chao Ying stood up and showed the spoils to Lu Ding. Lu Ji, just a bunch of worthless junk. Lu Ding gave it a quick glance. Poorer than me. Take it back and give it to Fifan. He could probably use it. At Lu Ding's level and combat power, these things didn't interest him anymore. But for Yin Fifan, these were all good stuff. Chao Ying tucked the items away. All right, I promise to deliver it to Fifan personally. By the way, Lu Ji, I was just thinking if you're interested in this golden toad nesting on an egg formation, I might be able to help. This thing's probably been handled a lot. Most people would have a hard time taking it down. We'll have to be clever. I happen to know a slightly shady mountain-moving Taoist. If she takes the job, she'll definitely get it done. Slightly shady? What kind of description was that? Lu Ding instinctively looked at Bai Heman and asked Chao Ying, more shady than him? Bai Heman? Chao Ying grinned. They're not the same. The one I'm talking about is called Wang Qingga. Everything about her is fine, except one thing. Her memory's terrible. Lu Ding nodded. You can tell just by the name. That name, forget dear brother. Definitely not the kind of name a serious person would pick. Lu Ding guessed she probably forgot her real name and made up a new one. But as Chao Ying continued, Lu Ding realized his imagination wasn't nearly enough. Well, how do I put it? She says she's sick. I think it's Alzheimer's. But she's terrifyingly strong. No skill, just brute force, pure muscle memory. She knows everything, masters everything. But if you ask her, she'll just say, I don't know, I forgot. Palambati, yes. And she's deaf. Like ridiculously deaf. Not that she can't hear, her ears are fine. But when you talk to her, what you say means one thing, but what she hears is something else entirely. And most importantly, and this is why I say she's shady, she's carrying something unclean. Hearing that, Lu Ding's eyes lit up. Now, this was interesting. Then he paused to think. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Didn't you say she's terrifyingly strong? If she's carrying something unclean, can't she handle it herself? What's on her isn't normal. It can't be seen, there's no way to act on it. You can only hear it, some garbled sounds, can't understand a word. But the longer you listen, the more your head hurts. You'll definitely fall into chi deviation. But maybe because she's deaf, she can't hear it. I figure silver lining, right? The more Lu Ding listened, the stranger it sounded. This was like a bug character. Can't see it, only hear it, but can't understand it. And it causes chi deviation. Why did this sound so familiar? But he couldn't pin down the key point. Lu Ji, you want me to call her? Lu Ding was kind of interested in the thing attached to her. But to be cautious, he asked first, does she have any episodes? Like mental ones? Is she normally okay? Lu Ding didn't want to deal with some drama magnet. Chow Ing waved it off. Besides those issues I mentioned, she's healthy as a horse. Tougher than me. Can't hear, barely talks, just likes watching ants move house. All right then, call her over and let her take a look. Leave professional work to professionals. Lu Ding might be confident in his feng shui knowledge, but that was what he learned back when he was still just a regular guy. Being able to use it in Jinshan was already impressive. Now that this golden toad nesting formation was moving, he really couldn't do anything. Chow Ing stepped aside to send a message. Lu Ding looked at the silent.He. What are you thinking about? I'm wondering if this by family could have been left behind by my grandfather. Looks like that little daydream from earlier had taken root. No way it's that much of coincidence. Probably just the same surname. How about this? When Chow Ing gets back, we'll ask him. Didn't you say he knows stuff? If not, there are by family people around here. We could just go ask them directly. Bai nodded, agreeing with Lu Ding. Soon enough, Chow Ing finished. And the two hadn't really kept their voices down just now. He'd heard them clearly. He came back and said, Investigator Bai, what do you want to ask? Our boss Chow's mind was still sharp. He caught the gist of the earlier conversation too, but in one ear and out the other. It was family business. No need to pry. Bai asked, what's the story behind this Bai family? Lu Ding chimed in. I just looked through the 749 database, but my clearance level wasn't enough. Chow Ing walked ahead to lead the way. Lu Ji, shall we talk as we walk? The two followed along. On the way, Chow Ing spoke. This Bai family, I happen to know a bit, but not much. I heard that old man Bai used to work for the Han government, legit government job. Got paid by the state, wore official boots. As for what he actually did, I'm not too sure. But I suspect he probably did research or something. Hearing that, Lu Ding's heart sank, even though he had never met Bai Heman's grandfather. From the way Bai Heman relayed his grandmother's words, it was clear the old man couldn't have been ordinary. And Bai Heman had also mentioned that his grandmother was quite knowledgeable. Add to that Bai Heman's beautiful handwriting. If he said he got great grades in school, Lu Ding would never believe it. A guy who could barely use a smartphone, clearly out of touch with the tech age. A little withdrawn too, not stereotyping, but most kids like that don't do great academically. And Bai Heman was definitely in that category. Plus, his situation was special. So that beautiful handwriting was most likely taught by his grandmother. If that really was the case, and the grandmother was already that impressive, then the old man from a Bai family must have been. Chow Ing kept talking. Then, I think it was about 40 years ago, something big happened around here. A direct descendant of the Huangjin family married out, and that had never happened before. She married the old man from the Bai family, and after marrying him, the children they had still carried the Bai surname. That's when the Bai family began to rise in power, eventually becoming the dominant force in the Northwest, while still keeping close ties with the Huangjin family. Bai Heman's face was so dark it looked like it could drip water. Lu Ding leaned in and asked, How old's your dad? Bai Heman replied grimly, After my grandfather passed, the family was poor. My grandmother raised my father all on her own. Because we didn't have money, he didn't marry my mother until he was over 30. I came along after that. At that moment, it was like a light bulb went off in Bai Heman's head. He understood what Lu Ding was getting at, and said the rest in one breath. That left Lu Ding completely speechless. His dad had him in his 30s, and Bai Heman was already over 20. Add that up, it had been over 50 years. Sigh. Lu Ding let out a long sigh and gestured for Chao Ying to continue. Nothing much after that. Lu Ji, you probably can't access the detailed records because of whatever the Bai family's old man was involved in. And to be able to marry a direct descendant of the Huangjin family, I'd guess he was a cultivator of qi himself. By that logic, anything involving cultivators of qi must have had a pretty high confidentiality level. That made sense. Lu Ding was still just a formal investigator, not enough clearance. After hearing that, Bai Heman asked a question that hit right at the heart of the matter. What was the Bai family elder's name? Chao Ying shook his head. That I don't know. But I do know the one leading the Bai family group this time is Bai Bao's third generation. Boom! Bai Heman's aura exploded outward. Cracks spread across the ground inch by inch. But he kept walking forward. With every step on the hard earth, he recited word by word. Zhu Shui Feng Bao Lin. Cheng Xing De Zhen Guang. My grandma said, that's the generation poem for our family. I'm from the Bao generation. She said I was originally supposed to be called by Bao Yu, but that name was too delicate, too fragile, so she changed it to Heman. She said, if my grandfather never came back, then I didn't need to follow the Bai family's generation naming anymore. It was all garbage. Bai Heman turned his head, and the pressure surged out. All the second-generation names in the Bai family, don't they all have the character Feng? Chao Ying nodded with difficulty. Bai Heman lifted his shirt and carefully removed the necklace around his neck. Inside the pendant was a scaled-down portrait of an old man. My grandma said, don't force it, don't go searching. But if fate ever brought me to the Northwest, then take her along and show her the scenery here. R.A. Let her experience the local customs and life. How beautiful must the people and the land here be, that he never came home. She said this life had been too bitter. In the next one, she wouldn't wait for him anymore. She said, Bai Heman's voice choked up. He couldn't get the rest out, just kept walking forward step by step. His terrifying aura blasted out, tearing apart the surrounding forest and terrain, until a hand pressed down on his shoulder, suppressing the qi that was about to spiral into deviation. Lu Ding's voice was calm. You're going the wrong way. Chao Ying said he knows the route and is willing to take us to the Bai family. With a surge of qi, the tears on his face vanished. Only the shimmer remained in his eyes. Bai Heman shook his head. Not wrong. My grandma said, once she was gone, I'd have to live on my own. No matter how big the problem, I can't panic, can't lose my head. I have to live carefully and grow slowly. I can't afford to mess with the Huangjin family. He's a cultivator of qi too. After so many years of cultivation, building up such a powerful clan, I can't beat him. I want to learn from you. I want to listen to Grandma. Once I finish my missions, once I've gotten strong enough, then I'll go find him. You learn from the kind of person you admire. Bai Heman didn't fully understand everything, but he could learn. The best person he had ever seen was Lu Ding. Lu Ding never acted impulsively. Lu Ding never threw eggs at a rock. From Bai Heman's point of view, if Lu Ding saw someone he couldn't beat, he left them alone. If someone couldn't be provoked, he kept his distance. So Bai Heman believed he couldn't act recklessly. He couldn't do something stupid. His grandma raised him through hardship. He couldn't just walk into injury or death. He had to get stronger, much stronger. When he felt ready, Bai Heman would go get answers for his grandma. After hearing what he said, Lu Ding let out a deep breath. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Unexpected, yet reasonable. These weren't the kinds of things the old Bai Heman would have done or said. But now he had done it, said it. And in that moment, Lu Ding felt a subtle pride, because his own way of doing things had influenced this stubborn guy. His tone lightened. I almost started powering up just now. To Lu Ding, it wasn't a question of whether it made sense or not. If Bai Heman had gone, he would have followed. But he would have made backup plans. He'd figure out how to keep both of them alive. Then Bai Heman dropped a bomb. If I start powering up now to go over there, you gonna treat my grandpa like Shirgandang and cut him down? That line had everyone cracking up. Considering the relationship between Bai Heman and the grandpa he mentioned, Lu Ding laughed without holding back. You could put it that way. He turned and waved at Chao Ying. What are you standing there for? Let's go. The three of them quickened their pace toward the bottom mountain railway site. As for the fact that family members were still in the area, Lu Ding and Chao Ying, in unspoken agreement, didn't bring it up, and Heman instinctively didn't dwell on it either. But, as the saying goes, enemies always cross paths. At the bottom mountain construction site, a group from a Bai family had blocked the entrance, negotiating with two 749 investigators. Listen, Investigator Wu, we're trying to talk this out reasonably. The Bottom Mountain project is delayed. The root of the problem is that golden toad nesting formation. Lend us your equipment. We'll take care of the toad. That saves you trouble, and us too, win-win, right? The golden toad had been overly handled. It was now slick, burrowing all over underground. Manually digging it out would destroy the feng shui veins and be too troublesome, unless the strongest of their cultivators bombarded it non-stop for days. Too exhausting, so they had their eyes on the construction equipment. Way easier than exhausting themselves. But for the site, that was illegal. And for the two investigators on duty, Wu Yishuang and Yu Qingli, it was a clear violation. If they gave the green light, they'd be the ones taking the heat. If everything went smoothly, no credit. Headquarters had already said reinforcements were on the way. But if something went wrong, both would be punished. So they stood firm. No. Those two words landed hard. The man sighed and smiled mockingly. Are you too deaf or what? I said it's mutual benefit. You clear the path, we get the goods. If that's not enough, I'll sweeten the deal. Just tell me your price. That line crossed the line. The law enforcement recorder wasn't just for show. Yu Qingli pulled out her 749 ID and held it up. This is your first warning. Leave immediately. The man raised his hands to show he wasn't doing anything, but his mouth didn't stop. No need for second or third warnings. The inside of the site's yours. Outside isn't. We're just asking to borrow a tool. No need to get worked up. If you won't lend it, we'll just stand here and show our sincerity until you feel it. Suddenly, a figure flew in and landed a kick to the man's back. He went flying into a pile of rubble, head split and bleeding. Lu Ding pointed at him. Go. Bring your mom over. I'll borrow her too. Even from far away, you could hear this guy spouting brain-dead nonsense. Saying stuff like inside the site this, outside the site that. What? He think he's in a movie or something. Seeing one of their own get hit, the rest of the Bai family cultivators were about to make a move. One of them rushed in too fast. Lu Ding turned and slapped him midair, then grabbed his hair and slammed him straight into the ground. Then he yanked him back up by the hair, blood covering his face. Raised a hand and slowly pointed across the group, his contemptuous gaze following. Then Lu Ding spoke. Let me see who dares to move. Those words, paired with the brutality that came before, immediately froze everyone in place. Bai Heman and Chowing arrived just then. In the rubble pile, the young man who had been kicked first struggled to his feet, stumbled over, still dizzy, shook his head, trying to clear the fog. He'd only gotten a few meters from Lu Ding when he muttered, You motherf. Boom! This time, Bai Heman moved faster and harder than Lu Ding. The guy went flying again, dozens of meters away, slamming into the rubble, head bloodied. Stay down. Get up one more time, I'll kill you. This had nothing to do with the mission. Purely personal grudge. Just the thought that these people shared his last name made Bai Heman sick. He tossed the Bai clan member in his grip aside. Lu Ding glanced at them, then pointed to an empty spot nearby. Didn't you want to show your sincerity? Go. Kneel over there. Stay until sunrise. The moment he said that, every cultivator with the Bai surname turned pale. A tall man stepped forward from the group, eyes landing on Lu Ding's shoulder insignia. Investigator, we were in the wrong today, but asking us to kneel, that's a bit outside the 749 Bureau's cultivator regulations, isn't it? Besides, the one who caused trouble was him. He pointed to the unconscious guy in the rubble. He's already been punished. This has nothing to do with us, right? Lu Ding stepped forward. Seems like you know the cultivator regulations pretty well. The man gave a non-committal nod. Next second, Lu Ding took off his shoulder insignia and waved it in front of him. Maybe you know the law, but you clearly don't know me. This is how I operate. If you got a problem, go report me. If you're not happy, come challenge me. He was setting up for what he was about to say next. They'll kneel over there until sunrise. As for you, you're the bird sticking its head out. Lu Ding pointed at the ground underfoot. You'll kneel right here until I'm satisfied. The man frowned. We don't have any grudge, do we? Lu Ding shook his head. No, not at all. I just don't like you. I want to humiliate you. If you don't kneel, I'll smash your face right here. If you so much as flinch while kneeling, I'll make you watch your own brain spill out. With straightforward enemies, words were unnecessary. But with the kind who played clever, didn't know their place, you had to throw some trash talk their way, make them sick to their stomach. If they were too weak to fight back, but still couldn't stand you, it only made them more miserable. Right now, Bai Baoquan was exactly that. Anger stuck in his throat like a mouthful of dead flies. But he didn't dare spit it out, because he saw Lu Ding casually turn off his law enforcement recorder. His heartbeat went erratic that very second. Then he glanced sideways. Bai Heman had also turned his recorder off and was blocking the view of the two side investigators. Bai Baoquan, crap. They're serious. Let's be real. Why did they dare to kill cripple Li's little brother-in-law? Because they were in the mountains. In the mountains, cultivator grudges rarely get policed. Hack someone to pieces? Whatever. Murder over treasure? No one cares if no one reports it. Why they dare push around the investigators here? Same reason, it's the mountains. The difference is they could toe the line, but 749 investigators had to follow the rules. If a conflict broke out, there was number 749 backup out here. And with only 2 investigators on site, they'd be outnumbered and overwhelmed. Bottom line, they weren't strong enough. But now someone strong had arrived. The Bai cultivators had just been flirting with the line. Lu Ding? He was straight up telling them, I'm not going to reason with you. Either cooperate, or I'll wreck you. The bold fear the reckless. No response? Cat got your tongue? Fine, I'll give you a 3 count and 3 options. Either kneel before I finish counting, or run, or hit me. 3. The second the word 3 left his mouth, Bai Baoquan dropped to his knees, looked up at Lu Ding. His smile was forced, tongue nervously swiping his cheek. You win, boss. I yield. The situation was clear. Lu Ding was stronger. Bai Baoquan's heart burned with humiliation, but he didn't dare show a flicker of it. Because back when he was running jobs in the mountains, anyone who dared disrespect him had ended up dead. He knew exactly what kind of posture a weakling needed to survive. Still, he couldn't quite play the part perfectly. Lu Ding slapped him. Smack. Didn't hurt much, but it was humiliating as hell. If you can't keep your tongue in check, I'll cut it out and stuff it down your gut. Blood trickled from Bai Baoquan's lip. He raised his hand and slapped himself hard. Got it. Thanks for the lesson, boss. Lu Ding nodded in satisfaction, turned, and walked into the construction site, flashing his badge to the 2 stationed 749 investigators. When Wu Yishuang and Yu Qingli saw the formal investigator designation on Lu Ding's credentials, they exchanged glances, both visibly surprised. Within the 749 system, field investigators were split into 3 base levels: intern, formal, and senior investigator. They handled most special incidents, arrest, detainment, probing, special missions, and urgent cooperation. Above them were special grade investigators and investigation specialists. 5 levels, corresponding to the 5 points of a star. The 2 investigators at the Bar Mountain site were both formal investigators. In their minds, it would have taken at least 2 senior investigators to handle the situation. And yet here came just 1 formal. Then Bai Heman walked up and flashed his badge too. Wu Yishuang and Yu Qingli both had the same thought. 2 formal investigators. This, no way headquarters would have miscalculated. There was only one possibility. These 2, while technically just formal investigators, had strength on par with seniors. Maybe in some areas, even better than seniors. Otherwise, no way they would have been sent here. Thinking that, Wu Yishuang and Yu Qingli both reached the same conclusion. No matter which it was, this mission was solid. They both stood straight and saluted. Greetings, sir. Lu Ding hadn't expected it either. He'd somehow ended up becoming a leader. But based on priority status, he really was a leader. even though those two were also formal investigators like him. He was a special appointee. Lu Ding stepped forward and returned their salute, his attitude casual, but his posture textbook. Is there an office area? Let's head there to complete the handover procedures. Gotta go through the proper process. Yu Qingli came up to lead the way. This way, sir. As she pointed the direction, she shot a glance at Wu Yishuang. Quick, look him up. See if you can dig up anything on him. Wu Yishuang returned a look. Don't worry, I got this. You lead, I'll trail and search. I'll send you the results. At the back of the group, Wu Yishuang pulled out her phone and began searching for Lu Ding and Bai Heman in the 749 database. And what she found scared her. Scrolling through the details, her eyes widened. Unconsciously, Wu Yishuang's back straightened. Her face turned bold and confident. No wonder he's so domineering. Turns out there's a reason behind it. Eyes flashing, Wu Yishuang veered off from the group and headed aside. Meanwhile, in the makeshift office, Yu Qingli opened the door and said, Sirs, the conditions here are a bit rough. You'll have to put up with the accommodations for tonight. This is all we've got for now. Just then, a faint rumble came from outside. It was already late at night. Not enough to wake the workers. But for cultivators of qi, the sound was clear as day. Lu Ding, thinking something was wrong, immediately walked out to check, only to see a two-story wooden cabin had somehow appeared beside the woods near the site. Yu Qingli stared, mouth agape. It felt like she was dreaming. And right then, her phone rang. She picked up, and Wu Yishuang's breathless voice came through. Lord Lu Taishui, I put up a little two-story building for you and White Futa. It's temporary. Please make do for now. Once my spiritual energy recovers, I'll upgrade it for you both. Yu Qingli swallowed hard. Is this really the same Wu Yishuang? That attitude shift came out of nowhere. No warning at all. Lu Ding felt like he was putting her through too much trouble. He was about to say she didn't need to go to such lengths. But Wu Yishuang's voice came through again. You all talk. I'll let Qingli handle the hosting duties. Then she hung up. Yu Qingli now had a newfound respect in her heart. She led the two into the room again, unlocking her phone while starting the official procedures. At the same time, she pulled out disposable teacups and an electric kettle, just as she poured tea for them. Please have some tea, sirs. The setup's rough, we. Before she could finish, fast footsteps came from outside. Someone burst in. Yu Qingli stared in disbelief. Who the hell knows where Wu Yishuang got a full tea set out here in the middle of nowhere? Thinking back to what she just said, her hand tightened around the now empty cup, crumpling it. Veins bulged slightly on her forehead. But Wu Yishuang acted like she hadn't seen any of it, stepping forward to lay out the tea set. Sorry, Lord Lu Taishui, conditions in the mountains are rough. The tea leaves are poor too. Our hospitality's lacking. As she spoke, in Yu Qingli's shocked gaze, Wu Yishuang pulled out a small jade bottle, uncorked it. A fragrant scent immediately wafted out. She poured some of the tea, reached for hot water, and gently brewed it. The aroma spread instantly. Yu Qingli, great, just great. Wu Yishuang, you really went there. I just said that literally seconds ago, and you come in here to slap me in the face? Twice, back to back. What next? You're gonna roll out an imperial banquet. Lord Lu Taishui, enjoy the tea. Earlier I saw some rabbits in the woods, and the kitchen has spices. I'll catch a couple and roast them for you. Now this really made Lu Ding uncomfortable. Back when he first picked Yin Fifan as a sidekick, it was because working with another guy would make things easier. If he'd picked a girl, there'd always be a layer of polite formality, either from him or from her. Totally normal, but it wouldn't have fit his fast-track development plan. But now this person was something else. Too enthusiastic. He couldn't handle it. No reserve at all. Looking closely at Wu Yishuang, from her looks to the way she spoke, to everything else, you really couldn't fault her. And that attitude, absolute social terror. Lu Ding couldn't take it. No need, no need. It's late. Don't trouble yourself. We're really not hungry. It's no trouble at all. I'll be quick. Qingli, you take care of them for now, all right? Before she finished, she was already halfway out the door. Yu Qingli's face darkened. She turned back toward Lu Ding and Bai Heman with a suddenly polite smile. Sirs, please make yourselves comfortable. I just need to grab something. Then she followed outside, caught up to Wu Yishuang, grabbed her collar, and dragged her to a dark corner, slammed her against a wall. Thud. Straight up cabinet. Talk. What the hell are you up to? Wu Yishuang raised her phone, face excited. Duh. I'm grabbing a golden thigh. I just looked them up. You have no idea how valuable these two are. Let me put it this way. You ever heard of anyone getting a free pass for the Year 1 combat trials? That line completely blew Yu Qingli's mind. Free pass and Year 1 combat trials sounded like they came from different worlds. Hard to imagine them in the same sentence. Yu Qingli grabbed the phone and scrolled through the files. As more and more info appeared, her face lit up in surprise. She exchanged a glance with Wu Yishuang. The signal was locked in. Yu Qingli said, I saw wild pheasants and quail flying around the valley today. You go catch rabbits. I'll grab those. Let's meet back here. Deal. I'll prep the seasoning. Yu Qingli dove into the game. The two split up. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mountain, Bai Bao sat by a campfire, waiting for Bai Baochuan's group to return. But no one came back. What he got instead was a message that spiked his blood pressure. Bro, we're not coming back. Two heavy hitters from 749 showed up at the site. Super tough. We're all kneeling here in a row. Bai Bao's grip on his phone tightened, then relaxed. It was his phone. Nobody else would care if it got crushed. He let out a long, pissed-off exhale. All right. I want to see just how tough they are. To dare make my Bai family kneel in a line. Outside, the Bai family might not have much clout, but in the entire Northwest, who dares not give the Bai family at least some face? Fights are normal. Killing in the mountains? That's just what treasure hunters do. You walk this path, don't whine. Also, no one has ever dared to make members of the Bai family kneel in a row. Bai Bao stood up. Grab your gear, come with me. A group of people thundered over the mountain ridge, heading straight for the construction site at Barra Mountain. And what happened? Bai Baos ran right into Wu Yishuang, who had just come out to catch rabbits. In a low shrubbery, Wu Yishuang stood up holding the rabbit by the scruff of its neck. She looked up. Oh wow. In the woods ahead, eyes upon eyes stared at her. Pitch black and eerie as hill. And leading the group was Bai Baos, who was less than a meter away from her face, just silently staring at her. They'd all been around Barra Mountain for a while now. They might not know each other, but they'd seen each other around. There was some familiarity. Bai Bao spoke up. Who did it at the construction site? As the old saying goes, before soldiers move, the provisions go first. But there's something even more important than provisions. Intel. Even though this wasn't war, they were still here to settle something. If there was a chance, you'd obviously want to get the information first. If it couldn't be handled, then fine. Deal with it later. Better safe than sorry. You run around the mountains enough. If you're not careful, you'd be dead already. But in Wu Yishuang's case, this was one piece of info she couldn't leak. If she spilled today, that'd be straight-up betrayal. And especially considering Lu Ding and Bai Heman's status, whether by rules or personal reasons. She wasn't saying a word. She straightened up, chest out, and just as Bai Bao's thought she was about to talk tough or resist, Wu Yishuang turned and bolted like she'd made up her mind, not hesitating for a second. They hadn't even fought, and she'd only vaguely heard of Bai Bao's before. But with that many people, sticking around would be dumb. This wasn't a battlefield. No need to hold the line. As long as she made it back to the site, Wu Yishuang believed Lu Ding would deal with this guy. Bai Bao's hadn't expected her to just up and run. He froze, then yelled, furious, stop. Wu Yishuang ran while messaging Yu Qingli on her phone. Quick, get back and call reinforcements. Bai Bao's is attacking. I'm already fighting him. It's intense. Bai Bao's heard the whole thing and was baffled. Yeah, I was planning to make a move, but I didn't mean to fight you. I only chase you a bit, and you're out here slandering me. Bai Bao's really couldn't take it anymore. He immediately summoned a flying knife with his chi, intending just to block her path. Who knew she'd be dumb enough to run right into it, though? Wu Yishuang was sprinting when she suddenly felt a chill on her back. A flash of cold steel. And in her head flashed scenes from all those short videos she'd seen. Some media account. A fishing boat in the Han Sea encounters a foreign warship. The captain yells, "Split the family tree, offer the first incense," and charges without blinking. Comments below. "You come to my house, I might not die hitting you. But if I hit you, you're definitely dying. Captain, want to bump heads? I'll take damage. You'll lose your life. The path is bright. Just crash and see what happens." My dad once tried to ram a Jinla ship. It ran too fast, ruined our boat chasing it. Came back slapping his own leg purple from frustration. Thinking of all that, Wu Yishuang made her decision without a second thought. She twisted her body, not to dodge, mind you, but hurl herself into the slightly off-aim flying knife. The sight scared by Baos nearly out of his soul. Sure, in the Northwest, everyone gives the Bai family some respect, even the 749 Bureau. But flip that around, and it means the Bai family has to give 749 more respect. Going after Lu Ding? That was personal beef. Understandable. But hurting Wu Yishuang now. Bai Baos panicked and tried to redirect the flying knife with qi. Too late. The knife pierced straight through, barely bloodied. Wu Yishuang stumbled, rolled, looked back with a grin. The smile tugged at her wound, making her wince. It wasn't too serious, but it was a puncture. Blood flowed, it looked bad. Bai Baos might be a Bai, but right now his face was black as the bottom of a pot. "You Fing framed me. You attacked a 749 investigator. You ran into it yourself. You threw a flying knife at me. I didn't dodge. You attacked a 749 investigator. F asterisk 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 you. I just didn't want you to run. But you used a knife. You attacked a 749 investigator." Bai Baos' liver hurt. His vision started to blur. His expression was so dark it might as well drip water. This whole mess today, he was definitely screwed when he got back. Unless, that thought made Bai Baos' face twist with malice. But then he saw the law enforcement recorder on Wu Yishuang's chest. It was like a bucket of cold water dumped on his head. Screw this. If a 749 investigator dies, they don't care about excuses. They'll start by playing back your body cam footage. If there's footage, they go by that. No footage? They'll track the investigator's last life sign fluctuation and do a full sweep. Every earthworm will get sliced, every anthill scalded. Anyone or anything with residual qi gets caught and interrogated. And Wu Yishuang just sent a message naming him directly. Now Bai Baos wouldn't dare think anything shady. He was practically begging the heavens that Wu Yishuang stayed safe for the next few days. If she didn't, even if he wasn't the killer, he'd still get dragged to 749. The more he thought, the angrier he got. Bai Baos roared, "Get lost. Get the F asterisk 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 out of here." He broke. Totally broke. Once this was over, and he got back, the punishment would come. Not just from the Bai family. 749 wouldn't let it go either. With all that in mind, Bai Baos added Wu Yishuang to his mental blacklist. But Wu Yishuang? She figured, if I don't know, it doesn't matter. I only have one question. Get lost. Go where? No way. I'm not letting this wound go to waste. She sat down, leaned against a tree, clutched her chest, face all scrunched up. Ow, hurts. Bai Baos, I'm warning you. Don't you dare try to pin this on me. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, Bai Baos saw a massive tree, dozens of meters tall, get ripped out and hurled in his direction. You're looking for death. Lu Ding followed behind the flying tree. Fist clenched, black smoke billowing from his body. He looked completely different now. The darkness around him thickened in that instant, wrapping tightly around Bai Baos like it was ready to swallow him whole. A sense of dread rose in his chest. In this remote wilderness, where the H asterisk LL did this terrifying demonic freak even come from? That black smoke, that spiritual energy, that vicious face. Nope, gotta block. Must block this. If that punch landed solid, it would kill him. Fueled by pure survival instinct, Bai Baos activated his spiritual energy, pulling out a full 120% of his strength. Before, he could only control 13 Jinghong flying knives by will. But right now, facing death, he broke through on the spot, commanding a 14th Jinghong flying knife. At his age, at his realm, among the younger generation across the Northwest, Bai Baos had just taken a leap to the top, from second tier straight into the first. 14 Jinghong flying knives spun and slashed, completely shredded the massive tree Lu Ding had thrown. Bai Baos felt a surge of pride. After today, news of his breakthrough in battle would surely spread across the Northwest. 14 Jinghong knives. Who could stop him? Who dared to? Just a demonic cultivator. Nothing to be afraid of. Bring it on. He even dared to shout, turning defense into offense. 14 blades circled him with fierce momentum. Bai Baos leapt forward, charging at Lu Ding, aiming to shred the enemy with his blades. Seeing this, the halo behind Lu Ding flared to life. Flesh fiend aura burst forth, black smoke rising like a geyser. Muscles drove the movement, spiritual energy wrapped around him, strength compressed within. He unleashed a terrifying punch. In the blink of an eye, heaven and earth turned to one hue. For a moment, a giant human face flickered into view, smiling in eerie delight. Killing intent exploded with zero restraint. Boom! Bai Baos' flying knives clashed with Lu Ding's fist. They didn't even make a metallic clang before being pulverized into dust. The pride in Bai Baos' eyes instantly vanished. At that moment, all that remained in his gaze was a desperate will to live and pure fear of the man throwing that punch. The blow struck dead center in his chest. Chi and strength poured in, tearing apart his life force. That impact, it felt like getting hit full speed by a freight train. But Lu Ding's fist wasn't nearly as big as a train's. Everyone knows, the smaller the surface area, the higher the pressure. So this punch punched straight through Bai Baos' chest. The power and chi exploded outward, blasting him into flying chunks. The terrifying force didn't stop there. Wind howled down the slope, splitting the entire forest in half. In his final moment, a realization came over Bai Baos. Demonic cultivators really are terrifying. No wonder 749 wants to crack down on them. The scene left everyone in stunned silence. Bai Baos was blown up. That demonic cultivator actually killed Bai Baos. Suddenly, someone's gaze drifted and caught sight of the 749 shoulder patch on Lu Ding. Their heart froze in utter terror. Since when did 749 start recruiting monsters like this? Lu Ding's eyes turned cold and disdainful. He thought Bai Baos was something serious. The way he charged in so confidently had him using half his full power to throw that punch. Originally, Lu Ding had been chilling, drinking tea. Then Yu Qingli came running back to say the Bai family's people were attacking. Wu Yishuang was in the middle of a heated fight with them. As soon as he heard that, Lu Ding rushed to help. From a distance, he already had 30% of his power ready to go the moment he saw Wu Yishuang sitting on the ground against a tree, attacking a 749 investigator, causing injury. That met the conditions. Even if the Jade Emperor himself came down today, Bai Baos wouldn't live. But who would have thought this guy didn't retreat? He even dared to charge him, made Lu Ding think he had some kind of secret weapon. And it turned out to be this? Lu Ding gently landed. Wu Yishuang looked up at him, her mouth slightly open, eyes full of shock. She knew Lu Ding was strong, ridiculously strong, but she didn't expect him to be this strong. One punch, and Bai Baos was gone. The Bureau's intel seemed a little outdated. How are you? Lu Ding asked. Wu Yishuang was about to say she was fine, but then she noticed several Bai family members still staring her way. So she weakly said, coughing, cough, cough. I'm okay. Lord Lu Taishui, not dead yet. That line was chef's kiss. Fully captured the fearless image of a 749 investigator. Bai Heman tossed over a medicine bottle. Give her one pill. Heals wounds. Works fast. After saying that, Bai Heman turned to the remaining Bai family members. Now, everyone squat where you are. Keep your hands where I can see them. I need to make sure none of you are a threat. Not everyone understands basic orders. Most people will go with the flow, but some always think they're the exception, secretly scheming. Like now, someone tried to slip away. The moment they moved, Hyman charged. She wrapped his hands. One stab, one rip, clean split in half. Non-compliance means death. After that, no one dared to have second thoughts. Lu Ding opened the bottle and poured a pill into Wu Yishuang's hand. She swallowed it, and her face instantly regained color. She had just been barely able to sit up, suddenly flipped up like a spring. Standing tall, she gave Hyman a thumbs up. Healed instantly. Lu Ding. The others, only Hyman looked thoughtful. Is this stuff really that effective? He honestly didn't know. He'd been in confinement for a while. Elder Dang had said the medicine was cheap and effective, good for minor injuries. So Hyman had stocked some. He'd never used it himself. He'd been out on missions with Lu Ding all this time. Hadn't been hurt in a while. Plus, just now Wu Yishuang looked really about to die. Hyman figured, there's no way she was faking it. He'd never seen acting that real. So this must be genuine feedback. He made a mental note. Gotta stock up. It's cheap, but it works. Even Lan Mingli, who had fainted last time, woke up after taking it. Now that Wu Yishuang was saved, Lu Ding called out, take the others back. He still needed them. Hyman was single-minded, but Lu Ding couldn't afford to be. Keeping these people was the perfect way to test the Bai family's strength. Lu Ding would take them to the Bai family in the name of justice and accountability. And at that point, they'd see just how deep the Bai family's waters really ran. Hyman wanted to work hard, but he needed a clear target. And since he wasn't sure, Lu Ding would find out for him. If the Bai family wasn't much, then settle it now. If they turn out to be scary strong, then this would just be the cause, and the consequences could wait. When the time came, smile and say, we've long admired the Bai patriarch's name. Now that we've met, it's truly well-deserved. We'll return to the training base and report our task results. Won't bother you any further this time. The goal? Attack when ready, retreat when needed. In front of the construction site, a group of people knelt in neat rows. Bai Baoquan knelt at the very front. He couldn't help but think, endure for now and things will calm down. Take a step back and the sea opens wide. They couldn't return yet. Brother Baos would surely notice something was off and come looking for them. Once he arrived, the whole situation would flip in an instant. Maybe they couldn't do anything too extreme to that young guy from 749, but at least it would take away some of the humiliation. Revenge could wait. Thinking that, Bai Baoquan knelt even more properly. No way anyone was finding fault in him. This was just temporary disgrace. Victory and defeat are part of a soldier's life. There's still time. We'll see who wins in the long run. As he kept thinking, he heard dense footsteps approaching. Curious, but Bai Baoquan suppressed the urge to look back. Victory often lies in the details. He mustn't be distracted, not even if Brother Baos arrived. Unless Brother Baos could overpower that man. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. Not bad. You're kneeling the most properly. Lu Ding spoke as he looked behind him at the captives Hyman had brought. You all, copy him. Kneel like he is. Anyone who moves, deal with the consequences yourself. Hyman got excited and raised his hand to volunteer. I'll supervise them. Bai Baochuan's curiosity piqued. Who just showed up? Why were others kneeling with him? But he didn't dare look back. If he moved, he'd hand them an excuse, and if they decided to take him out, he'd have no defense. He didn't even blink. As for the others, they silently followed Lu Ding's orders, obedient as if they'd been through military boot camp. Don't ask why. Just earlier, there were 30 to almost 40 people walking through the woods. Now there were only 30 left. Where'd the rest go? Don't ask. Don't care. Soon, dozens knelt in perfect silence. Hyman paced around them, watching closely. His approach was, I might ignore your little tricks 1,000 times, but if I catch it once, you're done. That gaze sent chills down everyone's spine. Seeing their fellow clansmen right in front of them, no one said a word, silence louder than sound. Outside the wooden hut beside Wu Yishuang, a bonfire crackled. Plucked pheasants and rabbits, cleaned and seasoned, were wrapped in large, unknown leaves and tossed into the fire. Lu Ding sat nearby, feeling the warmth of the flames. Chao Ing asked, "Brother Lu, what are you planning next?" Bai Bao's death won't stay a secret. The Bai family's strong here, and our home turf is Yinhai. We've got no reach out here. He was genuinely worried about Lu Ding. They say it's easy to dodge an open strike, hard to guard against a hidden one. But now it was the opposite. Sneak attacks? 749 wouldn't allow them. But open challenges? That's harder to manage. Chao Ing knew Lu Ding was strong, but this was by territory. If one Bai after another came to challenge Lu Ding, even the strongest can't handle a full-blown gauntlet. They wouldn't be avenging or starting trouble, just issuing formal duels. Not illegal, right? Sure, there's an easy way to deal with that. Just don't respond. But Chao Ing knew Lu Ding's temperament. Ignoring challenges? Not happening. And out here, Lu Ding had no close allies to back him up. It was basically him and Bai Heman holding the line against the entire Bai family's younger generation. Newbie Epsilon. As for Chao Ing, he was self-aware. He couldn't offer much real help. And if he did, it'd just make things messy, eh? Lu Ding understood what he meant. The firelight lit up his face. His profile was strikingly sharp. Lu Ding smiled faintly. "It's best if they come to me. Don't worry about me. I know you want to say even a tiger can't handle a pack of wolves. But right now, I might be a little stronger than you imagine." As he spoke, Lu Ding raised his thumb and forefinger to gesture a little. "Brother Lu, a little won't cut it. There's a lot of them. Maybe you should." Lu Ding kept the same hand gesture. "Maybe take a closer look." Chao Ing leaned in, eyes narrowing slightly. When he finally saw what was between Lu Ding's fingers, mountains, rivers, sun, and moon roughly formed from spiritual energy. Chao Ing burst into silent laughter. "You got me, Brother Lu. That's your little." He realized Lu Ding's sense of humor had kicked in again. But still, that punch earlier was insane. Chao Ing had assumed that was Lu Ding going all out. But now, he had to ask, "Brother Lu, that punch just now, how much strength did you use?" Lu Ding answered honestly, "About half of my normal strength." Snap! Yu Qingli, listening from the side, got so shocked she snapped the stick she'd been using to poke the fire. But she kept a straight face. Chao Ing turned away and slowly calmed his inner shock. He thought he was already numb to this. Even seeing Lu Ding's terrifying punch, he hadn't shown much reaction. Because he thought, that's just how Lu Ding is. But now you tell him, that was only half his strength? Chao Ing didn't even want to imagine what Lu Ding at full power would look like. Or worse, what Lu Ding could do in an abnormal state. It was enough to make your scalp tingle. His power was increasing like it was on fast forward. Okay, I guess I worried for nothing. He thought he was standing on level 1, and Lu Ding was on level 5. Now it turns out Lu Ding is actually on level 10, and only came down because flying through the stratosphere got boring. So Chao Ing sighed, took out his phone, glanced at it, and said, "Brother Lu, Wang Qing is almost here. I'm heading out to pick her up. She said she couldn't find the exact spot." Lu Ding casually asked, "That fast?" Chao Ing replied, "She can fold paper planes. You can ride them. She also uses insect clouds for flying and wind escape. Weird abilities. You really can do anything, huh?" Lu Ding didn't think much of it. "Then you better go quick." The words caught in his throat. Chao Ing looked over, confused by the sudden pause. Then he saw Lu Ding rise to his feet. Lu Ding changed his mind. "I'll go with you to pick her up. Bai Heman was here. Things wouldn't go wrong." Lu Ding had nothing better to do anyway. Might as well go, just in case anything unexpected happened to Chao Ing on the way. It probably wouldn't, but better safe than sorry. "Be quick" was a cursed phrase anyway. It jinxes things. Besides, Lu Ding wasn't a turtle. No point lying there wasting time. Chao Ing didn't refuse. He'd long suspected something about Lu Ding's fate, even without knowing his exact birth details. Based on past events and what he'd seen, he was sure of one thing. Wherever Lu Ding went, something was bound to happen. And all of these things were intricately tied to him. Many times, it wasn't Lu Ding looking for trouble. Trouble came looking for Lu Ding. The two followed Wang Qing's shared location, leaving Bai Heman, Wu Yishuang, and Yu Qingli to guard the place. Through the dense forest, the two made their way forward. Chowing glanced at the blinking red dot on his phone and complained, "We may be in the tech age, but this piece of junk loses signal way too easily." Lu Ding asked, "What's wrong?" Wang Qing's location keeps flickering, probably because she's reached Red Cliff Rock. That area's magnetic field is unstable, high mineral content, messes with the signal. But the phones you guys have at the Bureau don't have that issue. Military grade is a whole different league from civilian tech, and the 749 Bureau's equipment is beyond military grade. Lu Ding replied, "It's fine. As long as we know she's there, we'll go find her." Hearing that, Chowing watched as the red dot vanished. He quickly zoomed in on the map. Seeing Wang Qing's last pinged location was near a cliff marked on the map. Chao Ying's expression turned helpless. What had he just said? It's never Lu Ding looking for trouble. Something always finds him. He said, exasperated, "Brother Lu, you'll need to keep cool. Whatever happens, do not act rashly." Lu Ding looked puzzled. What are you even talking about? How did this become a warning about fighting? He didn't reply, just frowned and shot a questioning look. Lu Ding, so? Chao Ying explained. Out here, there are two types of natural disasters you absolutely have to avoid. One is black sandstorms. They mostly happen in summer. The other is white hair wind, which only comes in winter. Neither can be handled by humans. I've heard they planted trees across the northwest, mostly to stop the black sandstorms. Regular wind and sand was secondary. But how ordinary trees can block sandstorms that even cultivators of Qi have to avoid, I have no clue. New Thailand bot. Just something I heard. Lu Ding had heard of black sandstorms and white hair wind too, but not much. Just knew they were terrifying natural disasters. He hadn't seen them himself, so he didn't comment. He gestured for Chao Ying to continue. But there are some places, whether due to natural geography or something else, where neither of those storms hit. When disaster strikes, people can shelter in those spots. Chao Ying raised his phone and zoomed in on the map. Wang Qing's last pinged location is one of those places. He pointed at the map. Right here, there's a black inn. It used to be a shelter for travelers caught in disasters. Later, after the Han Dynasty reforested the area, there were fewer sandstorms. So then lost its original purpose. Over time, they used their old network to start a unique business, serving cultivators of Qi passing through, offering food and lodging. But a black inn, normally no decent cultivator would go there. Only the shady types do. You just pissed off the Bai family. If you go into the inn and lose control, you'll be in trouble with both sides. Black and white won't accept you. These people are all tangled up. One string pulls another. Yank one weed, and the mud comes with it. One wrong move, and you're a target for everyone. And besides, you're a government agent. In that inn, maybe not all, but 99 out of 100 are tied to bandits. Or to put it plainly, they are bandits. Their identities are sensitive. They can't be seen by 749. So I'm saying, you stay outside. I'll go in and bring her out. What do you think, Brother Lu? Lu Ding didn't really care, but since Chao Ying insisted, and avoiding trouble was always better than causing it. He knew full well, if he went in, there was a good chance someone would run their mouth. So, fine, I'll wait outside. The two picked up the pace. Soon, they arrived at the spot Chao Ying mentioned. At the base of Red Cliff Rock, there stood an old-style building built against the cliff. The signboard had just two plain words, no frills, no flair. Black Inn. Simple and direct. Lu Ding had thought Black Inn was just a nickname. Maybe it charged outrageous prices or robbed customers. But no, that was literally its name. Lu Ding didn't even know what to say. Whoever named this place was a genius. Just slapped those two words on a board, and no decent person would dare step in. A perfect filter keeps all the good people out. Chao Ying warned again, Brother Lu, just wait here. I'll be right out. Don't go in, no matter what. Relax, I won't. Message me if anything happens. Chao Ying nodded and hurried up. The view followed him. He climbed the steps and pushed the door open. The outer building was just a small part of the Black Inn. Inside, half the mountain's base had been hollowed out. The space was wide, the view expansive. Just a little rundown. Voices echoed. Heat rolled through the air. The smells of meat, vegetables, and alcohol hit like a wave. There were 2 levels total. First floor, dining hall, packed with tables and stools. Second floor, lodging, densely packed doors lining narrow halls. The moment Chow Ing entered, a cheerful staffer came up. "Yo, if it isn't Boss Chow, what wind brought you here today?" At those words, quite a few people looked over and called out Boss Chow or Chow Lord with clasped hands. Indian High, Chow Ing at clout. But here, even more. He made his name running mountains and robbing graves, cutthroat and respected. Chow Ing returned the greetings one by one. He glanced around but didn't see Wang Chinga, so he asked, "Did a Taoist nun come in earlier?" "Sure did. She's over in that corner." The staffer pointed to a blind spot not visible from the entrance. Hearing that, Chow Ing relaxed a little. He lowered his voice. "What tea and food did she get?" The server still smiled brightly. "A clever one, reading the mood." He lowered his head and whispered, "Don't worry, it was the red menu, plain tea. Things aren't like before. Boss told us to clean up our act." Chow Ing nodded with satisfaction, pulled out a roll of cash, and slipped it into the guy's hand. "You'd better keep it clean." The server just smiled, didn't reply, but took the money. Chow Ing patted his shoulder and clasped hands to the crowd as he made his way in. In the corner, Wang Chinga, dressed in a Taoist robe, looked a little out of place in the surroundings. Ever since she entered, people had been sneaking glances at her. Whispers buzzed nonstop. "This girl probably isn't a Taoist disciple. Maybe she's just wearing the robe." "How do you know? Are you stupid? Look at what she's eating. That's beef." Taoists have 4 taboos: dog meat, beef, wild goose, and black fish. Dogs are loyal, willing to give their lives for their master. Cows are hardworking. In the old days, when productivity was low, people relied on cows as main labor force. Back then, the law even forbade eating beef, so Taoism has maintained that tradition till now. Wild geese are faithful. If one dies, the other will remain alone for life. Black fish are filial. After laying eggs, they stop eating and guard the young. At that time, the baby fish will swim into the mother's mouth and feed her with their own bodies. So Taoists don't eat black fish. But even though this girl is wearing Taoist robes, she's eating beef. So most likely, she's just wearing the outfit. Plus, her robe looks a bit big and doesn't fit well. Not likely a real Taoist. Listening to this, the others started getting ideas. Someone joked, "Well, if that's the case, since she eats beef, maybe she drinks too? Why don't one of you go ask her?" "Forget it. Don't go picking fights just cause you had a few drinks." There are old sayings in the Jianghu. Avoid provoking old folks, kids, monks, Taoists, and women. They may look like vulnerable groups, but anyone daring to roam around on their own like that, they've all got skills. This girl's hitting 2 in 1, a Taoist and a woman. She's got to be trouble. Take a seat, will you? We're already in a black inn. Like anyone here is easy to mess with. What's wrong with drinking? Sometimes, with some people, talking nicely just doesn't work. You tell them that causing trouble after drinking gets you dragged to the bureau. Do they know that? Of course they do, but they've had a little horse piss, and now they think they're invincible. If they see a 2-meter-tall guy standing there, they behave real quick. But if it's someone their own size, or worse, a woman, kid, or elderly person, they'll shout louder than anyone. And when sh*T gets real in the bureau, they're the first to chicken out. Put plainly, they bully the weak and fear the strong. And usually, the one who brings up the idea first is the last to actually do anything. He'll egg others on to go first. And sure enough, the guy who first brought it up nudged the shoulder of the guy next to him. Hey Z, why don't you call her over for a drink?" "Fine, I'll go." Z got up, swaying with a bottle of booze, and walked over to Wang Chinga's table. "Taoist, care to have a drink with me?" Wang Chinga looked up and pulled a small wooden sign from her pocket. Spiritual energy gathered and words appeared. "What did you say?" Z pursed his lips and turned to look back at his buddies. "Oh, she's a mute." As soon as he said that, Wang Chinga very seriously held up another sign. "I'm a Taoist, not a Lama." Z's face twitched when he saw that. "What the hell? I said you were a mute. Who the hell said you were a Lama? Can't speak, and now you can't hear either." Even though she couldn't hear what he was saying, Reading his expression first, then his mouth shape, Wang Qinga caught one phrase loud and clear. What the H asterisk LL? You dare curse me? She struck instantly, swinging the wooden sign at the guy's head. Bang! Hazy was knocked flying, his head dented where the sign had hit. Gotta say, the thing was pretty solid. His skull got wrecked, but the sign didn't even break. The others saw their buddy get hit and instantly stood up, cursing and ready to fight. Right then, Chow arrived. He quickly stepped between them. Aren't you the brothers from Sheep Intestine Alley? As he spoke, Chowing glanced around, seeing people standing up nearby. There were a lot from Sheep Intestine Alley. He took a step back, quietly pulled out his phone, opened the chat app. Fight's about to break out. His finger hovered over the send button, waiting to see what these guys would do. If it turned into a fight, he'd send it. If they could talk it out, he wouldn't bring Lu Ding into it. Seeing him standing in the middle like that, the people from Sheep Intestine Alley didn't move for now. The scar-faced leader cupped his hands. Boss Chow, what's the meaning of this? Chowing put on a smile. Nothing much. I called her here to help out with the cooking. If she caused any offense, just give us a way out. We'll leave quickly. Chowing wasn't the same as before. He wasn't short on cash now. Any problem that could be solved with money wasn't really a problem. The scar-faced guy cracked his neck with a crack. We know you've got money now, Boss Chow, but this time, money won't cut it. As he spoke, someone helped over the injured Hazy. The scar-faced guy turned Hazy's caved-in face toward Chowing. Look at this. In front of everyone, she beat my brother like this. If we take your money and let this slide, how are we supposed to show our faces in this blacking again? Chow Ing understood. They wanted Wang Qinga to give them an explanation. She was someone he'd called over to help. Came properly, must leave properly. That's the rule of the Jianghu. But now, these people didn't plan on letting Wang Qinga leave properly. Then don't blame him. Chow Ing moved his finger slightly, stalling with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Come on now, why don't you think it over a bit more? Think real clearly and do me a favor. At that point, someone watching for fun and not afraid of stirring trouble chimed in from the side. We're all eating raw rice. What's the use of so much money? Take life and death lightly. If you're not satisfied, then fight. That line really struck a chord with Scarface. A bit of the respect on his face faded. To put it plainly, I'm calling you Boss Chow out of courtesy. If I stop giving you face, I'll make you. Bang! The Blacken's front door shattered, and everyone instinctively turned to look. Thick black smoke rolled into the stone hall, carrying a reek of blood. Just as everyone thought some kind of demon or monster had shown up, a figure burst out of the smoke, grabbing the neck of the guy who just stirred things up with one hand and lifting him up in front. Lu Ding looked at the man in his grip, voice calm as he said, "You eat raw rice? What a coincidence. I eat raw meat." As he spoke, a slash burst forth from his hand. Before everyone's eyes, Lu Ding showed off one of his signature moves. Very quickly, all that was left in his hand was a round object. Lu Ding let go. The head hit the floor and rolled. Instantly, everyone's gaze snapped to the law enforcement recorder on his chest. That thing. Only 749 investigators wore it. But the way you showed up, that brutal technique, you're a 749 investigator. You gotta be kidding. You're probably fake. If you told me you were some wild bandit, demonic cultivator, or a 1,000-year-old monster, I believe it. But if you tell me someone like this is a 749 investigator, I'm gonna have doubts. Lu Ding stood suspended in midair, casting a sweeping gaze across the room from above with a proud posture. He looked down on everyone equally. Not a single person could meet his eyes. The contempt on his face was written plain as day, and it stabbed deep into the hearts of everyone present, except Chow Ing and Wang Qinga. It felt like someone was pointing a gun at their heads while calling them trash. Even if they were filled with rage, full of unwillingness, they didn't dare show it. They could only lower their heads, one after another. Not a single one dared to meet Lu Ding's eyes, because the way he entered and his ruthless methods had already scared them stiff. He was a gun that could fire at any second. No one dared bet their life on whether a violent, demonic maniac like him would flip out for no reason. Either way, they refused to believe Lu Ding could be a 749 investigator. Finally, Lu Ding's gaze swept across the room and landed on Scarface. That made Scarface's heart thump for no reason. He hadn't even made a move yet, but the invisible pressure already had him drenched in sweat. Finish what you were saying just now. I'd like to hear it. Scarface found himself stuck in a dilemma. Feeling the stares from around the room, he felt like his pride had been stomped all over. But he didn't dare explode. The newcomer's ruthlessness was plain to see, even more brutal than the shady stuff they themselves dabbled in. Yet to repeat what he just said in front of everyone would be no different from humiliating himself. Gritting his teeth, Scarface cupped his hands. "May I ask which path you walk, sir?" As for that 749 investigator title, no way he believed that. If someone who comes rolling in with black smoke like that could be a 749 investigator, then hell, he could be one too. What a joke. The more Lu Ding heard, the more set off he got. What, just because there was a little black smoke? What's with all these people? Are they blind? Do they really think Lu Ding's the same as them? Dirty-handed, sketchy, suspicious types? What a **ing joke. He was a legit, by-the-book, dyed-in-the-wool, purple red to black, official 749 investigator. With a flash, Lu Ding vanished from the air. When he reappeared, he was already standing right in front of Scarface. He grabbed his face and slammed it down hard onto the rough stone floor. Bang! Blood splattered. I told you to finish what you were saying earlier. Are you too stupid to understand human speech? Or just deaf? Pain crashed in. Half of Scarface's head was smashed in. Exactly like the injury his guy Hazy got earlier. Only difference was one was on the left, one on the right. But they were symmetrical. If the two of them took photos, they could probably make a cute couple's profile pic. Scarface might have been street trash, but he'd been around the block for years. Afraid of dying? Sure. Everyone fears death. But beyond that instinct, he still had that outlaw spirit that didn't fear death. Your mother. Scarface cursed furiously, swinging a punch at Lu Ding. Lu Ding gave him a glance. I flicked, technique activated. An invisible slash exploded towards Scarface's incoming fist. Blood and severed arm flew out together. Lu Ding raised his hand and smashed downward. Crack! Using the hard wall, he crushed Scarface's skull on the spot. If you won't say it, then don't say it for the rest of your life. Big bro, Scarface bro. I'll **ing kill you. Shouts and curses broke out one after another. The rest of the sheep intestine alley cultivators charged toward Lu Ding. A fight was about to explode. Wang Qinga lifted her little wooden sign and was about to rush in. Her memory might be terrible, but she wasn't dumb. It was clear that Lu Ding had come to help her. Now that he'd jumped in, how could she just stand there? But just as she was about to move, Chowing stopped her. He gathered spiritual energy in his hand to form words. Don't be reckless. You might get hit by accident. Wang Qinga raised her sign. Hit by accident. She turned her head to look. A strange breeze whipped through the stone hall, carrying thousands upon thousands of slashes. Like a giant meat grinder, it left chaos in its wake. The stench of blood was so strong it made people want to puke. In just the blink of an eye, the entire group of sheep intestine alley cultivators lay flattened on the floor. Wang Qinga's eyes widened slightly. She raised her sign. So cool. Chao didn't quite get it. How was this cool? Even with all his years running through the mountains, seeing his fair share of nasty scenes, he still couldn't help but feel a little sick inside right now. He swallowed. Wang Qinga raised her sign again. Useless. Don't you understand the violent beauty of life and death artistry? Then the words on her sign changed again. They all deserve to die. They call me a llama, and they even cuss me out. Chowling was confused. Llama? Are these people blind? Couldn't they see the Taoist robe she was wearing? Over on the side, after wiping out the sheep intestine alley crew, Lu Ding turned and looked around. At this point, the stone hall was empty. The cultivators who had been eating and resting earlier had all vanished without a trace. Lu Ding turned and called to Chao Ing. You got the contact info for the owner of this place? Yeah, why, Brother Lu? Chao Ing had a thought. Was Lu Bro planning to take out the owner too? Message him for me. Tell him I'll cover the damages from today and the cleanup fees too. Just make sure he sends me a receipt. I'll reimburse it. Lu Ding wasn't the kind to be unreasonable. He'd thrown hands in someone else's place, busted things up, made a mess. It should be compensated. No bullying. As soon as he finished speaking, a server peeked out from the corner. Face pale, he said, "Oh, our boss said you don't need to pay." Thanks. Lu Ding gave a quick thanks, then pulled out his phone as he walked out with Chao Ing and Wang Qinga. Not until they were out the door did he turn to Chao Ing and say, "I just transferred 500,000 to you. Give it to the owner." No need for that much, Brother Lu. Just 100,000 will be plenty. As far as Chao Ing was concerned, this dump, 500K, could buy a new one. Lu Ding hadn't even torn it down. That much wasn't needed. I glanced at the price list on the wall earlier. Nothing was cheap. And after all this mess today, it might hurt their business going forward. When you add it up, 500K isn't a lot. Not for me. While fighting, Lu Ding had casually checked the price tags on the wall. The dishes, even the cheapest ones, were a few hundred and only a few options. Most of the others were in the thousands, even tens of thousands. Compensation should match the situation. Chao Ing nodded. Brother Lu, you're seriously fair-minded. Lu Ding smiled back. Cut it out. Then he looked at Wang Qinga in her Taoist robes. What could he say? His first impression of her was actually pretty good. And she had come to help, after all. It's important to be polite. People who help you shouldn't be left hanging. So Lu Ding took the initiative to greet her and introduced himself. Hello, I'm Lu Ding, 749 investigator. As soon as he said it, Lu Ding suddenly remembered what Chao Ing had told him, that this girl was a little hard of hearing and often misheard things. Just as he was about to gather spiritual energy to write it out, he saw Wang Qinga's face light up with shock. She excitedly raised her sign. What did you just say? Can you say it again? Lu Ding thought, okay, she probably misunderstood him. He raised his hand and gathered his previous words into visible script. Wang Qinga stared at it, then started hopping in place, holding her sign. Yes, that's it. That's it. I can hear you. I can actually hear what you're saying. Wah. Chao Ing was stunned too. He cut in and asked, wait, can you hear me too? Wang Qinga stopped bouncing, held up her sign. What kind of nonsense are you saying? Can't understand? Type it. Chao Ing didn't need to type anymore. He already understood. Brother Lu, I think she can only understand what you say. Want to try again? She's never understood anyone else before. Lu Ding was curious too. He was sure he hadn't learned any spell related to this. So why could she understand him so clearly? He gave a try. If you can understand what I'm saying, nod your head. And Wang Qinga nodded over a dozen times in a row, then held up her sign. I really can understand. Why? Why can I understand you? Do you know some special secret technique? That stumped Lu Ding on the spot. I swear I don't. I'm just as curious. Why can you only understand me? Chao Ing stood off to the side when suddenly a string of gibbering whispers started sounding in his ears. The more he listened, the more his temples started throbbing. He stumbled back a few steps. He knew the nasty stuff on Wang Qinga was acting up again. Brother Lu, do you hear anything weird coming off her? Lu Ding tilted his head, raised an ear. His expression gradually turned serious, brow knitting slowly. In that moment, Wang Qinga even stopped breathing. After a while, Lu Ding shook his head. No, the weirdness of it made Chao Ing scratch his head. Why? She can understand you, but you can't hear the creepy stuff on her. He really couldn't figure it out, seeing the confusion on his face. Lu Ding said, forget it. Let's head back first. We'll look into it at the site. Chao Ing nodded, but still felt unsatisfied. He raised a hand, spiritual energy forming words. Did you hear what Brother Lu just said? Wang Qinga held up her sign. Nope. I think I can only understand when he's talking directly to me. That made the confusion in Chao Ying's heart run even deeper. The three of them leapt forward. The moon hung over the treetops, casting silver light that stretched their shadows long behind them. Wang Qinga's shadow quietly grew a mass of bizarre, grotesque tentacles that crept toward Lu Ding's shadow. But the moment they touched, it was like they hit something untouchable. The tentacles snapped back. Lu Ding felt something. He looked, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. Weird. He hadn't seen anything, but he trusted his instincts. Every detail could make or break a situation. So, there had to be something off. As they rushed forward, he ran the possibilities through his head. They just passed through this forest. There was a chance, but not a big one. Chowing? Probably not. It wasn't their first time working together, and although not impossible, he was the least likely. Wang Qingge? Most likely. With that thought, Lu Ding became extra cautious. Saying nothing, he kept moving. 10 minutes later, deep in the forest, Wang Qingge's shadow once again sprouted strange tentacles, creeping toward Lu Ding's shadow. This time, with his guard up, Lu Ding caught it red-handed. He didn't even turn around. Path of Jinshe activated instantly with 0 startup. A slash cleaved through the air. The weird shadow tentacle recoiled fast, but it was still too slow. SHHH, a deep gash tore into the ground. The sound drew Wang Qingge and Chao Ying's attention. They turned to see, next to the slash mark, a severed black tentacle writhed and squirmed on the ground, emitting indescribable waves of distortion. Lu Ding looked at it. Nothing. Wang Qingge looked confused. Chao Ying looked. HHHHH. His eyes went bloodshot in an instant, his whole body twitching uncontrollably. The sudden scream made Lu Ding instinctively smack him. Huh! Chao Ying's eyes instantly cleared. His legs gave out, and he dropped to the ground. Ugh, 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 ugh. With every retch, black water poured from his mouth. Lu Ding rushed to rub his back. What the hell? You possessed or something? Wang Qingge held up a sign. Yuri puking black water. Stop stuffing random stuff in your mouth. Don't eat what you're not supposed to. It's not that. I just saw one glance at it Yuan and I couldn't hold it in. Saw what? Mumbling nonsense. Lu Ding couldn't make it out. That thing on the ground. Hashtag at end at ugh. Chao Ying pointed to the tentacle and kept talking, but the blood vessels in his eyes surged back, body convulsing again, mouth screaming. HHHHH. Lu Ding didn't hesitate. Another slap. Huh. Chao Ying snapped awake again, shivered, and quickly turned away. Brother Lu, that thing, you can't look at it, can't speak of it. One look, one word, and it hits you. Can't even think about it. Lu Ding turned to glance at the squirming tentacle on the ground. Can't say it, can't look at it, can't even think it. That's indescribable, unobservable, undefinable. Tentacle, black, writhing. Plus the occasional whispering that drives you mad. Wait a minute. Did Cthulhu just invade? Lu Ding felt like he couldn't quite understand. But somehow, everything also made sense. He looked at Wang Qingge. Hard of hearing, bad memory. The evil god tries to feed her corrupt knowledge, but she forgets it, so she's unaffected. The god whispers to drag her into depravity, but she's half deaf, can't hear it. So again, unaffected. You can't even target her. Lu Ding was floored. No wonder Chao Ying said Wang Qingge could do everything. You take all the benefits from the evil god, but can't follow a single command. She's slipperier than Lu Ding himself. From what Lu Ding knew, the last person this slippery was Marshal Zhang from the previous life. When broke, he borrowed money from the Japanese, then bought guns with it to shoot them. All he ever wrote was read and review. When issuing receipts, he'd only write reviewed, never approved, because he never paid back. Later on, he tricked the Japanese into a daze, promising this and that. Everything he couldn't do, he promised. Everything he could, he refused. Now, this Wang Qingge. The more Lu Ding looked, the more he felt she should have been named Zhang. But then, why was he unaffected too? Lu Ding looked at the wriggling tentacle again, saw its movements getting slower and weaker until it stopped, and finally dissolved into the ground. Then suddenly, contained creature, its tentacle, 1 out of 10. Containment reward. Complete all for the eye of direct sight. Eye of direct sight. Corruption, depravity, look at me. This thing can be contained too? Then, Lu Ding looked at Wang Qingge. She was basically a monster spawn cage. Eye of direct sight. The description was short, minimal, and lofty. The last item like this was Path of Jin Che. It had followed Lu Ding from weakling to where he was now, always reliable, never outdated. It had even just created a miracle, slicing off a Cthulhu-style tentacle. No wonder it was called Cuts Through Anything. Lu Ding was really looking forward to this Eye of Direct Sight. But the question still remained. Why wasn't he affected? Could it be because of the golden finger? But that thing was passive. It had never really done anything obvious before. Or maybe it was one of his skills. But the only top-tier ones he had were Path of Jin Che and Oneness with Formlessness. Basically the on-off switch for oneness with heaven and man. Even though he never turned it off. Suddenly, Lu Ding seemed to get it. Oneness with heaven and man, favored by heaven's will. The two forces were probably incompatible. So he wasn't affected, judging by how Wang Qingge could hear him clearly, but not anyone else. It seemed like oneness with heaven and man and the thing on her were on different levels. Higher level stuff had more authority. Heaven's favor trumped whatever was attached to her. Lu Ding turned that thought over in his head a few times, and it actually made perfect sense. He looked at Wang Qingge's shadow on the ground, where those tentacles had come from. Lu Ding asked, "How are you feeling? Any pain? Anything uncomfortable?" Wang Qingge thought for a moment, rubbing her chin. Then raised her sign. "Nope, no discomfort, so it probably wasn't harmful." Lu Ding asked again, "Then can I slash your shadow one more time?" Wang Qingge looked at her shadow. She didn't really get it, but she didn't refuse. She just held up a sign. "Just be gentle. I'm afraid it might hurt." "No problem." As he spoke, Lu Ding sent a slash toward her shadow. Nothing happened. The slash just hit the ground. That made Lu Ding pause. Was it only hittable when it manifested? He helped the still dizzy Chao Ying to his feet. Lu Ding decided that next time Wang Qingge's shadow sprouted tentacles, he'd slash it again and test it properly. "Brother Lu, please don't let me see that thing again. If I see it again, I swear I'll puke myself to death." Chao Ying clutched his eyes, feeling like his guts were about to come up. His previously stable realm was now all wobbly. Good thing he hadn't stared at it too long. Good thing Lu Ding slapped him a few times, otherwise he might have fully lost control. "It's gone now. Let's go. You go back and rest up." Hearing that, Chao Ying finally lowered his hand. His cheeks were sunken, face pale, eyes dull, walking like he was floating. He muttered weakly, "That's good." He'd originally wanted to ask what that thing was. But the moment he tried to think about it, the nausea surged again. He swallowed the question right back down. "Fine, I won't ask. Is that good enough?" The three of them picked up the pace and returned to the construction site. At that moment, Wu Yishuang and Yu Qingli's roast rabbit and pheasant were ready. Seeing them return, and with a new face, Wu Yishuang quickly set out an extra set of utensils. "Lord Lu Taishui, you're back just in time. It's ready. You go ahead and eat. I'll go get Investigator by." She left and came back shortly, this time with Baheman in tow. His gaze lingered on Wang Qingge for a moment. A strange sixth sense stirred inside him, though he couldn't say what fell off. Baheman didn't beat around the bush. She's not right. Good thing Wang Qingge couldn't understand him. Lu Ding reminded him, "She's a little weird. Don't interact with her too much." Baheman nodded. He looked over at the still out of it Chao Ying. What happened to him? Lu Ding didn't hide anything and explained the situation in full, so Baheman would take it seriously. After all, Baheman wasn't like Chao Ying. Chao Ying losing control could still be saved. But if Baheman lost it, he'd go completely insane. That would be a disaster. Baheman understood the weight of the situation. In his mind, he made a silent vow. Right, best not to speak to her ever again. Suddenly, Lu Ding realized something. The weirdos around him were starting to pile up. He glanced around, and finally, his gaze landed on Wang Qingge. The girl immediately held up a sign. "I kind of forgot why Chao Ying called me over." "Well, there it is. She forgot." Lu Ding explained to her, "There's a golden toad nesting on an egg formation here. We couldn't handle it. He said you could, so he called you over." The words on Wang Qingge's sign changed. "Where is it? Can you take me check it out?" Lu Ding stood up. "Let's go. I'll take you now." Chao Ying tried to stand up when he heard that. "I'll come too. Come on, you just rest." We're not missing you. Hearing that, Chowing realized he really was still feeling weak. He followed up with a chuckle. I was just being polite. Don't take it seriously. Screw off. Lu Ding headed out, Wang Qinga following behind. The two of them climbed to the mountaintop, overlooking the general layout of Bar Mountain and its surroundings. Wang Qinga pulled out a compass from her bag. The needle spun wildly, showing no signs of stopping. She raised her sign. Earth Qi is chaotic. The dragon vein is shifting, probably startled. Normal methods won't catch it. It'll keep moving. You have to fish for it. Lu Ding found this a bit odd. Fish? How do you fish for it? The golden toad is greedy for money. The better the coin, the stronger the lure. Best is antique coins, ones that have circulated for many years. Then find an old chalk line used by a carpenter for years. Tie the coin to it as bait. Finally, dig a well. Golden toads love staying beneath wells. Build an environment it loves, then wait, like guarding a tree, for a rabbit. Reading these words, Lu Ding thought to himself. So true, every trade has its depth. There's a whole art to this stuff. He learned something new. Antique coins and an old carpenter's chalk line. Lu Ding looked at her. Do you have those? Wang Qinga rummaged through her dirty little crossbody cloth bag. Held up a sign. Nope. No problem. I can go buy them. You can always buy things with money. As he spoke, Lu Ding pulled out his phone to check the nearest cities. Not far, maybe 100, 200 kilometers out. Wang Qinga held up another sign. I saw a bunch of cultivators kneeling outside the construction site earlier. We can have them dig the mountain and drill the well. Cultivators are super fast at digging, efficient, big, and precise. Lu Ding jerked his head around. Hey, who said this girl isn't too smart? She's way too smart. Babies, I accidentally sliced my index finger while cutting meat yesterday. It hurts, so I've been typing with my pinky like a delicate flower. I can only guarantee 3 chapters for now. Once I get some sleep and the scab's better, I'll make it up to you. Lastly, thanks to YBCCCC Baby for the gift king. I'll add an extra update for you. Sorry to keep you all waiting, babies. It was just the right chance to make the most out of it. Baheman could even act as a foreman, holding a little whip, keeping a close eye on these people to make sure they don't slack off. Just thinking about it made Lu Ding feel that the scene was way too harmonious, like dreaming back to a western ranch. Besides, Baheman was also by, and the northwest was west. How is that not a perfect match for the job? A snap of the whip, a point of the finger. The whip cracked with a loud snap. Baheman, go work? Lu Ding felt his front teeth getting a bit hot. He grinned to cool them off. Wang Qinga held up a sign, confused. What's wrong? Why are you laughing? It's nothing. I'm just naturally cheerful. Lu Ding casually replied, then asked, do we need to go down and have a look? After all, an on-site inspection would give a clear view. At least that's what Lu Ding thought. But he underestimated the professionalism of others. Wang Qinga shook her head. No need. I've already figured it out. I've picked the spot for the well right over on that hill. She raised her hand and pointed at a small hill not far away. Then raised the sign again, gesturing with her hand. Dig down from the top of the hill about 10 meters wide, 50 meters deep, and you'll hit water. Speaking of this, she pulled a small abacus out of her sling bag. Click-clack. She worked it quickly. Raised the sign again. I just checked those cultivators of Qi. Based on their realm and the soil quality here, if they work non-stop without rest for about 4 days, the well can be finished. Yes. Non-stop without rest. Even capitalists would have to take lessons from you. Thinking about it, Lu Ding suddenly felt a heavy sense of mission on his shoulders. He absolutely had to find a way to suppress the thing inside Wang Qinga. Otherwise, if it exploded someday, the 996 work schedule would turn into 007. Working from midnight to midnight, no breaks, 7 days a week. Wouldn't that be pure hell? Lu Ding felt that compared to her, he was still too kind. In his mind, the images of her and Baheman overlapped. One was an idealistic boss, caring nothing about employee survival. The other was a hard-headed, bootlicking manager, only caring about results, treating employees as less than human. Chao In could handle logistics, and Yin Fifin's slick tongue could be in charge of business negotiations. Good grief, The whole team was ready. All right then, let's head back first, and tomorrow we'll go into the city to buy copper coins. The two of them retraced their steps. Lu Ding briefly explained the situation to Bai Heman and the others. Here's tomorrow's arrangement. Wu Yishuang and Yu Qingli would continue overseeing the construction site. Bai Heman would lead a team to dig the well. Chowing wasn't in good shape physically, so he would assist Bai Heman as a supervisor. Lu Ding and Wang Qingge would go into the city to buy antique coins and look for carpenter's chalk lines. Clear division of labor. Early next morning, it was still dark outside. Lu Ding and Wang Qingge set off. As for Bai Heman and Chowing, snap! At the crack of dawn, a sharp whip crack was heard. It woke up all the drowsy Bai family cultivators of Qi. Bai Heman, holding a whip formed by spiritual energy, shouted, "Get up and work." Following his order, everyone got up one after another. Some were a bit slower. Bai Heman lashed out without hesitation, whipping as he shouted, "Move faster." He was using it with such ease. Looking at the spiritual whip in his hand, Bai Heman nodded in satisfaction. The weapon Lu Ding recommended was indeed excellent. He would definitely have to buy. It was then that Bai Baoquan, who hadn't dared to move all along, finally saw clearly. It turned out, all the people kneeling behind him were Bai family cultivators of Qi. At this moment, an indescribable feeling welled up inside him. He asked in a low voice, "Where's Brother Baos?" The others lowered their heads and answered, "Brother Baos is dead." Bai Baoquan was completely unable to accept this reality for a moment. In the next second, the sound of air being sliced rang out. Snap! A burning pain shot through Bai Baoquan's back. Bai Heman, no whispering. Meanwhile, in Qingshu City, Minin Street, inside an ordinary antique shop, Lu Ding and Wang Qingge were picking out antique coins for catching the golden toad. Though to be precise, it was Wang Qingge doing the picking, because Lu Ding didn't know anything about it. With nothing else to do, he chatted casually with the shop owner. "Boss, mind if I ask something? Do you know where I can find an old carpenter around here?" While Lu Ding was talking, he handed over a cigarette. The boss accepted it with both hands, saying, "Thanks, thanks." Lu Ding flicked the lighter with a click and lit it for him. "Boss, inhale, exhale. Old carpenter." He thought for a moment. It's not easy to find one nowadays. There used to be plenty, but now young people don't learn it anymore. They either buy ready-made furniture online or from furniture malls. Old carpenters. "You need something made?" Lu Ding responded smoothly. "I'm short of a wardrobe at home. Couldn't find any styles I like online, and the quality's not good either." What carpenters make, that's the real deal. Old craftsmanship handed down from the ancestors. No machine can beat it. When you talk about traditional craftsmanship to an antique shop owner, it's like flipping a switch. He just started talking nonstop, without even caring what exactly Lu Ding was trying to buy. The boss glanced at Lu Ding. "Hey, young man, you've got good taste. I also think when it comes to these things, machines can't beat handmade work. More than 20 years ago when I got married, I had a custom bed made, and it's still as good as new now, sturdy and beautiful. And as the antique shop owner rambled on, he suddenly said, "Hey, I just thought of it. You can go find Carpenter Yang. The bed my wife and I sleep on now was made by him. The quality is outstanding, still like new after 20 years, and getting sturdier with time." There it was. Lu Ding pressed on. "Where can I find him?" "He Village. Just use your GPS to navigate there. Once you arrive, just ask around. He's pretty famous. I haven't commissioned anything from him in years. Just remembered him while we were talking. But I'm not sure if he's still alive. If he is, he should be about 70 by now, maybe too old to work." While the two of them were chatting, Wang Qingge had already picked out the usable copper coins. Lu Ding paid the money. "Thanks, boss." "You're welcome. Come again next time." They stepped out of the store, and Wang Qingge raised a sign. "We've got the copper coins. Now we still need the carpenter's chalk line. I know where to get it. Follow me." They called a rideshare and headed toward He Village. Outside He Village, after traveling overnight, Shanghai finally arrived. Looking at the village ahead, he pulled out his phone and sent Bai Baos a message. "Young Master Bai, I've just arrived. After I grab the item, I should be able to make it back tonight. Please wait a bit. Fishing for the golden toad with copper coins wasn't a secret technique unique to Wangqinga. Strictly speaking, this kind of technique belonged to the shepherds, and Shanghai was a shepherd. The information about the golden toad nesting on an egg formation was something he had learned from Cripple Li and then sold to Bai Bao's. Last night, the Bai family was digging pits in the gully. They were digging wells too. The reason why their location differed from Wangqing's choice was because, although the techniques were the same, the methods were different. In feng shui, wind is found at high points and water flows to lowlands. Shanghai and his team had chosen a place where water was stored and wind was blocked, while Wangqinga chose a spot where wind met flowing water. But their goals were the same. He was lucky. He had volunteered last night to fetch the carpenter's chalk line, and by doing so, he narrowly missed running into Lu Ding. But you can dodge the first, not the 15th. Right now, Lu Ding was also on his way over by car. Shanghai stared at the unread message on his phone for a long time. He couldn't help but wonder. Didn't see it? Forget it. Whatever. Let's go borrow the Yang family's ancestral carpenter's chalk line first. As he spoke, the large jar strapped to Shanghai's back swayed a little, and then a pale hand pushed the lid open. A creepy child with a powder-white face and bright red spots on his cheeks poked his head out and asked, "Dad, you said it's an ancestral treasure. Will you even lend it to us?" "Lend? Heh." Shanghai let out a chilling laugh. His eyes grew fierce. "Lend or not, we're taking it. If you won't lend it, we'll just steal it. Old coffin rotter, 10 years ago I couldn't beat you, but 10 years later, with your candle burning out and your body half dead, you think I still can't?"
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.